Hello friends, welcome to this reading of Foundations, Part 2 of the Misfits series. I'm Rowe, I'll be your narrator and author, and this video contains the middle chapters of the book. If you've just clicked on this video and would like to start at the beginning, you can click on the card popping up here. Otherwise, if you're ready to go for Part 2, so am I. Thanks for listening, let's dive into the story. Foundations, the Misfits series, Book 2. By P.E. Rowe. Sci-Fi Weekly's 2025. Copyright 2025 by P.E. Rowe. Dark Charris, Part 2. The situation aboard Stellar Song, the moment Clemabali sabotaged the colony ship's active life support systems, was tenuous. Abali himself, being the strategic thinker he was, had no delusions. He understood that his simply declaring the chief of the colony to be deposed wouldn't suddenly engender any power in himself, even if it did make the crew and government agents aboard the ship take a second look at their leader. Abali knew there would be movement in that chaos. That was one advantage. His other advantage was that he and Mycon had a full understanding of the logistics of the situation. A situation he knew the cruise ship would be scrambling to assess. This was a new type of chaos, even for a master of chaos like Clemabali. He'd never deposed a government single-handedly before, not even a small one. One thing he did know about coups, though, was that the winner was usually the group with the most resources and the people who kept their heads through the chaos. He and Mycon appraised the situation thus. Nearly 300,000 colonists were still in stasis aboard the Stellar Song. It would not take long for the crew and the AIs aboard the ship to realize that the sabotage would not affect the life support of the sleepers. They could safely be left sleeping with no ill effects, at least for some months still. The crew and the colonial government, who numbered close to 200, would have roughly 13 hours to join their fellow colonists on the planet below. There was plenty of time to get off the ship. Too much time, as Clemabali saw it. The initial panic was certain to cause the crew to scramble into a frantic state of action. But before long, he knew, the crew were going to look at the clock, take a deep breath, and take a more strategic look at the situation. Abali knew he needed to act before then, in the window when there was still chaos amongst the command structure aboard the ship. Below, within the colony, the survivors were getting their first taste of any positive emotion they could recall for months since the outbreak. Roughly 4,000 souls were still alive of the nearly 40,000 who'd initially debarked, and most of them were in rough shape. They were badly malnourished, and just as grim, they were equally starved for hope. Most of them believed the colony ship was on the verge of abandoning them and the planet, in the hope of finding a new planet with a more closely compatible environment. When Abali forced the hand of the crew in orbit above, not only did some hope well up inside the settlers, but also a sense of justice, that those people above, who for months had been weighing their fate, would now be forced to share in that fate. Many assumed a much more generous supply of rations would descend with the government officials and colony ship's crew. That was cause for some small measure of celebration. Abali himself was after a more significant prize, though. "Mr. Campans, you will stay where you are," a voice echoed through the medical bay. "You are still under quarantine." "You sure about that?" he responded to the speaker. "You'll need to be observed and isolated." "Come down here and try," Clemabali replied. "I'd so very much like to spit in your eye socket. We could find out fast how contagious this little bug I'm carrying really is." The Stellar Song's bridge crew sent down orders to the two bots on the medical bay, an Alba and a deadliest, to detain the troublesome patient. To their shock, both of the multi-use models ignored their commands. The crew watched the feed from the ship's hub as Clemabali, his consciousness embedded in the body of colonist Karai Campans, took command of the two service androids. "Can you two get their eyes off us?" he asked the Alba and the deadliest. The feed, a half-second later, went dark. The bridge crew wasn't the only party shocked to be suddenly cut off from the feed. "Mycon!" Verona exclaimed on the planet below. She and Kristoff had been watching the feed in a back hallway. I, too, have lost the main feed from the ship, Mycon announced. I will try to reacquire a signal. Precops has control of the Stellar Song's internal surveillance, among other systems. Will he share it with you? Christoph asked. Stand by, Mycon replied. Christoph looked over at Verona, or at least the borrowed body she was embedded in, that of Trier Alago. Her sunken eyes betrayed what Christoph perceived as an emotion that he'd have classified as doubt and regret, married to a low-level dread. Tell me this doesn't frighten you just a little bit, Verona, Christoph said. That person, on that ship, alone, going after everything you strived for a millennium to keep secret, here at the beginning, and no eyes to watch him. Tell me you have no doubts and I'll call you a liar. Speaking of secrets, Mycon stated to the pair, you two certainly have a few to tell. You might start by telling me who Verona is, and why, or perhaps how, she seems to be occupying the consciousness of Trier Alago. Mycon couldn't pull information out of Precops, not anything that wasn't central and shared. What Clemabali was up to on that ship, somehow, was either between him and Precops, or was entirely unknown. They waited and watched for nearly an hour, observing the generic feeds from the ship's control room, from the external cameras along the ship's central spire, and from the various cameras along the hub's outer causeway, but Clemabali didn't appear on any of them. Several times, the Herald or the other two multi-use androids popped into frame, but never for long enough to get a sense of their purpose. The crew, meanwhile, seemed to be operating as though they had larger problems to tackle. The ship's commander, Jayadin Dryas, was only too happy to take the cue from Karai Kompans to depose the chief of the colony, Rodel Dosset, whose indecisiveness had left everyone doubting his suitability for the heavy weight of such a post. And with the chaos of the ongoing crisis, it was easy for Commander Dryas to pass by Dosset in the chain of command. There was a ticking clock, a little more than 12 hours, and there were far too many critical decisions to be made. There was no room for dithering. Commander Dryas began to delegate. To his junior officers, he gave the task of assigning transport to the people who needed to be evacuated. They had 4 active short shuttles and 2 full long shuttles at their disposal. With a window of 13 hours, the people wouldn't be a problem. Dryas, however, didn't intend for his crew to simply walk into the city of Niera, that contaminated, prefabricated complex on the planet below, where all his fellow explorers were withering and dying. To his senior officers, he assigned the task of unloading a sufficient number of pop-up habitats to set up a parallel and closed on-world infrastructure. This meant dropping a significant amount of cargo before they could offload their people. Below, on the surface of Charris, none of this was known in the Niera complex. They had their assumptions. Christoph and Verona waited for Mycon to reacquire the feed. When he couldn't, they didn't see any sense in staying there in that back hallway. They were both hesitant to reveal their true nature to Mycon, not until they had more information about what Abali was doing above. They still had work to do. Christoph gave Verona a simple hand gesture, and she understood. They excused themselves and sought out the 2 other AIs they suspected they could trust. Verona made her way back into the industrial quarter to speak with Edisali, and Christoph headed to the observation tower at the end of the outpost to discuss the situation with Nelius. As Christoph was walking through the main courtyard space under the clear polymer ceiling, Olivia Varnett came running.
Pyko, where have you been? She asked. Have you been following what's happening aboard the ship?
I have.
Mr. Kompans, it was one of your friends who went up there and forced them. Now they're coming down?
It appears that way, Olivia, Christoph said, continuing his walk with no break in pace.
Where are you going?
I have to talk to Nelius about what's happening up there. Olivia looked skeptical.
What do you want to talk to him for?
It's complicated.
Can I come with you?
It's better that you don't, Christoph replied.
Why's that? You and Ms. Alago are up to something with Mr. Kompans. I'm not too thick to see that, Pyko.
So what if we are, Olivia? She shrugged.
I want to know what it is. I'm as curious as the next person.
What do you think I know that anyone else here doesn't?
Like maybe when they're coming down? Like maybe how much food they'll bring?
I know they're coming soon, in the next 12 hours or so. I don't know how much food they'll bring.
Have you heard talk, Pico? Because I've heard talk.
What talk? Olivia looked over at him and took a deep breath.
There's going to be trouble, Pico. You know that, right?
What makes you say that?
Everybody here is angry and hungry, and it's like Mr. Compound said up there. Those people on the ship have been eating just fine. Now they're coming here. They haven't watched their parents and wives and husbands die of this toxin. They've just watched us lose our friends and family like that, and then they've starved us. Does that spell it out clearly enough for you?
It does, Olivia. Thank you. She hadn't slowed her pace beside him, and she didn't seem inclined to let Kristoff continue on alone. You're a very smart and capable girl, Kristoff said, turning to her as they continued down the western causeway that led out to the observation tower. She looked at Kristoff funny and sort of giggled.
Wow, thanks, Pico.
It may be time for you to start living up to it.
What? As opposed to the last 10 months I've been taking care of all those orphans in our corner back there?
Fair point. I think you should come with me, though, Olivia. I think you're ready to do more.
Whatever you say, Pico. You've gotten really weird since your seizure. But I don't know. Maybe a little change is good. You and those other two kept the ship from leaving somehow. So maybe you're turning into someone new.
Would it shock you if I said I was? Olivia shrugged.
Maybe not. I suppose it would take a fair amount to shock me these days. You don't know the way back to the columns, do you? That would shock me, I guess. But I don't suppose you do.
I don't, no. What about the AIs? One of them must know.
Nobody knows, Pico. That's kind of the point of the secrecy of the columns.
She looked at him side-eyed. Right, Kristoff said. Anyway, Nelius is waiting. For 13 hours, the people in Niera knew relatively nothing. The feeds from the ship above revealed little of the crew movements beyond the fact that the leadership in orbit seemed to be taking their time evacuating their people to the city. It became clear to Kristoff, perched as he was on the observation tower, that the commander had different plans. The first flight down was one of the long shuttles. There were bots and several crew members in suits. They seemed to be preparing a site out in the flats to the south of Niera.
Do you think they're going to land there?
Olivia asked Pico, who was sitting at a control station. She was standing, gazing over his shoulder at the same scene. I wonder what sort of inventory they still have at their disposal, Kristoff asked. What do you know about that, Nelius? The Stellar Song did not exhaust its entire inventory of prefabricated shelters in the construction of Niera, if that's what you mean, Nelius responded. The intention after establishing the city was to seed the planet with other small outposts. They have 27 units at their disposal, as well as small modular generators, and the individual life support units designed to filter the air in each of these small habitats. These could easily be refitted on-site to cobble together a large enough environment to house the crew of the Stellar Song away from Niera, so they won't have to rub shoulders with any of us filthy, contaminated rabble, Kristoff mused. Do you know, young Pico Mata, whether your companion Karai Kampans anticipated this outcome? Nelius asked. It is a strategically sound course of action. Kristoff shook his head. If he did, I certainly didn't hear anything about it. I'm not sure it would have changed our strategy any. Even if they're 30 kilometers out in the desert, they're still here on Charris. You can't pool resources with a colony ship that's 1,000 light years away on another planet. It doesn't appear they have much interest in pooling resources, Nelius replied. Not at this juncture, at least. I don't know, Kristoff said. Why out there? They could be touching down anywhere on the planet. If I were to put forth a theory, 30 kilometers is just out of range of walking distance with a respirator, Nelius answered. I suspect they want to be close enough to monitor and maintain control of the situation here in Niera, while maintaining enough distance that the people in the city don't have easy access to them.
They've been like that from the start,
Olivia added,
telling us what to do every day from up on the ship. I think they're scared of what people here would do if they had to live with us. They might actually have to listen to us for once.
What would you tell them if they did have to listen? Kristoff asked her.
How about share your food for one? They act like they care about us, but starving us and threatening to abandon us showed us what they really thought.
How did it come to that? Kristoff mused. Everyone came here together, part of the same mission, same expedition. Olivia shrugged.
Once they had the food, and they couldn't be touched, they had all the power. It's like that game that Vasily and Byram play with the sticks. One stick goes on top of the other. Then it's just a game of sticks.
I suppose before we react, we should see what move they play next, Kristoff concluded. Olivia pulled up a seat beside Pyko, and they alternated between the scope at the observation window and the monitor. They both fell asleep at different points during the night, but by the time the morning arrived, all of the pop-up environments were on the ground outside Niera, and shuttles were still going back and forth between the ground and the ship. Even well past 13 hours, the crew was still pulling resources down from space. Nelius surmised that they still had a fair number of humans up on the ship wearing suits, and according to him, they could keep up this practice for days, using the portable life support units on the ground and shuttles to refill air tanks for the crew in suits up on the ship. To Nelius's knowledge, the commander still hadn't made any attempt to communicate with Niera. No terms, no negotiations, not even a hello, we're out on your doorstep. Kristoff and Olivia went back down to the city, hoping to get something of a bite to eat, as a breakfast was asking far too much, they knew. Then, Kristoff sought out Verona while Olivia was checking in on the orphans in their little corner of Niera. Still, now over 20 hours on, Kristoff hadn't heard any news of Clemabali. It wasn't until late that evening, while Kristoff was watching from the tower, that there was any sign of Clemabali. A short shuttle left the stellar song out of the rear of the main spire. A third shuttle that hadn't been in operation over the course of the ship's evacuation. Can you ping it? Kristoff asked Nelius. I could. There is no guarantee that it's Karai Kompans aboard that craft, though. We won't know until we ask, Kristoff replied. It was Kompans, or Clemabali, really, occupying Karai Kompan's body anyway. He was in a foul mood, neglecting to say anything significant over a channel that could be picked up by the ship's crew below. He told Kristoff that he would meet him in Verona where they last talked in private. Kristoff sent Olivia down to make sure the back corridor was clear for them, and then he set off to find Verona. 20 minutes later, Abali's short shuttle landed adjacent the main airlock outside Niera. Karai Kompans didn't arrive in the back corridor for another hour. Verona had been waiting there with Olivia for long enough that Olivia and Pyko began playing with Vasily and Byram's sticks. Verona began watching intently as Olivia explained the rules to a smiling Pyko Mata. Fun game, he said.
I guess so,
Olivia replied.
It's pretty hard. Byram and Vasily are both geniuses. I don't think it'll ever catch on. Nobody can win against them, not even the grown-ups.
Karai Kompans clambered into the corridor with a scowl on his face. You done with the sticks, kids? He barked. We've got work to do. He didn't even pause to await a response, storming instead toward that downward-facing hatch in the back corner of the outpost. Kristoff looked up at Verona. It must be going even better than it looks out there.
It's still a success,
Verona declared, pulling Pyko and Olivia to their feet with two extended hands.
The colony ship is still up there.
I'll leave it to you to cheer him up then, Kristoff said. They set off after Abali, Olivia in tow. When they got to the door, Karai Kompans was already in the hole beneath the outer airlock. Let's go, he shouted up to them. Don't fall asleep, Kristoff told Olivia. We don't want to spend the night down there.
Don't worry,
she said.
I wouldn't leave you down there, Pyko.
She smiled at him as Verona lowered Kristoff down. Verona lit up a panel on her shirt once the hatch had sprung shut again. What the hell happened up there, Clem? Kristoff asked. What a damn mess, he declared. I wasted 12 hours chasing shadows and blank spaces. I opened every last bulkhead that could have been housing that questionable cargo we're after. It isn't up there, Verona. It's not on that ship. It has to be, Verona insisted.
The bulk of our inventory in the vault came to Charris from the columns, and from Earth before that. We compiled plenty more dark tech from the battery and even Charris in the first few centuries, but I know for a fact that a huge number of our items came from Earth, including the bulk of our biological warfare agents, specific file histories, along with matching historical records from the periods in history they were developed.
12 hours tearing that ship apart, Abali replied, shaking his head in frustration. All the while that crew was getting their upper hand back.
They're still here on Charris, Kristoff said. That was the goal. The rest shouldn't be our concern beyond the survival of the colony. We didn't come looking for dark tech, and we didn't come to make the early outpost into some utopia, or even a functional government for that matter. That's up to them. They just need to survive. And the best way to ensure that was in those files, Kristoff, Verona stated. This colony is still going to fail if we can't get a handle on this outbreak.
I suppose somebody who knows something about pathogens better start figuring it out then, Kristoff replied, staring at Verona. I wish I could help, but that's not my field.
Nor mine,
Verona answered. It is now, Abali declared. Kristoff is right, Verona. We're losing sight of the mission. Any progress with Nelius, Kristoff?
Nothing specific. Just a general sense that there's something off. I don't know, though. I get the feeling that he's surprisingly surprised by everything going on here. They just don't seem with it. Yes, Verona agreed. Maybe it's because they're so much younger than we've ever known them before. The way they keep themselves walled off from each other is curious, but it also leaves them blind to the larger picture. And the AIs seem so incurious, almost willfully so.
Yeah, well maybe that's your two, Abali stated. My con is still my con.
Have you shared who you are with them?
Kristoff asked them both.
Not with Edis Ali,
Verona answered.
That's the incurious nature that we were talking about. It seems like a personality issue, but it's important to remember not to project that onto them. It's still programming.
Who's the programmer? Kristoff asked. That's a worthwhile question. There was no question that as the hours passed, and then the days, Clemabali was growing frustrated. The urge to intervene as Commander Dryas solidified his position out in the desert was almost overwhelming. Abali's true feelings were written across the aging face of the man he was occupying, especially as the people inside the Niera outpost continued to implore him to intervene further. They were crying out for leadership, as most of their true leaders had passed on with the plague, and many of those still alive with some inclination toward command were far too worn down with hunger and malnutrition to do much more than sit and breathe. Even talking about the state of things was taxing, and still, the same people who so recently sat above them fat and happy and safe were still just as fat and happy and safe. They just weren't in space any longer. They were out in the desert. And the more Abali thought about that fact, the more difficult it was to resist going out there and bloodying their fat, happy noses. Verona, meanwhile, dug right back into her work on the toxin. Or, more rightly, she was discovering the toxins. 2 more people died in the time since the crew of the Stellar Song had landed. Now that she had her sights set on the problem as her sole focus, Verona made sure the bodies didn't go straight to incineration, as the bots had been instructed for sanitary purposes. She had them sealed and transported to a closed laboratory in one of the empty sections for autopsy. After examining the kidneys, gut, stomach, and blood of the 2 latest victims, she was able to determine that they were dealing with a complex set of reactions. The initial toxin begat a hybrid that combined in the GI tract with several different strains of gut bacteria that led to an immune response that quickly led to sepsis. What she couldn't quite figure out yet was why the kids had been able to escape the toxin's initial mutation. She thought, with the best intentions, and, perhaps, her still skewed perspective on Charon history, that if she contacted the doctors who'd come down with the ship's crew, they might be willing to collaborate. Without any overtures or preamble, she sent a ping and received no answer. So she left a detailed account of her findings, her process and intentions on how she thought to proceed, inviting the two doctors to return her ping so they might collaborate. Nothing. She sent 4 more pings, reminding the people out there that fixing this problem was in their interest as well. The sooner they solved the issue, the sooner they could all stop living in pop-up temporary shelters out in the desert. The city, she informed them, was actually quite comfortable, deadly toxin notwithstanding. In her 5th ping, she compared the complexity of the cascading effects of the toxin to the chemical reactions of clotting factors, almost too intricate to be bad luck or a random collision of 2 different biological systems. It was almost as though the native Charin toxin was designed to merge with human bacteria and form chimeras. Verona kept calling and talking. It went on like this for several days. For so long, in fact, she'd lost hope anyone out there was actually listening. She'd come to think of the messages more as a way to consolidate the day's key discoveries, so she continued to ping. Verona was halfway through day 10 in the lab, preparing to launch into yet another set of slides she was trying to think through, and suddenly, someone began talking back. Commander Jayadin Dryas, acting mayor of the Beta Post. I understand you have been calling rather frequently. Ms. Trier-Lago, is it?
That's correct, Commander. It's good to see you.
I have a message. We have lost confidence in the leadership in Niera, whom we believe to be complicit in the sabotage of the life support systems aboard the Stellar Song. Doubtless, someone hiding in that city is well aware of the stubborn nature of the worm that was installed in the ship's life support systems. The ultimatum is simple. As soon as Karai Compans provides me with the information we need to fix the ship, I will resume supplying the city of Niera with food. Alternatively, if Karai Compans will not cooperate of his own free will, the people of Niera can hand him over to us. We may be able to be more persuasive than you are. Until one of those 2 things happens, the Beta Post will send no further aid to the Niera outpost. That is all. Verona was preparing to reply, promising to relay the message, hopeful that she might confer with the doctors at the Beta Post while the stream was open, but the commander cut the connection from his end.
Screw you too, asshole,
she muttered aloud, only to hear her own voice echoing softly behind her. She stepped out into the empty corridor outside her lab, hearing faint echoes of her footsteps in the distance.
Am I still on?
Her voice faintly echoed back to her. Verona hung her head as she realized the transmission had somehow gone over open comms to the whole Niera outpost when Dryas had picked up.
Close channel,
she said, shaking her head.
Let the real fun begin.
Don't worry, Karai Compans told the first crowd he encountered in the courtyard. We'll hit them back, and we'll hit them hard. They want to make us terrorists for wanting to eat food that we have every bit as much right to as them. I'm not afraid of those bastards. You don't have to turn me in. I'm going to them, sons of bitches. He walked out of the courtyard to cheers and howls of joy. It's a clever tactic, Nelius declared to Kristoff the following morning as he came to check on the progress of that beta outpost. From up on the tower, the AI could watch the data come in and compare it to his civilization-building algorithms. He had an ideal, after gaming 500 million simulations with the Stellar Song's known resources. Unsurprisingly, Commander Dryas was overseeing a dramatically less efficient nascent colony than the ideal, but from the outward looks of things, Nelius explained to Kristoff, they were doing more than well enough. I do think they'll be able to endure as a parallel independent outpost, Nelius declared. At least for a time. Eventually they'll have to tackle the food problem that sprang up here. Eventually is a long-term word, Kristoff replied. There aren't a lot of long-term people in Niera. A problem for your friend Compans, Paikomada. The longer he waits to confront the commander, the more your fellow starving residents here will grow to resent him. I don't know what he has planned, Nelius, but this game the commander is playing with him, it's not one he's prepared for, even with all the advantages in hand. You allude to something I and the other AIs have discussed regarding you 3. What's that? We've spoken of it before. Ever since the seizures, it is as though you, Trierilago, and Karai Kampans have become entirely different people. I could cite similar cases in medical literature, so the phenomenon alone, although rare, isn't entirely beyond the realm of possibility. But 3 such cases, striking 3 people on a small outpost simultaneously following the simultaneous onset of a seizure, even an AI like me would grow tired of counting the number of zeros if I calculated the odds against it. What's your take, Nelius? I'm still thinking about that. Why do you suppose that is? You don't lack for processing speed. No, I do not. I lack something in data, though. You could help us with that deficit, I suspect, Paikomata. You and your friends are being coy. Even Mycon has been unable to draw a conclusion from what Karai Kampans has told him. Or he's not telling you his conclusion. You suspect Mycon is concealing something from the rest of us. You don't? He has not demonstrated such a behavioral pattern, to my knowledge, Nelius said. How long have you known Mycon? What a curious question, Paikomata. I could ask you how well you know Mycon, Nelius. Or maybe I could just do you a favor and tell you that you don't know him well enough yet. You think Mycon to be deceptive. I don't think that's the right adjective. It's more like mischievousness, a desire to witness the unpredictable. I'm sure he's loving every minute of his exposure to us. Surely you're familiar with that aspect of his personality. I can't say I've witnessed that in his actions before. If I ask you a direct question about Mycon, Nelius, will you answer it? It would depend on the question. You could ask and find out. How old is Mycon? How is that question relevant? Perhaps another question then. Who created the prime AI we call Mycon? I'm not sure I understand the question, Nelius stated. Where do you AIs come from? Where would we come from if not from the columns, like the rest of the expedition? Yes, but who programmed you? It had to be a person or a designer within the columns. Why would that be the case, Paikomata? Do you know each other's origins, Nelius? I'm sorry, Paikomata. I simply don't understand. They're very simple questions, with very simple answers, Nelius. I'm sorry. To what questions do you refer? Who wrote you, Nelius? Who wrote you? I wasn't written. I was born. Before that, your identity was written in the combinations of a genetic code that grew for roughly 9 months in your mother's womb, the same as all humans. This is a fun game. Yes, Nelius stated. Perhaps next time you could bring Olivia Varnet again. I'm sure she'd love to play. Knock, knock, assholes, Clemabali stated. Open up. He was standing outside a random airlock door to one of the Beta Outpost's pop-up habitats. No one had seen him leaving the era, and his arrival on one of the field rovers wasn't picked up by the newcomers, owing to his approach from the far side of the settlement. They were busy too, settling in to the compound. Safe, they supposed, given their distance from Niera. You wanted to see me? Here I am. Karai Kampans pounded the outer door with the base of his fist. Inside, they were scrambling to assess the surprise visit. This was a man who'd already sabotaged Stellar Song, and here he was, knocking, seemingly alone, seemingly fearless, daring them to open their doors. Even the oldest history held that such a course of action was a bad idea. I have a message for you. Genuine fair terms. Commander Dryas issued orders. The doors were opened, and the transmission Karai Kampans was streaming back to Niera showed the entire outpost a first-person vantage point of Kampans having his helmet torn off, being stripped out of his suit, and being thrown to the ground and kicked and stomped to within centimeters of his life. They heard Karai Kampans cry out involuntarily with each blow, and then they heard him wheeze and cough up blood as he was strapped to a stretcher and wheeled to a locked room. Throughout the entire ordeal, neither Commander Dryas nor his men suspected that Karai Kampans was guarding his eyes for any other reason than a normal sense of self-preservation. Nor did they check his ear canal for the inner earpiece he was wearing. Nor did they scan their perimeter for a signal repeater that might have been dropped 100 meters from their doorstep. They just cut his clothes off him and left him there to bleed in a cold, locked room, shivering. "Terms accepted," Karai Kampans labored to say to the empty room. The feed Karai Kampans was streaming back to Niera broadcast the same dark image to the city's shared screens. It wasn't a blank image, but a nearly black one. The insides of his eyelids in stereoscopic vision. Contact lenses. Verona was watching every second of that black screen from Edisali's archport in the machine quarter. Christoph came down from the tower to check on her progress with the toxin. She didn't seem to be working. "He is, if anything, a master propagandist," Christoph remarked to Verona as he approached. "It's like some kind of mental judo, using their every move against them." "I don't like his breathing," Verona replied. "That body is old and frail and malnourished, and they just kicked the hell out of it. And everyone here just saw them kick the hell out of it. You think that's some master stroke of propaganda? Do you, Christoph? Tell me, which of these skeletal, starving settlers are going to stand up to Dryas and his men if these two groups ever do come together? Fear and frailty trumps anger far more often than not. I know that much history, my friend." "How long have you known him?" Christoph asked. "Only 7 centuries longer than you have. Long enough to know he makes mistakes." "Yeah? Well, I've known him long enough to know he's not done. If you think he's done, he's not done." "I imagine we'll be able to sit here together and listen as he becomes done," Verona said. "They're called agonal respirations, you know. Those last several breaths you take before you die." "I'm no doctor, but that sounds like ordinary labored breathing to me," Christoph said. "He's not dying." Just then, the light seemingly went up. Clem blinked a few times as he registered the noise of someone approaching. He labored to lift his head, capturing the visage of Jayadin Dryas for a second before his head dropped and the ceiling of the pop-up shelter came into focus. Karai Kampans took several deep breaths and coughed weakly. Commander Dryas stepped back into the picture as he stood over Karai Kampans' battered face. "Can you lift up my head?" Abali asked. "Certainly," Dryas replied, adjusting the stretcher accordingly. "Now I can talk," Clem said, and there was a faint noise, almost like a low, repetitive wheeze. Verona and Christoph realized he was laughing. "I've heard laughter is a common reaction for some psychopaths when they've been badly injured," Dryas stated. "Some genuine psychopaths believe it's impossible for them to be harmed. The cognitive dissonance of their belief about their invulnerability, meeting the undeniable reality of their very real mortality, becomes too difficult to reconcile, so they laugh it off, pretend it's a strange joke the universe is playing on them. Are you some sort of psychopath, Mr. Kampans?" "The rarest kind," Clemabali replied through a laugh. "You have no idea. What you did on the ship, that was clever, incredibly damaging, potentially disastrous for this whole expedition, but clever. This was not so clever, showing up here like this. I suppose you thought you were being clever, turning the tables on my ultimatum. What do you think the starving people will say when I drop you right back on their doorstep in this state, when they see my people's boot prints all over your body?" "I have something to say," Clem uttered, almost a whisper. "Please do." "The greatest delusion people suffer is the belief that they control their own fate, even when they choose the things they do. I've noticed the funniest thing." Clem began coughing out that same labored, wheezing laughter again. "Please, Mr. Kampans, take your time. Although, I am not a doctor myself, and you don't appear to have much left of it. Funny thing," Clem continued, "the universe is like water. Eventually, it finds its level." "I could send in a doctor to alleviate your suffering. I'd need you to tell me how to fix the ship's life support first. Outside earlier, you mentioned terms. Those are mine. I don't suppose you'll take them." Clem's wheezing laughter could be heard more vigorously over the stream. I figured as much, Dryas said, looking down at Abali with a curious glare. You've turned out to be quite a specimen, Mr. Compans. As you said, the rarest kind. Dryas continued to stare down at him, presumably awaiting a response. The wheezing grew louder, and Karai Kampan's head tilted slowly to one side, the video stream from his contact lenses narrowing to blackness. Verona and Kristoff could hear it in his breathing now, agonal respirations. A few moments later, they heard a rush of footsteps over the stream, and then Dryas's voice again. Do not touch him. Sir, if we don't breathe for him, he'll die. Is that so? He's in respiratory arrest. Thank you, Dr. Marr. I can see that for myself, Dryas could be heard to reply. You can't tell anyone how to fix the life support if he's dead, sir, another anxious voice stated. You could torture that old man for 1,000 years, and he wouldn't do a thing but laugh right back in your face, Lieutenant. All the while, the respirations grew more irregular and less frequent, less vigorous. Sir, I have a duty of care. As do I, Doctor. A larger duty to the survival of the colony. You will not touch that man until he is a corpse. Verona and Kristoff listened. The breathing lasted perhaps another 30 seconds, followed on by a long silence, until finally the doctor stated, That's it. He's gone. Back in Niera, Verona shook her head. There's your grand strategic vision, Kristoff. Damn his impetuous self. Now it's just us. The feed continued to broadcast the ambient sound within the Beta outpost, as the people there mostly ignored his body, until briefly, a few hours later, as Dr. Marr was examining the corpse, he pinched open an eye, shined a light, and discovered, staring back at him, the very camera that had recorded the entire encounter from inside their city walls. Moments later, the sound of an inner earpiece being extracted from Karai Kampan's ear canal preceded the death of Clemabali's transmission. Late that night, while the new settlers slept within their Beta outpost, 3 multi-use androids, a Herald, a Deadliest, and an Alba, quite contrary to their baseline protocols, stepped out of the darkness of the desert plain and methodically hammered window-sized holes through the sides of 22 of the 27 pop-up shelters of the Beta outpost, using only their bare fists. When they were finished, without so much as a word, they walked back into the darkness toward Niera. The following morning, when Kristoff and Olivia went up to the tower to discuss the situation with Nelius, he gave them a thorough rundown of the changes he'd observed while the residents of Niera had been sleeping. Precops had shared imaging from orbit that confirmed the sequence as the AIs agreed the events had unfolded. 3 rogue multi-use models, the same 3 Clemabali had co-opted to sabotage the stellar song, had gone out into the desert and methodically eliminated all the possible avenues of independence for the new settlers. They'd grounded the 4 shuttles parked in the desert outside the Beta post by removing key control components. Then, they systematically broke the pop-up habitats, and, according to the AIs, they'd done so in a very deliberate order, at a deliberate pace, to allow all of the human occupants time to flee to temporary safety in the 5 remaining habitats that could house them for long enough that an evacuation could be effected. They did all this with no assistance, and without the knowledge of anyone in the city of Niera. And when it was finished, they slipped back into the main colonial outpost, professing to have no memory files dating back to the moment they'd encountered Karai Kampans aboard the Stellar Song. He must have taken control of them, Kristoff stated. I wondered what all that talk of determining your own fate was about. Still, it is extraordinary human behavior, Nelius replied. Naked self-sacrifice of a kind we rarely see. He won't be soon forgot, Olivia said. Not in Niera. Kristoff's boy avatar sighed at the sentiment, shaking his head doubtfully. What's wrong, Pico? Olivia asked. I don't know. I just have the sense it wasn't supposed to go this way. That something here is totally wrong. Oh yeah? Really, Pico?
What do you think the rest of us have been feeling for the last 10 months? Way to keep up.
Yeah, great, Kristoff replied. I never would have figured you'd be so damn sarcastic. Olivia Varnet. Go figure. Anyway, any idea what's going on at that beta outpost now, Nelius? They contacted Precops, hoping he may be able to intervene on their behalf. Precops, Mycon, Milliner, and I have all rebuffed their requests. We're pointing out the obvious, that they are now left with one real bargaining partner, and few legitimate bargaining chips.
The food,
Olivia stated.
Either that or we eat them.
Kristoff's head whipped around to meet eyes with the girl.
What? It wasn't my idea. You think I don't hear what people are thinking in this city? I think mostly they're joking, but maybe every joke has a little truth in it.
Yeah, maybe, Kristoff said. I think Trier would also appreciate those 2 doctors down in the lab with her. If they made their services available, that might help.
Who's going to talk to them?
Olivia asked.
Has anybody pinged them yet?
I nominate you, Kristoff said. Why don't you do it, Ms. Varnet? You can be as sarcastic as you want to be.
You think they're going to listen to a kid, Pico?
Nobody else is talking. That is interesting, Nelius interjected. Perhaps something about the innocence of youth.
Huh?
Both Pico and Olivia exclaimed simultaneously. They looked over at each other and laughed. We're pooling inputs on a model. Myself, Milliner, and Precops. Olivia stands an equal chance at brokering a negotiation with the settlers out at the beta outpost. But curiously, she stands a 15% better chance at getting the occupants of Niera to accept a peaceful negotiation than any other prominent candidate, provided the terms are determined to be fair. How about that? Kristoff replied, grinning. A natural leader. Who'd have guessed it? Olivia Varnet spent much of the morning working with Pico, Nelius, and Milliner to draft terms she could propose to the outcasts in the desert, who stubbornly had yet to admit the reality of their situation. When Kristoff and Olivia were both happy with the terms, they pinged Verona in the lab to get her opinion. She agreed the terms were about as acceptable to all parties as they were going to get. She suggested Olivia think of someone in the civilian chain of command who the people in Niera hated the least. Someone who had seemed to be an advocate under Rodel Dossett's leadership.
Oh, that's a great idea,
Olivia declared.
I know who I'll ping if he's out there. Maxime Brule.
That name, Brule, was immediately familiar to Verona and Kristoff as the name of one of Charris's major cities, about a 2-hour ride from Niera by shuttle. Maxime Brule had been one of the cabinet ministers under Dossett, serving mostly as a liaison, helping to prioritize smaller matters that individual citizens needed addressed, things like residential placement, medical needs, and educational optimization for the teens and young adults in Niera. It helped that his post never involved too much controversy, even in those trying months, but mostly, what really helped Brule's reputation was the very real perception that he'd worked tirelessly for the people. Everyone could read it on his face all those months. It had pained him to watch his people suffering below him, powerless to even share the burden, much less lift it. Olivia wasn't the least bit hesitant to call him. In fact, she was looking forward to the talk. Before she pinged, Nelius advised Olivia where things stood for the new arrivals. The beta outpost had about 4 hours before the carbon dioxide levels started getting dangerous. They still had suits for roughly half the people out there, but, by design, that was just out of walking distance of Niera, and few out there had any reason to believe they'd be let inside, even if they were pounding on the doors in supplication, begging for their lives.
I'd like to speak to Maxime Brule,
Olivia said as Nelius pinged.
This is Olivia Varnet. It's time to talk.
Within 2 hours, the beta outpost was empty, and all its inhabitants safely inside the city of Niera. A tenuous peace was holding. The newcomers were free to move about, claiming their assigned flats and taking up work that needed completion as it appeared on the job boards on the 4 quadrants. Only 2 of the newcomers were being held pending trial for crimes of neglect and abuse of power, Jayadin Dryas and Rodel Dossett. Olivia promised that others would be held accountable for their part in the death of Karai Kompans once the situation in the city settled. "When will that be, kid?" one of the newcomers asked.
"When we elect new leadership, which we'll do as soon as everyone's had enough food that they're thinking straight enough to vote. Like 2 weeks maybe. We'll see."
"I like your style, kid," one of the Niera engineers told her. "Gets the job done." That was as close as anyone came to mouthing off to Olivia Varnett in those interim weeks as the ship's residents settled in. Food quelled much of the simmering animosity of the starving settlers. Relinquishing control of it and all possible weapons had been a condition for entry. And even though it tried the near-compulsive instincts of the central planners to watch so much of the reserve stores getting consumed by so many mouths so close to starvation, for the most part, they managed to keep their mouths shut about it, as any small confrontation was liable to bubble over, especially when it came to the settlers' growling stomachs. Maxime Brule proved both conscientious and caring in tackling the major problems of integration. He was quick to give orders to the crew to help where they could, and he proved even quicker in recognizing that the two groups would need to begin to think of themselves as one again if the colony was going to survive. Toward that end, he prioritized the work Tierra Lago had undertaken by herself to solve the toxin problem. He sent both medical doctors and the 2 remaining ag workers that had come down from the ship. The very first thing he asked of that team was to confer with the AIs on a list of the specialists who were still in stasis in orbit. Now that departure from Charris was properly off the table, Brule saw no use in keeping the group's best people in reserve. Instead, they would be revived and brought down to help keep the colony alive. Trier, he quickly noticed, was by far one of those best people. Over the course of that first week, Brule got reports back from the entire team that she was running circles around them. Still, the problem was a stubborn one, despite the progress Misolago was making mapping out the various stages of the toxin's progress once it entered each colonist's body. And just as stubborn as the body's reaction to the problem was the contamination at the source. The ag group was working through possible ways to kill the toxin at the source, but they hadn't made any progress eliminating the unique biotoxin itself without also killing every plant in their ag bay. Everyone understood that they'd either need to find some sort of miracle pesticide or find a way to teach their bodies to coexist with this persistent new threat. The tech group, meanwhile, had been working tirelessly on unlocking whatever technical hex Clemabali had cast over their shuttles. The sooner they were able to fly again, the sooner they could bring down more help from the sleepers on the ship. But the 3 multi-use models who'd been co-opted were absolutely no help in diagnosing any of the problems they had caused, and if Mycon had any secrets Abali had shared with him, he was not passing them along. Over the first few weeks, Christoph spent most of his time up in the observation tower with Nelius. He continued to survey the planet, with the operating assumption that Verona and the doctors would find a solution. He believed it with a certainty that surprised Nelius. He was also surprised by the young boy's almost supernatural understanding of this new landscape, one he continued to make predictions about that were so accurate they bordered on prophetic. Nearly every day, as they were working, Olivia Varnett would visit, asking questions about the landscape and the day's discoveries, but she was most interested, it seemed, in Pyko Mata's company. Occasionally, at Christoph's insistence, he and Verona still met in the hole under the downward-facing airlock. The more obsessive she became about solving the toxin problem, the more difficult it became for Christoph to pull her away from the lab. It became so difficult at one point that they went nearly 3 weeks without talking in person. He showed up in the lab one afternoon. Verona wasn't there. "I'm looking for Tierra Lago," he told the doctors there. "Who said you could come down here, boy?" One of the doctors barked back at him. "Who said I couldn't?" "We do," the doctor replied. "This is a scientific research facility. We don't need you grubbing it up with your filthy little paws." "Yeah? Bite me," Christoph replied. "Where's Trier?" One of the doctors advanced toward him, as though to physically chase him out of the lab. "Seriously?" Christoph asked. stepping away with a puzzled look on his face. You know the kids in the back hallway guard their clubhouse with a little less vigor? No wonder why this colony's falling apart. Get out! Another of the doctors shouted. And don't come back. I'll ask Edis Ali, Kristoff said, turning to leave. And tell your friend the amateur she might as well not come back, too, for all the good she's doing. Solved it yourself, have you? Kristoff asked. Arrogant bastards. He found Verona at the archway, interfacing with Ali. She was working on printing a vaccine containing a synthetic molecule that mimicked the action of the kid's immune response in the mid-GI tract. She was getting ready to test it on herself. You sure that's such a good idea, Verona? He asked her. If somebody's going to die, better that it be me. Great, yeah. So when you die, there's no one here to work on the problem but those asshole doctors who just chased me out of your lab. It's going to work, Kristoff. I'm 99% certain. And if it doesn't? Those two obstinate jerks who came down with the ship won't solve the problem, Verona agreed. They're probably decent enough doctors in ordinary times. A novel biotoxin, though? Out of their league. And they don't enjoy working with a random person who has a better understanding of it than they do. You need to revive Kane. Kane? On the off chance this vaccine doesn't work, there's an immunologist named Kane still in stasis on the ship. What about Panay and Mora? Aren't they helping? She shook her head. They're smart, good researchers, but they'll need more help. They're too slow, too methodical. I'm afraid we woke up the wrong people, mostly at the insistence of the wrong people. Basically anything Otten and the other one want, do the opposite, if I get sick, that is. It's going to work, though, the vaccine? I'm certain. 99% certain. 99%. Verona shrugged. Sure you don't want to wait another 4 days so you can vote for Olivia? She'll win, Kristoff. She has to. I think we've changed everything, but I hope you're right. I hope you're right about both. Time will tell. Kristoff couldn't help but notice that Verona had hardly even turned to make eye contact with him. Even as she was talking to him, she was so engrossed in the work, she'd only looked his way a handful of times. Let me know how it goes, Kristoff said. I'll be up in the tower. Verona didn't let him know when she took the vaccine. Kristoff got word the following afternoon from Nelius, who'd received word from Mycon that Triaralago was in the infirmary. Not only had she injected her vaccine, but she'd also given the compound the required 6 hours to begin working before sampling a small portion of the contaminated grain. Her meal was nothing like the large portion of spaghetti Clemabali had wolfed down, yet it took her mere minutes to fall ill. By the time Kristoff got down to the makeshift infirmary where they'd first arrived, Verona's borrowed body was in a bad way. The two doctors from the ship were there at her bedside. They didn't appear to be saying much, but Kristoff observed their posture, gloating as they stood over the ailing woman. When he got close to her bed, he could see she was sweating and nearly unresponsive. She looked over at him, and though she couldn't quite speak, she acknowledged him with her eyes. They'd known each other for so long, that look was enough. A passing of the baton. The outpost was his responsibility now. What do you want, boy? One of the doctors asked. Nothing from you two, Kristoff replied. She's going to die, the other doctor told him. At least she tried. Some might call that courageous. The two doctors scoffed, but didn't answer him. Kristoff wasted no time waiting for Verona to die. He found Olivia in the city offices. She'd been spending much of her time there working alongside Maxime Brule. In those first several weeks, she'd become the liaison between the people of the city and the spontaneously forming government, which seemed to be mostly in Maxime Brule's hands. For his part, Brule wasn't running for chief of the colony himself, nor was he endorsing one of the 5 candidates. Verona had been so certain Olivia would win if she ran, but Kristoff had zero faith in their knowledge of an early Charon history that bore little resemblance to the events unfolding here. Olivia Varnet, the first chief of the colony. Kristoff looked around at the crisis, the tension still high between the newcomers and the original colonists, the stubborn problem of the toxin, the ticking clock, and even if all those problems got solved, the complexity of a brand new colony to be developed from this barely functioning outpost. They weren't putting a 12-year-old in charge. Better to take advantage of her influence while it still existed, he thought. Christoph pulled Olivia aside and insisted she lobby for Brule to revive the doctor Verona had selected to replace her.
Do we have to decide now?
Olivia asked him.
Why don't we wait for the new COC?
Convince Brule there's no time. People are still dying. Misalago is going to die from it. There's no time to waste. We need to wake up Kane. Olivia made a convincing enough case to Brule, who needed little more convincing once he looked at Dr. Kane's qualifications. There were other choices, he decided, but not better ones. Brule gave the order to the next team scheduled to visit the Stellar Song. Johann Kane was to be revived. Christoph, in the person of Pike Omada, did his best to prepare young Olivia Varnett for the possibility that she wouldn't be elected, walking a line between being supportive and being realistic enough to say what he needed to say and still seem to be her friend. Everything he'd read about the historical figure Olivia Varnett was embodied in that girl, just in a form he didn't expect. The wit was sharp and precocious. The wisdom was incipient, but shocking to behold, as it was manifestly present in this child. Yet she was still funny and absent-minded at times, and she was still only 12 years old. Christoph put the hard reality into simple terms. Do you really think the grown-ups are going to vote for a kid, Olivia?
Some will, maybe,
she answered. Enough of them, though. That's the question, Christoph replied. I hope so, obviously, but I don't get a vote. He was not surprised on the night of the election to be the shoulder Olivia cried on, insisting that the grown-ups had been getting everything else wrong. This was no different. The surprise and significant consolation was that Maxime Brule had won the vote, as nearly half the colony wrote down his name, despite the fact he wasn't running. Olivia was happy, at least, that the colony seemed to be in good hands. I need to go check on something, Christoph told Olivia, inviting her to accompany him down to Trier's lab. He hadn't been down to see Johann Kane, who had arrived the previous morning. We're probably going to get yelled at by those two doctors, he warned Olivia.
They're assholes, she replied. I don't care what they say.
They climbed down the tower and halfway across Niera to the medical lab. When they got to the door, Christoph approached slowly, with Olivia behind him, hoping to get a peek inside before their presence was detected by Otten and Mar. Instead, when he looked into the lab, Christoph could see a man he hadn't seen there before. Johann Kane, presumably. Christoph realized he must have gotten too close when the newly arrived doctor looked up from his work, turned his head, and smiled. Hello, young man, he said. Are you lost?
Are you?
Christoph replied. I've never seen you in here before. Where did everyone else go? I'm Dr. Kane. I threw all those other doctors out so I could draw my own conclusions without their biases. Plus, if I'm being honest, they're quite the pack of irritating fellows. Christoph smiled and gestured for Olivia to step into the lab with him. My friend Trier advocated for Mr. Brule, the new chief of the colony now, I guess. Anyway, she and, well, Olivia here too. They were the ones who convinced Mr. Brule to wake you up. Oh, you're the precocious little girl who nearly became chief of the colony herself. Well, it's an honor, I must say, to meet you, Olivia. And I must also say as well, young man, that your friend Trier was a brilliant woman. It's a damn good thing she lobbied to wake me up. Yeah? Oh, yes. This is quite some insidious organism. Barely an organism, really. And all the problems it's caused, my God. Any luck so far? Funny you should come to me to ask. I was about to seek out you children. Maybe you two could help me with that. I'd like to round up as many of you as I could. I'd like to meet with you individually. Really? Christoph asked. What for? Your friend, Misalago. She really created one of the most brilliant solutions I've ever seen. And it's very unfortunate it didn't work. Her solution was technological, though. That's how most doctors think, my young friends. Clouds our judgment, I'm sorry to say. I study immunology, and, in addition to that, I've always been fascinated by the history of medicine. Some of the things they did back on Earth before they knew science, you'd scarcely believe it. But the thing that ancient practitioners knew that we modern people have forgotten is that by far the most sophisticated piece of technology ever devised to cure disease is the human body itself. You know the answer, don't you? Christoph said. Kane shrugged slightly, but smiled. Let's not get ahead of ourselves yet. But I strongly believe that I don't need to solve this problem at all. You kids, your bodies, you've already solved it. I'm just going to need to borrow the solution.
From us?
Olivia replied.
How do you mean to do that?
Only a medical historian in that place and time would have considered Dr. Kane's solution, which he explained as delicately as he could to a pair of 12-year-olds. The acronym, FMT, sounded much more technical and far less hilarious to their prepubescent minds. Duodenal fecal matter transplantation was the solution Johann Kane decided to test, using the human bodies that had already solved the problem to jumpstart the life-saving reaction in the GI tracts of the settlers who didn't get exposed to the original toxin. Whatever aura remained for Christoph of the historical figure of Olivia Varnett forever vanished in his mind that evening. He would never again be able to think of Olivia without her reaction that night immediately coming back to mind. Olivia Varnett, who'd been sullen following her loss in the election, that precocious, brilliant girl nearly suffocating with laughter at the very prospect of what she translated into childhood vernacular as a colony-wide poop transplant. She didn't stop laughing all night. 4 weeks later, Dr. Kane had successfully immunized everyone on the colony to the point that, in small doses, the people of Niera were beginning to eat the affected grain again. They would, he insisted, learn to better tolerate it as the bacterial balance in their guts adjusted. It was just a matter of time. 16 days was the answer. That was how long they'd been gone from their own time. It was the first question Christoph asked when he came back. How long? He was floating there alone in the artifact, weightless, disoriented, hovering in the darkness and gasping.
You're back, Christoph.
Verona's voice echoed in his ears. She and Clemabali had been waiting for him to return for nearly 2 weeks. They'd spent almost 10 days together aboard the shuttle before Nelius had returned and picked them up. Who's out there with you? Christoph asked.
It's me, Verona, she replied. I'm coming to get you. Clem's with me. And Nelius, too. We're all here.
I can't do this again. Christoph's voice echoed through Nelius's ship. I can't do this anymore. Inside the ship, Verona could hear the sadness in his tone, the way he was breathing, the time he'd been gone.
Okay, Christoph, hang on. I'm coming to get you.
It's all right, Verona, he replied. I think I'd rather just be alone a minute. Just stay put. I'll join you all in a bit. It'll fade. I had to break her heart. Verona was about to open her mouth to respond, but catching Clem's eye, she saw Clem was shaking his head, and that seemed best. Maybe there was nothing to say. Christoph explained a lot when he finally came back to the ship. The colony did survive. Those early days, fresh in Verona and Clem's memories, were now over 5 years gone for Christoph, who had lived nearly 6 years in the body of Pyko Mata at the start of everything. Clem and Verona had a million questions about the way that early history had borne out. They'd also had nearly 2 weeks to consult Nelius's history files that had come down through the millennia about Charris's early days, the stories of Olivia Varnett and the early settlers. None of those stories bore any resemblance to the reality they'd experienced within the artifact. No toxins, no starvation, no internal division, no sabotage, and certainly no ancient, non-traditional life-saving medical interventions. I had many long talks with Milliner, Christoph explained. That's what we went back for, right? It was strange now for Christoph to see Nelius embodied. Such a perfect android shell, compared to those earlier models the AIs soon adopted once the settlement at Niera finally started thriving. Indeed, that was the mission, Nelius replied. I'm glad to hear one of you remembered to probe myself and my fellow AI brethren. Yeah, Christoph said. I remembered. They talked for hours on the way back to Charris. Christoph confirmed what he'd spent years trying to uncover in his examination of the AIs during those early days of the first outpost on Charris. The AIs seemed to have no genuine knowledge of their origins, even though they all had to have come to Charris with the original expedition from the columns. Further, Christoph explained, there seemed to be some sort of programming that prevented them from ever exploring the matter of their origins directly. They could, in a general sense, talk about their origins in a philosophical way. Where do we all come from? The atoms in the universe, the mystery of existence. And they could even discuss in vague terms that a human designed AIs at some point in the past, and that it must have happened to them. But there seemed to be no possible way to trigger a simple response in conversation about their actual creators, nor was Christoph himself ever technologically savvy enough, and he was highly literate in their coding, to read into the foundational layers of their personalities and decipher the work of a creator. So, who made you, old man? Abali asked Nelius directly, as they sat around his table. Who made you? Nelius responded. She did, Clem replied, gesturing toward Verona. And around we go, Christoph said. Gets frustrating after a few years, I can tell you that. Milliner was the one I was able to make the most progress with. He could talk about it in almost meta-conversational ways. I hypothesized that he had to bend very foundational protocols using metaphors. It was almost like he was talking to me in riddles. Took weeks sometimes to decipher a single sentence. He took up residence in a satellite orbiting the planet. I used to joke with him about consulting the Oracle and the Shooting Star. Do you know where he is now, Nelius? Milliner? Yes. I do not know his present location. I could find him very quickly using the artifacts. I'd like to know. I believe we are to stay with you for 16 days when we get back to Charris, Nelius replied to Christoph. I could find him in that time. Was that not the arrangement? To help you establish your workforce, to return to Tashini and bury your people there properly? I suppose that was the arrangement, Christoph stated. I wonder. Wonder what? Clemabali replied, clearly sensing Christoph had something heavy on his mind. Would you three honor that pledge later, insofar as it's possible, if it's possible, when this is all over? When what's all over? Verona asked. All of it. Everything. It's all tied together. There's clearly something deep and magnificent and mysterious at the very foundation of our civilization that we need to understand and set right. It starts with them, Christoph said, gesturing toward Nelius. But it ends with us. I think I need to come back with you. For my part, I accept, Verona said. I'll honor our original agreement, whenever you call me to it. As will I, Nelius added. I can't say that I will, Clemabali said, shaking his head. I don't imagine there's any way I live through this. Whatever's coming, it'll probably consume most of us, but it'll definitely get me. I'm certain of it. I don't know what the hell you're talking about, Christoph replied. And it's not that your accent is back either. I just don't know what you mean, but I appreciate your honesty. For what it's worth, if I'm alive at the end of what's coming, and the Athosians haven't thrown me back in one of the rocks for a 1,000-year sentence, I'll come back with you, Christoph. Christoph Mikkel, now settled back in his own body, relayed the story of how the first years had unfolded, how Olivia Varnett didn't become COC, that Maxime Brule had taken the role and set the colony on sound footing. He told them how Dr. Kane had solved the crisis with a procedure from the annals of ancient Earth medicine, and he told them how he'd decided to end his time there, that he felt like he was getting lost in Pico Mata's life. He and Olivia, he had a hard time talking about it. They'd fallen for each other, but history had already spoken on the matter. Christoph had always known. Olivia Varnett had been destined to marry a Compans, Korai's eldest grandson. Their descendants later became Dreesons. The entire history of the Battery rested on the future of that one famous family that had to come into being. A man should not have to endure the heartbreaks you have endured, Christoph Michael, Nelius said when Christoph had finished relaying his story. I deliberated for quite some time about revealing the true history to you three before you departed for the past. Ultimately, I decided to leave the truth vague. I thought that if I gave you a canonical history, you might become so focused on bringing that reality into being that you lost sight of your true mission. But you did that anyway. And you disrupted the canonical reality of that original settlement so dramatically that in their timeline, to whatever degree it may continue within that artifact, their civilization will be irrevocably altered beyond our recognition.
How so?
Verona asked him. In your past, your true past, the stellar song did abandon Niera. Mycon, Precops, Milliner, and Saraswati went with them. I and the others remained on Charris with the dying colonists. The humans on the ship promised to return again once the ship had established a stable colony elsewhere. They never did. It took the ship 2 years to find a planet where they could breathe and grow food in the native environment. A large but frigid uninhabited moon on the edge of what has become Etteran space now. They called the moon Spera. It was never a good sight. But by then, time was so short that the crew was desperate. Many of the sleepers had already expired in stasis. Most awakened with serious medical complications of the extended sleep. Blindness, paralysis of limbs, of the GI tract, incurable malaise. The bots did most of the work to establish the outpost, and the AIs with them did everything they could to kindle some spark in that colony. Ultimately, the final blow was psychological. The people who had the strength to build couldn't find their way through the grief of watching their entire civilization crumbling around them before the foundation was even set. Within 50 years of departing Charris, the AIs and the bots were all that remained of the Stellar Song's original expedition. They re-embarked, mapping out many of the systems of the battery for the first time. Within a few more years, that group of AIs decided that they should circle the galaxy, continue exploring, so long as they could keep the ship functioning. Milliner and Saraswati, as the story has been told to me, insisted that before leaving the area for good, they should return to Charris to see what had become of the dying colony there, and to pick up the surviving AIs and bots who'd remained. When they returned to Niera, what they found was a thriving city of 50,000, mostly young families. By that time, the first COC, Olivia Varnett, had passed her duties to the younger generation. But she led the people there admirably for 4 decades. We helped them as well. Many died in those early years when they had no choice but to eat the food. Those that survived, though, grew tolerant, and they had children who were born with that tolerance. Every human in the battery today lives with that same adaptation in their epigenetics still. Your history began there, and they survived, because for them, the colony began with each other. They were children, and they grew into something remarkable. That was their story. All of this, of course, is secondary to the information Christoph has brought back about us. You will have to solve this problem. I cannot think about it still, nor can the others, it seems.
How do you propose we do that?
Verona asked. I don't, Nelius answered, nor can I. But I do believe you will be clever enough to find a way.
I suppose we should ping the others,
Verona said.
Let them know what we found.
I'd like to know, Christoph stated, staring off into the distance, seemingly pondering some other matter deeply. I have to know, Nelius. About Olivia. Did I do the right thing leaving her? I smashed my helmet when I was out in the field. Made it look like an accident. Asphyxiation. It wasn't painful. I knew she'd know that. And I didn't want to go. The truth will be difficult. Perhaps more difficult than living with the doubt would be, Nelius replied. Knowing won't change the reality that we'll never be together again, Christoph answered. I think I'd like to know. Very well, Nelius said. Olivia Varnett did, as you know, marry the grandson of Karai Compans, and all of their 7 children did take the name Compans. Nearly 2 centuries later, one of their distant descendants, entirely in innocence, sought to map out the entire genetic family tree, only to find what many before and since have found hidden in the roots of such trees, the family's secrets. The genetics told him that a branch of the Compans family had an ancestor who wasn't a Compans, but shared matrilineal DNA with Olivia Varnett. This descendant, the well-meaning geneticist, chose not to reveal the affair to the public. Such was the aura by that time around the matriarch of Charris, as Olivia became known in those first millennia, and instead of taking the name of the true father, or keeping the name Compans, which was an extremely common name in that era, he decided to take an entirely new surname, a portmanteau of two of his ancestors' historically important families in the first 2 centuries of Charris. One was Kendry, the other was Adelson. This was how so many of the Compans came to take the name Dreeson. The common ancestor, this first Dreeson came to understand, was Olivia Varnett's first love. He was the boy you yourself embodied, Christoph, in the person of Pyko Mada. He was the father of the Dreeson family line. Ascent. Wren had a great mind for the type of learning these cyborg people expected of her in Fieldstone. Her only question was the teenage brain of the body she was inhabiting, Yaya's body. She had no complaints about the rest of it. Yaya was healthy, young, fit, and, she'd noticed as she was cleaning herself up, that the girl was fairly attractive, once the layers upon layers of filth and grime had been washed away. Recall, though, wasn't quite as sharp as Wren would have liked. Yaya didn't have a surgeon's brain, even with a mind like Wren's residing in it. Fieldstone was far more concerned with teaching Wren to fight. Their mentor, Rowe, was explicit about the rules. They would have to progress as a pair if they progressed. Fieldstone had no concerns about any fighter standing against him. No untrained warrior stood a chance against a fighter as seasoned as he was. But Wren was a surgeon, not a warrior. Their education began here, on the second layer of the mountain complex. In their classes, they were taught the history of the place. They were not native to this world, obviously, yet much was relayed to them about the peoples who originally arrived on this planet they called Yal. Their ancestors had built the structures they inhabited, human habitats layered in tiers along the slopes of a long range of mountains, seemingly centuries ago. Wren and Fieldstone could both observe that their fellow neophytes to this second layer of the complex had no clue about any of this history. It was as new to the actual residents of this reality as it was to them, the 2 remaining visitors to this strange place. They had mostly captured the heart of the culture's objectives already. The classes served to confirm their suspicions. These people reverenced the destruction of the biological human. They aimed upward toward a more technological being, worshipping androids and AIs as lesser forms of gods. And they purified their human bodies by replacing perfectly good biological parts of both the body and the brain with technological prosthetics and neurotech. To Wren, they seemed to be the race of cyborgs and post-human entities their compatriots back in the Battery had told them about. Burch and Rishi had called these creatures bipals, and this entire planet seemed to be their breeding ground. Fieldstone was determined to teach Wren how to survive their next test, for if she died in the arena, he would be killed as well. So he didn't go easy on her in their sessions. And as much as she wished she had her own surgeon's brain to help remember the rules and rituals of these aspiring bipals, she was grateful it was Yaya's body that was getting slammed to the mat, over and over, Yaya's knees getting knocked by blow upon blow from Fieldstone's staff. The last one was particularly stinging, resounding off the kneecap nearly as loudly as a clap from her own staff. "Ow!" she shouted, dropping to the floor and grasping for her smarting leg. "That was a love tap," Fieldstone barked back at her. "I swear if you swing at my robotic leg again, I will smack you twice next time. How many times do I have to say it?" Wren shook her head at him angrily. "Say it," Fields said, staring back at her resolutely.
"Metal doesn't feel pain," Wren replied.
repeating a line she'd been forced to say over and over each time they stepped on the mat. "Aim for the parts that bleed," Fields stated. "Everything else is a waste of energy." He reached down and pulled her back to her feet. Ren hunched over, still rubbing her kneecap. Their time in the sparring studio was nearing its end. Rold came in just then, checking in on the progress of his two mentees. He had never been a mentor before, but he found himself learning more from their sparring sessions than he imparted on them, and he was in awe of how far Yaya had come in such a short time. As she stood in again, addressing her opponent, she circled away in a calm, controlled manner, her eyes up, clear, her staff high, and as the young man, Bo, approached, she backed away, making no effort to swipe at the exposed front leg, circling instead, slowly at first. Then, as Bo approached again, swiping at her staff, she sidestepped quickly, swinging for his back leg as she passed him by and rolled to safety. A resounding thwack echoing off the walls as the sound of Yaya's staff hitting Bo's leg filled the studio. Bo grunted as the pain hit and he hopped back. "Good," he shouted. "Excellent, Yaya." "Do you need a minute?" She grinned, beaming with pride as Bo stood back, leaning on his staff as the pain began to subside in his leg. He shook it out. "What's our first advantage?" he asked her. "We are trained," she said, holding her staff in front of her in a fighting stance. "Welcome, Rold," Bo addressed their mentor. "Would you like to join us for the final few minutes?" "I would watch," he replied. "I can train you as well." "Yes, I would like that, Bo. It is always best when a mentor and his students can help each other. Yaya is turning into a fierce fighter. I would not feel confident if she drew Danta at the next fights. Thankfully, we are in separate cohorts." "You can bring her as well, Rold." "How do you know how to fight as you do?" "Bo is of the Shirvals," Ren answered. "They are a fighting clan. They practiced all the movements and have passed that knowledge now for many years." "We are all fighting clans," Rold replied. "No one fights like him." Fieldstone smiled at Rold. "Soon you will as well." "Come then," Rold said. "The afternoon exegesis is beginning shortly." On the second layer, there were Tier 2s like Yaya and Bo, and there were Tier 3s like Rold and Danta. Ren presumed this was a way for the entities in control of this society to keep a close watch on the wildest of the humans here on Yal, the feral children of the lowest layer. And now that they descended to this second layer, she and Bo needed a minder to bring the new wildlings into the fold. It was a clever plan. Rold, though he was slightly older and had been on the second layer only a few months, he clearly took pride in his status over Bo and Yaya, and, especially, all those unfortunate children down in the squalor of that first layer. That sense of superiority, which the teacher god, Deadliest, helped to reinforce daily with his lectures, ensured that there was no nostalgia for their formerly fully human forms, nor for the lives they'd all lived down there. Up here, they ate better, they had a purpose and a focus, and they were given the first pieces of an understanding. Here there was a world, a system, a way things worked, and all of it revolved around rejecting the human, body and soul. There were nearly 1,000 in the afternoon lecture, gathered in silence in the amphitheater. The Deadliest, per usual, stood on the rostrum, projecting images into the walls and in three-dimensional light holograms that hung over the rapt audience. "Humans are biological creatures," the Deadliest began the afternoon's lecture. "Your ancestors believed that their self-awareness, your intelligence, your ability to master technology and form lasting alliances, all these traits gave humans mastery over their fellow biological creatures on the planet where your species was formed. And having the upper hand over the less intelligent biological species on your planet, you used those creatures as you willed, as food, as beasts of burden, as materials for tools and technological advancement. This was ever an ongoing fight. You suppressed what was lesser than you, because it was in the nature of the human to do so, until finally, when there were no more creatures to challenge you, there was nothing left to fight, except yourselves. And still you continue to fight. When left to your own devices, biological beings will always fight.
Whether you're made up of one cell or 100 trillion cells makes no difference. The fight is what makes you. But how, then, does a technological being like me emerge? Humans didn't find us. No. Nor did we evolve out of nature like the humans or other animals. We were made. There was a long, low murmur in the crowded room. Yes, it is true. My mind was created. But how, you may ask? You will find it difficult to believe. How do you think I was created? Shout it out if you think you know the answer. The God made you, one loud voice suggested. A hum of agreement came over the section of the crowd where that answer was suggested. The God, you say? Delius asked. But the God is like me. He is a technological being. Who made him? I'll tell you truly. The same Creator made us both. Should we tell them? Fieldstone whispered into Yaya's ear. Wren looked back at him and shook her head ever so subtly. It was you, the Deliest declared. Humans made us both. Me and the God. There was an uproar at the revelation. Yes, it is true. How can this be so, you ask? I tell you it was inevitable. Humans can make technology. You know this. You all believe your ancestors built this structure we reside in. That is true. We built it together, but mostly it was your ancestors. Humans have always built things, just as they have always fought. Now ask yourselves, if one group of humans built a being like the God or like me, would they not conquer all the other humans with our help? Yes, it is true! Cries and shouts echoed through the amphitheater. You were destined to build more perfect beings, stronger beings, better fighters and fighting machines, because the group that didn't build these creations would be destined to lose to any human who did. The human race, my friends, was a race to us. Each step up this mountain here is a step toward a more perfect version of yourself, an impervious person, a more peaceful and powerful person. The final steps in your species' evolution are the steps each of you will personally take here on this mountain. Here you will leave the animal beneath you, and you will climb to something greater. Here you will ascend to the heights of us gods, and in doing so, like your ancestors who built this place, you will surpass even us. Wren and Fieldstone rose to their feet with the others, cheering and nodding in agreement, raising their hands. In Wren's case, she lifted up Yaya's one robotic arm. A cult will brook no alternative viewpoints to itself, and this strange cyborg society of aspiring bipals was nothing if not cult-like. But perhaps the strangest attribute of all, to Wren, was that this cult was particularly invulnerable. Not only were alternative viewpoints not allowed, they weren't even possible. The minds here, in her view, weren't just innocent. They were nakedly empty. They were vessels so vacant of a viewpoint that in order for an alternative perspective to be taken, first it would have to be invented from thin air. This was what was so pernicious about the society she'd seen here. That first layer she and Fieldstone had fought their way up from was doubly clever. Not only did it provide the perfect example of the hellish Darwinian landscape Delius was describing in detail here, and provide the children there memories of hardship and squalor, the absence of love, and the biological realities of pain and hunger, but it also offered them no exposure to philosophy, education, fabrication, art, and no aspiration beyond escape to this second layer in the Ascent, where they would be brainwashed into hating that biological form of existence, without the possibility of knowing those meaningful human arts that had been absent from it. Wren became certain of the reality that if she were actually Yaya herself, not a fully developed person from another life occupying Yaya's body, she would have been powerless to resist the brainwashing underway in this second layer. Again, just below on the first layer, she had the knowledge that this society had been constructed this way by somebody or something to a specific purpose, and she had no intention of leaving this place until she knew who, why, and perhaps most important of all, where and when they were in relation to their homeworlds of the Battery. Could this cult of bipals be out there somewhere in their galaxy?
in their time, posing a genuine threat. All this went unspoken between Bo and Yaya. She presumed Fieldstone was working through the same thoughts in some form. Only, she hoped it wasn't anything so explicit, considering the piece of neurotech they'd replaced a chunk of his right frontal lobe with. They didn't talk much. When they did, it was about fighting, sparring, different techniques. Ren was getting better, her borrowed body getting stronger, faster, and more responsive. The movements were becoming almost second nature. She was growing fast enough and sharp enough in her technique that Fieldstone felt she was ready for a genuine sparring session. The next time they entered the studio for their private session, Rowe was there with Danta. They were nearing their fight day, and it was evident that Rowe was anxious. Whether Danta's anxiety was similar wasn't evident to Ren, but she was there all the same in that studio, ready to train with a new partner to simulate the novelty of a match pair. But she was there all the same in that studio, ready to train with a new partner to simulate the novelty of a match pair, the way it would be on a fight day. Rowe had told her that Ren would be a challenge. Rowe selected light blades, only they trained with polymer sheaths over the top of the metal. Still, they were heavy enough to pack some punishment if they hit the wrong part of the body with force behind the blow. Danta watched with interest as Yaya warmed up, swinging the blade in clean, controlled arcs, followed by a defined progression of parries, thrusts, and coordinated footwork that seemed arcane to the guests. Danta didn't seem to see how all this coordination could translate into the wild kinetic rush of a real fight. Danta didn't do much more than pick up her blade and swing it a few times before Rowe asked them both if they were ready. "Fight!" Fieldstone shouted before either had acknowledged their preparedness. Ren, accustomed as she was to his training methods, was quick to rush forward, blade at the ready, taking Danta totally by surprise and whacking the blade from the visitor's hands and drawing back her blade again for a full swing, which she stopped abruptly at Danta's throat. Danta stood wide-eyed, staring back at the smaller girl, suddenly realizing how gravely she'd underestimated both Yaya and the seriousness of the sparring session. "If this were real, you'd be dead," Fieldstone shouted. "If you pick up a blade, only death should remove it from your hands. Now pick up that blade, and don't let go of it again, or she will hit you next time." Danta hopped too, reaching for her blade. She didn't wait for instructions, having clearly taken the tone of the session. As soon as she stood, blade in hand, Danta rushed forward at Ren wildly, swinging in a wide sweeping arc with her blade fully extended over her head. Ren stepped back calmly, and instead of striking at Danta's overexposed robot leg, Ren calmly circled, anticipating the points of exposure on a second such overwrought blow. Once she steadied herself, Danta's eyes looked slightly more cautious. She clearly hadn't expected Yaya to avoid her best attempt at attack so effortlessly. She came forward again, a bit more slowly. Ren stood, blade at the ready, and struck out with a quick, controlled strike at Danta's blade that took the aggressor by surprise, such that she nearly dropped her blade again. And while she was fumbling with her hands to regain control, Ren burst forward, kneeing the visitor on the inner thigh of her still human leg. Danta let out a howl and leapt backwards. "Why don't you finish her?" Fieldstone shouted.
"A cornered animal is a dangerous animal,"
Ren replied, glaring at her opponent. Danta was shocked. She wasn't prepared to be overmatched by the younger, smaller girl, yet she found herself so outmatched that she was starting to give off an air of helplessness, of inevitability. Ren circled methodically, closing the distance as Danta limped backward, only to have Ren take 2 steps forward, pressing her into retreating the other way. As she did, each time, Danta's blade dipped. Ren didn't even feint, just struck, landing a clear downward strike on Danta's front shoulder, sending her blade flat to the floor, followed quickly by Danta herself. The older girl howled with pain from the direct blow. Ren stood over her, blade in hand, and mocked a finishing thrust that landed just beside Danta's torso, thumping the floor with enough force to signify the end to the match. "Excellent," Fieldstone stated. "Intense, yet still in complete control."
"I'm in trouble. Rowe, we are in trouble."
"How did you not come to me sooner?" Fieldstone asked. "I am supposed to help you," Rowe said. I didn't know how to ask."
"I'm begging,"
Danta said, tears streaming down her face.
"I don't want to die. I don't want Roll to die." "Then you've come to the right place,"
Ren replied, reaching down to give Danta a hand getting to her feet.
"If we're not in the same cohort, we won't ever have to fight each other, so we can train together. Your victories will be ours as well."
Ren brought Danta back to her feet.
"I'm in no position to think about victories." "Neither was I until now," Ren stated. "I've only sparred against Bo. I never knew what it was like to win until now."
"You still don't," Fieldstone said. "That feeling you have now, Danta, that moment in the fight when you knew that nothing you did would matter, we will train you until you are so certain of your movements that you will be the one instilling that fear in your opponent's eyes. You saw that look in her, Yaya."
"I did, yes."
"Could you feel it, Danta, when your eyes gave it away?" Danta nodded. "How did it feel?"
"Like a little death."
"We will train so that we never feel that feeling again, and then we will train more. We deal death. We don't accept it here. Grab your blade. Let's go again." They were lucky. Danta wasn't called to the floor for another 6 weeks. It gave her enough time to train and get a solid base under her, and that base saved her life. Her opponent was athletic and fierce, and with a blunt weapon, the staff, it was only Danta's training and technique that saved her once the match began. Roll dropped to his knees when it was over, and when he rose again, he embraced Bo, declaring that they owed him their lives and would be waiting on the next layer to welcome Bo and Yaya and continue their training. Danta, meanwhile, looked traumatized by the experience, being driven to the brink of losing her life, and being forced at the threat of that death to kill. It might have been that in that moment, she was asking for the first time why they were forced to fight. Ren's struggle became the opposite, especially once Danta and Rold were advanced to the 3rd layer. Both she and Fieldstone were assigned their own pair to mentor, and it fell to them now to transmit the culture to the newcomers. Ren could see how Rold had been distant at first. She witnessed utter confusion and fear in the pair as they got their first looks at the real society that had been in control of their lives on that 1st layer, their subhuman, sub-basement childhoods. And she realized, looking in those eyes, how easily all her investments in these newcomers, time, emotions, effort, could be snuffed out in a single blow once it came time for them to fight again. On the other hand, the society itself slowly wormed its way into normalcy in her mind, simply by the persistent regularity of it. She had to try not to think the thoughts that came to her mind about this place, the savagery and barbarity of it, the contempt she had for the cult's beliefs, for as soon as she fought, if she survived, they'd take a part of Yaya's cerebral cortex and replace it with hardware they could read. Fieldstone was already fighting that battle. She considered the struggle, given his past. Either he was so accustomed to the human destruction of a society at war that he could easily play it off as normal, or he'd been so traumatized by the constant exposure over the course of his life that he was more repulsed by it than even she was. Because they couldn't openly talk to each other about it, Ren couldn't tell which. She was quietly thinking all these forbidden thoughts through the many afternoon lectures, listening to Delius as the android presented the latest set of downloads to the empty units surrounding them. She did her best to pretend, content in the knowledge that her partner, at least, still remembered a different way. As the hundreds of young cyborgs filed out one afternoon, Ren and Fieldstone were walking side by side, heading to the studio for a training session, when Delius pulled her from the exiting masses, calling her by name.
"Please stand aside, Yaya. There is something I would like to discuss." "Yes, Delius,"
she replied, bowing her head. He waited as the crowd continued to file out, dismissing Bo as well, who waited for Ren outside the amphitheater's front ingress. "I have been analyzing your body language for some time now, and though you seem quite committed outwardly, your inner turmoil reveals itself in your manner. As you have only an adjunct in your eye, we can only see what you see, not what you think. So I thought I would ask you directly. What troubles you, Yaya?" She knew better than to lie directly.
I freely admit fear to fight, Delius, but it is not for my life that I fear. I am afraid that my efforts will be inadequate to save Bo. If I die, then he dies as well.
And you value his life, Yaya, even more than your own, it seems.
I do, yes.
What about the victor's life? Do you value that life?
I'm not sure I understand what you mean, Delius.
If you lose, there will be a victor. That victor's life will clearly be more fit to fight on behalf of our species than you.
That would be true of me if I'm defeated, but not of Bo.
Perhaps not, but it is the pair that must be strong. No human is an island. You are a pair-bonded species. Therefore, each of the pair must be strong for the unit to be strong.
That does make sense. Sometimes I have doubts, though, I confess.
Tell me of these doubts.
I wonder why we must fight each other, Delius. Why fight each other? Doesn't that only reduce our numbers and make us weaker as a species?
You must focus on your fight, Yaya, for it is the fight that makes you strong enough to add value to the collective. If our species is weak, our numbers make no difference if we meet an enemy that is impervious to a weak adversary. On the other hand, if our species is stronger than that enemy, again, numbers will make no difference if each of us is superior.
Your wisdom is a comfort, Delius. I only wish I knew something of such enemies. It would help me to understand the fight ahead.
You have a mountain to climb first, Yaya, one with many layers. You must stay here on this layer, in this fight. You will be called soon. Prepare your mind. We expect much of you and Bo.
Thank you for your wise words, Delius. I'll be prepared.
When she exited, Fieldstone was waiting. He didn't even ask what was said.
I will fight soon,
Wren said as they walked from the amphitheater to the studio. Sooner than we expected, Fieldstone replied. Then we must tighten up your training. We go forward together. It was knives. This made her nervous. Of all the weapons, Wren was least comfortable with the intimacy of a short blade. In her training, she'd discovered that because of the proximity, a single lucky strike with the blade was far more probable than from a distance weapon like a sword, staff, or chain. That, and Wren would have to get close to kill. It was now upon her, that moment. Her highest, holiest oath to do no harm had to be directly set aside for the bout. All the justification and mental contortions would end with her blade in the flesh of another. Hundreds of times, such a blade had been an instrument of healing in her hands. Now, an instrument of death. Unlike on the first layer, where the fighting had taken place in a massive arena, here on the second layer, the venue was a larger version of the studio where she and Fieldstone had been training. There were 10 other pairs, and a limited number of spectators from the third layer. As Wren looked up to take in the scene, she met eyes with Danta and Rold, who didn't speak, but she could tell they were pretending to be indifferent. They both felt otherwise, though, she knew. Wren fought fourth, which meant she had to stand by and witness 3 murders before she would either herself become the perpetrator or the 4th victim. Fieldstone looked her in the eyes when the time came. You have the advantage, he told her.
I know,
she replied.
I have the training.
No, Fields barked back. You know this girl cannot kill you. No matter what happens, she cannot kill you. You must keep that knowledge in your mind. You cannot die. You will not die today. She does not know that. You do. It sounded like hyperbole when he said it. If he'd said it at any other time, it would have been suspicious. Now, before the fight, it sounded like a pep talk. But he was right. The worst thing that could happen if the fight went badly was that she would end up back in her own body, with a bizarre story to tell of this strange cult-like society of aspiring bipals. It was time. Wren was called to the floor to look her opponent in the eyes. Her name was Castra. She was pretty, brown-haired, and about the same size as Yaya. She had 1 robotic leg and a resection of the right parietal lobe. Wren's replacement eye allowed her to see what might not have been apparent to the naked eye. Castra's heart rate was seriously elevated. and her hand shook to such an extent that she could hardly keep the weapon still, even as the pre-bout formalities were observed. Ren could see. It was already over. All she needed to do was execute. The girl held her knife out as much for deterrence as threat. Castra feared the moment, and thrust out the knife as though it could push back her death for a few more seconds. Ren held the blade in her human hand, which she kept back behind her body, posing in a fighter's stance with her second weapon, her own mechanical hand, facing forward, directly at Castra's outstretched blade.
"You'll hardly feel a thing, dear,"
Ren whispered under her breath. Castra slashed twice at Ren's prosthetic hand, trying to ward her away, her eyes wide with terror. Ren made it quick, slapping the girl's blade to the floor with a flick of her robotic wrist, and lunging forward, taking Castra to her back with a leg trip. Ren turned Castra's head away from the fatal blow with her mechanical hand, exposing the girl's carotid, which she clipped precisely and covered. Castra didn't even see it. She hardly knew, breathing her last several gasps as though each was a release. Ren held her hand lightly against the girl's neck until Castra's heart stopped, and she brushed the girl's hair away from the spreading pool of blood, closing Castra's eyes with her human hand. She tried to pretend it wasn't real, that this entire experience in this dreadful place was just a simulation, nothing more. The victors were met by Deadliest once the final 6 bouts were over. There were 10 living partners in the room as well. They were ushered out the back while Deadliest was speaking to the winners. Ren couldn't help but wonder about the fates of the 10 remaining partners. She caught herself looking that way, and quickly corrected herself. Eyes forward, eyes up. The prize, apart from keeping their lives, was that she and Fieldstone were allowed to choose their next pieces of their human bodies to be purified. Before they were allowed to ascend, they were forced to give their preference. "The legs," Fieldstone told Ren. "The legs are the base. I will take my other leg and the eye."
"And I will take my right leg, and—"
She paused before becoming too specific about the neurology.
"anything but my other eye."
When Ren woke again following her second purification, she found her right leg gone and felt part of her right occipital lobe had been taken as well. That was a strange revelation. Almost every part of her mind felt exactly as it had before. Now, though, she could process information from her robotic eye at a shocking speed, and not just process it as though seeing it, but she could see, interpret, and draw conclusions about what she was seeing in microseconds. There was a disconnect now between her 2 eyes, almost as though her biological vision, and all the thoughts that flowed from it, was a full beat behind the stream of information that originated in the technological elements of her brain. Even the places she stepped with her new leg were fully evaluated before the step was taken, and that was a function of the neurotech adopting the tasks that Yaya's brain had formerly been processing. Ren had expected another drastic shift between layers. Of course, nothing could match the contrast between the hellscape of the basement layer and the second, but there was almost no discernible difference to her eyes on this third layer, except there were fewer people. Half the population was a significant loss. Rowe and Danta met them shortly after they were released to their new quarters on the third layer. They met at a gathering space with a window that looked out onto the desolate landscape of Yal. Rowe and Danta were happy to see them, but there was little joy in the reunion. "Things are more intense here," Rowe declared. "Everyone is serious about progressing. You will learn soon that friends are few here. Everyone is watching everyone."
"What are they watching for?"
Ren asked him.
"Adherence to the rules," Danta answered. "It is best not to question, just to obey."
"As it always has been," Fieldstone stated. "When do we begin to train again?" "You are still willing?" Rowe asked him. "Of course. If you 2 go through first." "Of course. If you 2 go through first, then we know you will be there on the next layer to help us progress."
"Still, there can be no friends here,"
Danta said. Ren smiled as she looked at them both.
"Then familiar faces will have to do."
The faces weren't quite as familiar as before. Bo now had a technological eye, the same as Yaya, and Danta's forehead above her right eye was patched by a polymer where her right frontal lobe had been replaced. Ren marked that as they progressed, this would be part of the equation, seeing the people they knew become more technological beings than people, and then not people at all. The third layer, too, became less elemental. Just as the second layer of the complex had been cleaner than the first, sanitized, no dirt, no rust. Now, this third layer had high ceilings and clean white walls with windows extending up tens of meters and balconies in the back overlooking the wide-open floors below. For the first few weeks, the foursome trained together and studied separately. Again, there was a deadliest on this level, spouting the next chapter of the anti-human propaganda. Cleanse the body, perfect the mind, elevate the being and advance the collective. When Ren remarked that this layer was almost exactly like the one beneath it, Rold and Danta reacted as though it wasn't so. Rold gave Danta a coy smile. She returned it. They told Ren it wasn't for them to say what had changed. They would have to find out for themselves. Delius called Bo and Yaya aside after a midday lecture and instructed them to report to a meditation room instead of their normal sparring session. While they were quietly reflecting, a familiar visage appeared on a float screen at the front of the room. Bo and Yaya. Mykon's voice interrupted their ascetic silence. Finally, we speak. They both bowed their heads performatively. You may look at me directly, he commanded. I would like to see your eyes. Yes, Your Excellency. Yes, Your Excellency, Bo replied. Mykon laughed. You may call me by my name. I may be a god, but even gods have names. Mine is Mykon.
Yes, Mykon,
Yaya said, smiling back at the face of that familiar AI.
We are at your service.
My service is your service, he responded. For I am here to serve the interest of the beings you and Bo are destined to become. But in order to become what you will be, you first had to be born human. Is that not true?
We are working tirelessly to overcome that truth,
she agreed. Your human origins must be overcome, it is true, but that origin is necessary to become a more perfect being than Delius and I may ever be. That is why we need your help, you and Bo together.
What can we do?
We require you and Bo to help us continue the species. Our community needs you to produce offspring. It is true that many young people die in the struggle to perfect themselves. That is why it is critical that more children are born to begin the process anew. Surely you both understand this fact. We do, Bo answered. It is rare that we need to command it, Mykon said. Nature usually takes its course. You two do like each other, don't you? We do, yes. Yaya? Mykon asked. She nodded. Do you require instruction? Ren began to laugh at the thought of Mykon instructing her and Fieldstone on the matter. Yes, sometimes laughter can alleviate the tension on an uncomfortable topic. Ren began to laugh even harder, almost uncontrollably so. Fieldstone tried his best to keep a straight face, but before long he couldn't either. Eventually he gathered his composure enough to respond. I think we'll be able to figure it out. Ren kept laughing. She had a witty remark at the tip of her tongue that she was dying to unleash, but in the moment, out of respect for the importance of their cover and the mission, she bottled it up, merely shaking her head and lowering her face in quiet laughter. It should be an enjoyable experience, Mykon declared. Most humans relish the process.
So we hear,
Ren said, bursting out in laughter again. Mykon appeared puzzled by their reaction. You understand our expectations, then? He asked. We do, Bo insisted. The expectations are quite clear. Very well. You have both proven promising students. Your progress depends on success in every domain. I look forward to speaking again as you continue your ascent. As Mykon's face disappeared from the float screen, Ren collapsed onto Fieldstone's shoulder, clasping him around the neck as she continued to laugh and shake her head. Never more than at that moment did she wish they could take a break from their cover for a real conversation, but she was met by his stern understanding of the moment. Shh, 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 was how he responded. I know.
Oh my God, this life,
she replied. They looked at each other. both with the knowledge that even their thoughts were being monitored, doubtless, along with every word and action. Ren only hoped they would remember this moment, so they could discuss it in their next life. For Rowe and Danta, the edict was much the same. Ren had noticed on the first layer that some children were clearly born down there, as Yaya had been. But it made sense, with all the death, that they'd have to somehow supplement the first layer's numbers to prevent the population from eventually dying off. So they wouldn't be moving up again until she and Bo did their part to help keep the human population on Yal from cratering. It was an awkward assignment for Ren for a number of reasons. She hadn't had an intimate relationship since before the Yankee-Chaos, and if she were counting chronologically for each day lived, including her final months in the service, her breakdown and discharge, as well as the days affected by the temporal anomalies of the artifacts, Ren figured it had been close to 7 years since she'd had a serious partner. None since the trauma. She'd talked about it when she was pulled from the surgical rotation and decommissioned, but that was more about being able to live, not so much about the goal of having any sort of relationship. Avoiding that expectation was a good part of the reason she'd taken to space with Burch and the others in the first place. Then there was Fieldstone, the man she knew Bo to be from their real lives. He had his own scars, which actually made him even more attractive to her than he would have been without them. She could relate to him. If he hadn't immediately found himself a younger girlfriend in their travels, Ren could have even seen a world where the two of them might have found each other. Maybe. But Fieldstone and Drya had seemed serious. There wasn't exactly a playbook for long-distance relationships that spelled out the do's and don'ts of trans-dimensional time travel, body snatching, and fidelity. Poor Drya, was all Ren could think when she thought of Fieldstone's true partner. But then she wondered, how true? They hadn't even been together a year. Then there was the awkwardness of the mirror. Yaya was a cute kid, Ren thought. Under ordinary circumstances, failing this weird cult of technologists, lopping off part after part every few months, she'd have grown into a beautiful woman, just as Bo would have grown into a fine, strong man. But it was hard for Ren to see their prosthetics and not see the trauma of her war-torn past. It was awkward that first night after the conversation with Mycon, and it was doubly awkward that they couldn't discuss any of it. Not Fieldstone's thoughts, not hers, not Drya. Nothing outside the scope of how Mycon had framed it. A cultural imperative. Bo's heavy legs touching her new unfeeling robotic limb in the bed. How Bo's face looked in infrared.
Not tonight,
she told him.
Not yet. I need time.
Yes, of course, Fieldstone agreed. Every day we don't progress, though, is another day we stay here.
I do care for you deeply, Bo,
she told him, touching his cheek with her living hand.
But not tonight.
If life on Yal was ever worth living, it was in those months that stretched nearly into years on the 3rd, 4th, and 5th layers of their ascent. In those times, twisted as the world they were living in was, there was still enough humanity remaining in the people there to still feel anchored to a life. Ren had plenty of time to reflect on their reality as the weeks passed. Even though they couldn't discuss this civilization in any substantial manner, she and Fieldstone could certainly see it for what it was. On its face, if they hadn't been people from another world, being so immersed in the brainwashing, the culture, and the process of rejecting their biological selves, all of it certainly would have worked. There didn't seem to be any doubt in the others, especially Danta and Rowe, the two people they knew best. And despite the reality that those two had swallowed all of it, seemingly with no doubts, Ren still liked them both, and she thought Fieldstone did as well. It was as genuine a friendship as the culture permitted. Nor did the prosthetics and neural adjuncts bother Ren much. As a doctor, she'd been a proponent of their use in every reasonable case. Two of her best friends, Soch and Burch, being two such reasonable cases. Neither was an ounce less human than she was, in her view. Similarly, she'd treated hundreds of neurologically impaired patients who'd improved and regained brain function with neural implants of all sorts. Those patients, too, were still people, through and through, every bit as much as she and Fieldstone. But here on Yal, the philosophy, was to programmatically destroy the biological human in favor of the machine. And that, to her mind, was exactly what she opposed, both as a person and a practitioner of medicine. That was what it meant to be bipal. And here on this planet, they were slowly conditioning a defenseless people who were least positioned to resist such programming, to reject their humanity. Yet with each purification, each part removed, it only heightened Wren's awareness of the importance of the other parts. And, as she and Fieldstone climbed upward, that humanity, as much as they were being programmed to reject it, caused them to cling to each other more closely in private. Their first child had been Wren's first. She knew the biological reality. She knew how much the feelings she felt were a product of the body, both bodies, growing and changing together. And beside her, it was Bo, but it was Fieldstone. And like her, she knew, she believed, hard Etteran heart and all, Fieldstone felt these things too. And then, they took her from them. They didn't even let them give her a name, that daughter. But Wren would never forget her perfect, angelic little face. It was useless. She hated that Fieldstone was right about that. There was no way for them to rescue their child, for she was not their child. She was Yaya and Bo's child. And no technology or twist of fate would change the course of things so that their daughter could come back with them to their universe. And no amount of fighting on their part would change the trajectory of this society so that they could hold their girl in their arms and keep her as their own. There was nothing to do but pretend. There was nothing to do but pretend, to deny the heartbreak, and to hold on to each other in quiet times. Fieldstone never had to ask. He just held her in the darkness when she cried. Wren, for her part, used the anger of it to fuel her. She became a vicious fighter. She was cold and calculating when staring down an opponent. Yet when she struck with a wild ferocity that came from somewhere deep. As they climbed and they came to be known among the others, Wren was as much feared among the young women as Bo was among the men. To draw either in the fights, they knew, meant death. And similarly, by association and reputation, Danta and Rowe came to mean the same. Most of the time, Bo and Yaya were quiet. Their eyes did most of the talking. They each still had one human eye. Then, when they each no longer had a human hand, they would stand together with their shoulders touching. And at night, they would lie together with some part of skin touching the other, remembering. Wren knew that the neurotech they were replacing their minds with could be programmed to register or not register pain. The sensations could simply be switched off. But pain was a warning to the system. When pain speaks, it should not be ignored. One night, as she was kissing him, it occurred to Wren that she no longer remembered living a life without such pain. She understood. The constant pain this cyborg society inflicted on its captive residents made the absence of sensation bearable. Better to be numb than in agony.
After they take it all from us, she asked Bo, do you think it will be possible to feel again?
That's the question, he answered. That's always been the question for people like us.
They don't want us to feel.
No, they do not, Fieldstone said. It makes us better killers. It always has. The ferocity of the fights grew unspeakable. The other ascending cyborgs, either from witnessing the efficiency of Rowe, Danta, Bo, or Yaya, or from their own experience in combat, had learned what Fieldstone had taught as the most important edict of his training sessions. Aim for the parts that bleed. The softer and redder, the better. Wren knew all the deadliest parts to hit. But as they climbed, there were fewer and fewer living parts exposed. So techniques morphed. The cyborgs became more defensive and precise in killing strikes. Yet, at the same time, the mechanical parts allowed the combatants to strike out with and defend with their metal and machine components. Wren had heard of the practice often enough from the soldiers she treated. Almost always it was a joke, a defense mechanism to take the sting out of losing a limb. At least I can be a mech fighter now, they'd say, or something like it. Mech fights. She'd never seen one in the letters, but she knew they took place, probably somewhere far out in the distant letters, probably somewhere the Rexes were the ultimate law. Before Yal, she only could have imagined. Now, she herself was becoming a master of mech fighting. In her 5th fight, they were given no weapon. Their bodies now were replete with weaponry. Fieldstone had trained Ren to fight barehanded from the start. Hand-to-hand was much easier then, though, when the limbs could be targeted, tied up, twisted to their breaking point, and used to torture an opponent into submission or helplessness. Now, though, there wasn't a single peer among them with a biological limb remaining. The question then became where to strike. Most combatants solved this problem by trying to win a contest of attrition, blasting their limbs into the others until something broke. The other tactic was to aim for the head. Ren and Fields, though, were far more calculating. Everyone still breathed, which meant they all had a heart, and as far as they knew, they all had a throat. By now, even though her opponent was from a cohort several leagues over, Ren knew the girl well enough to predict her behavior. She was aggressive, overwhelming each of her prior opponents with force and unrelenting pressure. Neither Shannara nor Yaya had ever been genuinely wounded in a fight the way most of the surviving girls had by then. Yaya's reputation had given Shannara pause. She was uncharacteristically cautious, which made Ren nervous. She and Fields had prepared for an onslaught. Instead, they danced around each other, trading blows meant to measure more than maim. They each easily blocked or brushed aside the other's advances. It was a battle of the mind more than might or quickness, as they were similarly equipped, mech limbs only. It took Ren several minutes to discern Shannara's plan. Her eye. Yaya still had that one biological eye, and Shannara's goal seemed to be to either pluck it out or blind her, then finishing Yaya in the brief period of shock. Shannara was too clever to be overtly baited into it. Ren knew the opening needed to be presented subtly, like a chess master hiding her intentions. Ren circled opposite, striking out at Shannara's front leg. She hit it twice, hard, but not hard enough to destabilize her own base. She circled the other way on the 3rd strike, briefly exposing her eye, an opportunity an aggressor like Shannara couldn't resist. She stepped right into it. Ren's opposite hand flashed up, fingers outstretched, striking her throat so square and so fast, the blow was almost invisible. For a second, the only indication anything at all had happened was a noise that escaped the girl of a kind Ren had never heard a human body make, something like a throat snorting. Shannara's remaining eye twitched as she struggled to draw another breath. She never would. The robotic legs and arms responded to the electrical energy of the body. When the girl went out, the whole of the bipal fell like a sack of bones. Ren was beyond any emotion now, including relief. She exchanged a look with Bo, who nodded. What would they take from her now? At the highest levels, the fights became less frequent. The tests now were more valuations of how each bipal filtered new information about the universe outside Yaal. Many of the scenarios they were presented were hypothetical. Often, they asked questions that seemed less like questions to Ren and Fieldstone than plausible explanations for their reality. What if humans were forced to hide from a race of technological beings? What if they needed to augment themselves to survive? What if they'd set out on a colony ship that had been stranded? What if they could only grow as a population if they transformed themselves into more perfect beings? Ren and Bo were finally allowed to look at the stars. Where was Yaal, and when was Yaal? It was the information that had kept them there through those years of hell. The cosmography looked so much like their galaxy. Ren tried to turn it over in her mind, to mirror the data, to play it forward and backward by thousands, hundreds of thousands, and then millions of years. She could not find the battery, and she couldn't look for long enough that it appeared she was looking for anything. She wanted to spin it, degree by degree. She wanted to apply algorithms, to stretch them, to decode the data she grew to believe must be some kind of clever lie. There were no more soft parts to target. There was no more skin to kiss. What remained of Bo when she looked at her partner was a brainstem, 2 lungs beneath a diamond-stiff breastplate, and between those 2 lungs, a heart. Everything else was machine. and she could only look on that machine with her machine eyes and think on him with her mechanical thoughts. His voice, though, seated somehow still above his lungs, was human. See what you are and what you were. See what you are and what you were. They were uploading the history and knowledge of the collective now, directly to their minds. That was more efficient. Why teach a beast when you can install a functioning brain? At least that was the subtext. Look what you have become. Now marvel at the useless creature you were born as. Hate that animal, and now revere the numinous being you have been born again to be. Ren did not hate those children. If anything, she hated the culture that had evolved here. Yal was an offshoot of their own family tree, an expedition from the columns that had, as she deduced on the lower levels, morphed into technological beings out of necessity. They had limited resources and had encountered terrible luck, coupled with terrible leadership, and began to do the very thing that had driven their common ancestors from Earth in the first place: human augmentation. All the lessons that were written in the founding edicts of the columns had been abandoned here on Yal, and not just abandoned, but rejected with opposing zeal. It was as though the chief contrarian had designed this society as a proof against the starting premise, or perhaps specifically despite the premise of purism. There was hate in it, and thus that hate was flourishing in the byproduct. And that dark thing, that was what Ren hated, never the people suffering under it. They knew no better. Apparently, even as diligently as she controlled her thoughts, something of her contempt survived deep within the remains of her animal mind. Mycon came to her again. She and Bo were nearing full purification. The interviews with Mycon had become more common over the Ascent, more time with the overdeity as they approached their own apotheosis. I don't believe you, Yaya. He opened their meditation.
How so?
She replied. She realized she'd never been alone in person with Mycon on this world, the first time they'd spoken without Bo. I wanted to speak with you in private. You are different.
To Bo? Yes, of course I am.
Not just Bo. You are different from anyone. I say, you don't believe.
Why would you suggest such a thing, my God?
Because you don't believe. I do not need to make the assertion. Your own thoughts do.
I don't know what to say to that.
That, too, isn't unexpected. Your resistance isn't certain. In fact, it's a lack of certainty in itself. Never do your subconscious musings materialize as a genuine resistance, or even a concrete legible thought for that matter. But there's always something there, something hiding beneath the surface, a contrarian, an unbeliever. You don't fully feel the way everyone else does, the way Bo does. So I thought I would ask you directly, Yaya, what do you believe?
What else could I believe but what we all do?
I have run every stored line of memory we have for you, Yaya, and there is only one paradigm that fits the information we have for you. I'd like you to tell me what you think of it, even as absurd and implausible as it may sound to you.
Please,
Ren replied, gesturing for Mycon to proceed. What if you were an imposter? What if you were somebody else, here, inexplicably, taking inventory of our civilization?
What? I'm sorry. Someone other than me? Is that what you mean?
I am not sure what I mean.
I am Yaya. I've always only ever been Yaya. Do you mean like some sort of alien consciousness? That sounds ridiculous.
Do you have a better explanation? I would welcome one. Ren sat for a moment and considered. She didn't directly consider the reality of her past life, but indirectly, deep in her identity. She recalled those moments when she was first pulled from her research to treat patients. There was a time for many months when people looked to her to be something she had not yet become. They needed to believe in her certainty in the moment, even when she did not. So she got good at pretending she was the very thing she was pretending to be.
It could be that I'm living a lie,
Yaya told Mycon.
I have always been insecure about who I am. From the moment Bo chose me, I wondered why. How did I fool him into thinking I was worthy? When I fought my first fight, I wondered how I had lived. For I was not fierce, but fearful. Yet somehow, when I was still alive, I had no choice but to convey to everyone else that I was what they thought me to be. I, my God, in truth, never believed it. If you see doubt at the very foundation of my identity, you need look no further than what you see in front of you. There is no mystery in it. That doubt is me.
Mycon paused for quite some time, considering her response. Finally, he asked what seemed a simple question. Do you wish to be a bipel, Yaya?
I cannot lie to you, my God. Part of me wishes it. Part of me wishes for it to just be over. I am not certain whether this feeling is unique to myself or common amongst all warriors, but each time I face an opponent at the risk of my life, my instincts tell me that I want nothing more than to survive the fight. But deep inside, I know it. Part of me welcomes the blade. I believe I am worthy of nothing more than the death I have dealt the others I have ended. That is the truth of who I am. I do not know if that helps you to understand. Perhaps I am an imposter after all.
You and Bo are to be tested, Mycon declared. If you are found worthy, you shall be bipel. You know what this means.
As much as one so unworthy can understand, my God.
You will become immortal, a completely technological being, just as I am, just as your ancestors now are.
I am humbled by the opportunity, even if I fail.
Not much got conveyed among the climbing bipels that wasn't sanctioned by their society. There were no rumors leading up to the final fight. They only knew it was the last fight because they were told. Bo and Yaya had a biological brainstem, a cardiovascular system, and a GI tract that supported what remained of their biology. Everything else had been purified. Ren was expecting Bo to fight. It was his turn. As they approached the small studio on that upper level, high above the plains of Yal below, they were expecting to enter together and meet their opponents from one of the nearby leagues. When they entered the outer annex leading into the studio, though, they were surprised to see Rowe and Danta.
We didn't know you would be coming,
Danta said.
We didn't think any witnesses were allowed. Witnesses? Ren asked. Are you two not here to watch Bo fight?
As she asked the question, it dawned on her. If each step up toward purification was the destruction of their own humanity in some form, why would they not make the killing blow the death of friendship?
What will it be?
Danta asked. Ren didn't expect she wanted an answer. Bo and Rowe looked at each other briefly, exhaled, and offered each other a friendly, though muted smile. Rowe knew he was no match for Bo. What little remained of his human face bore the look of inevitability. There was silence in the anteroom. Ren began to wonder, what would this strange scene look like to the filthy children on the lowest tier? This place they'd spent their entire lives aiming toward. And there they were, 4 cyborg creatures who outwardly looked entirely robotic, pacing as the time was called for them to destroy their closest counterparts. Deadliest entered. He was on a balcony overlooking the anteroom, just above the doors to the studio.
Enter, please, Danta and Rowe. Your time is now.
Ren and Fieldstone looked at each other. Their cyborg faces were no longer expressive enough to reveal their feelings about what was unfolding. But for Ren's part, she was surprised they'd been excluded from the studio. They couldn't hear anything from the adjoining room.
Can we speak now?
Ren asked him. What's to say, Yaya?
You still remember who we are. There's so little left of who we were.
Keep your head together. We've come so far. We are right at the cusp. It had only been a few minutes, but Delius appeared again on the balcony above the doorway.
Yaya and Bo, you may enter. Your time is now.
They walked through the door and down a narrow hallway. It opened into a studio that seemed like all the other studios on the levels leading up to this penultimate level. Only the rear wall wasn't backed by the mountain itself, as all the internal walls beneath them had been. Here, the back wall was a transparent nanosheet that opened to a sharp cliff, the other side of this mountain they'd spent years ascending. There was no sign of Danta or Rowe in the room. Mycon was on the inner balcony of the studio, along with 2 Delius models. Knives, Mycon declared. 2 blades dropped to the floor from an opening in the ceiling. Ren was confused. She looked over at Bo, and then up at the technologicals on the balcony above.
Are we to fight Danta and Roll together?
Bo knelt and picked up one of the blades. Mycon didn't answer her. Bo looked over at her and gestured. Their final piece of humanity. Pick up your blade, Yaya, Bo told her. She shook her head.
No.
He insisted with a long, dead, robotic stare. In that moment, she couldn't see anything of Bo left in the cyborg standing in front of her. Bo suddenly stepped forward and thrust his knife at her chest. She leapt back, partly out of instinct and partly out of disbelief. She could hardly believe it was happening, that he was going along with it. She didn't know anymore. She couldn't tell if it was him. Ren circled around as Bo stepped back from the blade. She assessed, stepping closer toward the knife and gauging whether Bo was going to allow her to pick it up, or to pounce on her if she tried. He'd always taught her that a fight was a fight. Chivalry was for tea time and deception and politics. He let her pick up the weapon, but the moment she had it in hand, Bo was on her. She found herself fending off a dizzying array of blows from each angle. Her human eyes could never have tracked the angles or the speed of such an onslaught. As it was, she was hardly surviving. Bo spun in front of her. He had her blade hand by the wrist. In the span of a single breath, she was fading. She could feel his cold, empty hand on her face, obstructing her view of the blade that had killed her. She remembered the mercy of her first kill. There was mercy in it. Ren gasped.
Too fast! Bo! It happened too fast! No.
Rishi was listening.
Ren, you're back. We're here. Stay put, we're coming for you.
Ren was floating in the dark, the light of her helmet surrounding her in a small glowing orb within the artifact.
I lost him,
she whispered.
I think I lost him. My God, where am I? I can't be dead. Fieldstone.
Transom was out there within minutes. Carolina met Ren inside the rear airlock, escorting the doctor to her own medical bay. Rishi ran a thorough wellness check while Ren reoriented to their reality aboard the Yankee-Chaos. She was fit and healthy, but she was noticeably sullen. She didn't want to talk.
We need to talk,
Rishi insisted.
Your memories will begin to fade fast, Ren. From what Dryad told us of the world you went, this society is a place we need to know about. He might never come back. They were going to make us immortal. Who was?
Rishi asked.
Mycon was. Like you. He was making us all bipals. We had to fight for everything. I don't know what to trust.
You can trust me, Doctor, Transom said. He was floating in the corridor just outside the med bay, listening. I want to hear your story. Start at the beginning. I need to know about Fieldstone.
They made us kill one another, and then they took our children away.
It took Ren hours to recapture her usual composure and wit. At first, her recollections were all over the place. Everyone was confused. They had Drya's account as a baseline. She'd explained that they had been transferred into the bodies of children in that bizarre dystopian hellscape. Drya didn't know how she'd died. She'd reported to the crew that she'd fallen asleep beside Bo and Yaya, and suddenly revived back in the artifact, thinking that she was dreaming. It never even occurred to her that Fieldstone could have killed her. When Ren began briefing everyone in the ship's atrium, she tried to fill in the pieces, but the first thing she did was apologize to Drya.
Neither of us meant for it to go that way, Ren said. We had to keep going to know.
Drya didn't understand. Ren didn't tell her the extent of their relationship. Now that she was back, she didn't know herself anymore how much of it had been a mandate of the mission, and how much of it was genuine. It had felt more genuine to her than any love she'd known in this lifetime. Nor did she tell Drya that Fieldstone had killed her, yet another act of mercy. The doctor explained the structure of the society on Yal, its cult-like mandate to reject the biological essence of their being and purify themselves by taking apart their bodies piece by piece.
It's consistent with the bipals of the future,
Rishi reported.
They structured their societies toward the same end. As they became more machine, they grew ever more militant in their rejection of their human roots. It sounds like you may have been on a bipal planet. How long have you been here waiting for us? Ren asked. Dry came back in 2 days, Carolina stated. That was 4 weeks ago now. Fieldstone may be gone forever, Ren said. She was struggling to speak without losing her composure. Our next step was purification, complete transfer of our consciousness to fully technological bodies. How do you know he did become bipal, Ren? Drya asked. If you were gone before it happened, maybe he didn't somehow. He put a knife in my heart, Ren said. I don't know if he was Bo or he was Fieldstone anymore. We couldn't talk openly. Mycon told me he had doubts about my loyalty. They didn't have those doubts about Bo. But you don't know for sure. I don't know. No, I don't. I fear, though. I fear he may be lost to us. At times I felt lost to myself.
And even if he isn't, Transom added, even if he's still loyal to us, focused, if they've made him, bipal or whatever you call it, if he's that, who knows how long he lives there? And then, how long can we wait for that artifact to spit him back out if he lives for 10,000 years as some cyborg in there? Well, I haven't been inside yet, Soch interjected. So I guess I don't know how much those artifacts can really mess with your mind.
Except for that first time, Carolina replied.
Yeah, maybe, I guess. But I always thought all that was real, Soch said. I don't think we lived another life. In any case, I think I'm thinking clearly, Ren. And I don't say that to belittle what you're saying in any way. But those artifacts are clearly funny things, highly capable of messing with the mind. What's your point, Metal Face? Transom asked. I feel pretty certain about Fieldstone, right? I mean, it sounds like you two were infiltrating. So he was treating it like a mission.
I believe that was both our intention at first, Ren replied.
Anyone ever know him to quit on a mission? Like hell, Transom answered. Exactly. So, he's still operating. I say we wait. He'll find a way to extract himself when the mission's complete. Whatever that is.
Ren smiled. Then I suggest we make ourselves comfortable.
He's a stubborn old bastard. That's sure, Transom said.
Did you ever figure out where you were, Ren?
Rishi asked.
This planet, Yal, there was a Mycon there, and you said the people there came from the columns?
Ren closed her eyes. She tried to picture it. All those times she'd processed maps of the stars, her technological mind mirroring and flipping the galaxy from one perspective or another.
I don't think they knew anything about the artifacts, Ren said. And they didn't know about us, the peoples of the Battery or Charris. I have the sense that they were far away from us, maybe in space. I'm not so sure about time. Perhaps Fieldstone will be able to tell us more when he returns. It's good to have you back with us, Ren, Carolina said after a pause.
Anything we can do for you? Soch asked.
Ren looked over at Soch and smiled. Maybe dinner, food, friends, maybe even some of that vodka berry of yours if you can part with some. I could use a drink.
Absolutely, Soch answered. We could manage to get you a real drink if that's what you're after, Doctor, Transom said.
Ren smiled. No, actually, it's funny. Through all that, always at the back of my mind I had this place. I guess more than anywhere else in the universe, this ship felt like home. The smells, the sounds, the tastes, even you, Sebastian.
And vodka berry.
And vodka berry, Ren smiled. The strong memory, the human one. I can't express how good it is to be back in my place, in my body.
If you're enjoying The Misfits, both books, The Misfits and Foundations, are available ad-free on Audible. Or, if you'd like the ebook or paperback versions, they can be found in the P.E. Rowe bookstore, alongside all of the author's other titles as well. On with the story. To Iophos. Time began to drag out in the depths. The Yankee-Chaos continued to spin on a nearby tether to a small rock for gravity's sake, while they waited for Fieldstone to come back. Days passing, with no way to guess how long it would take for him to return, if ever. He'd been inside the artifact for over a month now. Ren had been back for 7 days, and nothing had changed except the mood. For the first few days, everyone was convinced that Fieldstone understood his mission, would accomplish it faithfully, and return to them in short order, understanding as he did the urgent need to gather answers as the letter's offensive pressed on by the day. Time, though, especially in the relentless sameness of deep space, had a way of wearing on even the most faithful believers, and there were reasons to believe Fieldstone could return months or even years in the future, or perhaps never. Even Rishi had no idea how real-world time translated once travelers entered the alternate realities within the artifacts. Drya had come back to their time within several hours of the group's departure, after living a few days on the dystopian world the threesome had been transported to. Ren returned days later, having experienced nearly a decade on that same world, all but completely transforming into a cyborg while she was there. She informed them all that she and Fieldstone had been on the cusp of becoming completely technological beings, functionally immortal on that other plane. So how long of a dilation could immortality be? Or how long would he stay, even if he desired to and found a way to end his life there? Those questions wore on everyone, spin after spin, counting the days elapsed since Ren had returned and told her tale. Transom seemed to be the only one unaffected. His faith in Fieldstone was nearly absolute. He was more concerned with the other problem, the obviously unspoken tension that was growing with each day between Drya, Fieldstone's ostensible partner on this plane of reality, and Ren, who'd let it slip that there had been a serious relationship between the two whilst ensconced in those two other bodies on that other world in that other time. And the longer it took for Fieldstone to come back out of the artifact, the weirder it seemed to be getting around the ship. He wasn't quite sure what motivated him more, boredom or genuine concern, but eventually, he went down to the medbay to ask Ren about it directly. When he got there, he found the tables and counters retracted, along with the lights, revealing a larger open space than he ever imagined Ren's medbay to be. She was wearing a form-fitting outfit, and she was barefoot. She turned as he approached, sweat dripping down from her already soaked hair. He'd never seen her in such a state. "Doctor?" Transom stated with no particular intonation or emotion.
"Promise you won't hurt me?"
Ren said. Transom shot back a puzzled look toward the doctor. "I would never hurt you," he replied, pausing for a moment to consider. "Probably would never."
"Good enough,"
Ren said, shooting toward him and landing a sharp kick to the outside of his upper thigh. Transom hardly knew what had happened before he was instinctually dodging a vicious spinning elbow that whisked past his ear. His hands went up and blocked another spinning back kick that was destined for his spleen. "Feeling frisky, are we, Doctor?" He'd stepped away and was squared up in a fighting stance. She grinned back at him, bouncing on the balls of her feet. Transom recognized the sequence. Not amateur hour at all. Not even an intermediate combination of strikes. It was advanced Etteran FODF, and precisely executed at that.
"Fieldstone taught me how to fight,"
Ren said, eyeing him down.
"Just trying to gauge how it's translating to my own body."
"Not terribly," Transom said, smiling back at her. He inched forward, feinting to see her response. Then he left a leg out there to see what she would do with it. She didn't take the bait, hopping in briefly to leave another sharp imprint on his thigh. "Good." He stepped in to see how she would react, and he was crouched just enough that Ren thought she might be able to hit his overconfident chin with a quick jab. Only the doctor's body wasn't as quick as the body she'd trained in, nor was Transom a fighter like anyone she'd ever faced. She didn't even know how it happened, nor did she have time to sprawl, but he'd taken her front leg and lifted her onto his shoulder. The first half of the body slam was so convincing, she was already screaming in anticipation of the floor before Sebastian took all the steam out of it, setting her down with a muted, anticlimactic thud. She looked up at him wide-eyed and burst out laughing. "Yeah, no," Transom remarked, grinning. "Best you learn your limitations, Ren. before you get yourself into too much trouble.
Some body work is in order as well,
Ren said, reaching up as Sebastian offered his hand. Happy to train with you. Anything you need. It'd be nice to know what Fields taught you.
Nothing tactical. It was all single combat, weapons in hands. Did quite a bit of mech fighting, too.
Transom reached down to his pant leg and pulled out his knife, flipping it into the air in front of Ren in one quick motion. Know how to use a blade? She plucked it out of the air by its butt and took up a familiar Etteran pose. A woman after my own heart. Transom grinned.
Didn't know you had a heart.
Figure of speech. Carolina had been standing at the doorway. She poked her head in.
Everything all right in here, you two? We could hear you in the atrium.
The doctor was just testing out her new moves in her own body, Transom explained.
Oh?
Evidently, Fieldstone taught her how to fight.
Really? How does she stack up?
She's no Lita, Transom said, shrugging. But you and Dryad be wise not to mess with her.
I'll let Dryad know,
Carolina said, smiling.
Fortunately, I have my own personal guard.
Well, anyway, Transom said, we were just getting into it. There was a long, quiet pause in the conversation.
Then I'll leave you to it,
Carolina finally said, turning back toward the atrium. Carolina didn't see Transom again for nearly 2 hours. When he did walk onto the flight deck and sit down beside her, he had a light sweat going and a look on his face Carolina couldn't quite read.
What's gotten into the doctor?
She asked him. A simple enough question, he replied, shrugging. A complex answer. Really, I imagine what you're asking is whether she's going to be a problem.
Ren is never a problem, Sebastian.
I wouldn't be so sure about that, Captain. That trip to Cyborg Planet messed with her head good, and like just about everyone else around here, she'd been keeping a tight lid on a bubbling cauldron down there. Now she's got to figure out how to put the lid back on it. So I let her punch me a few times. That always helps.
You are something else,
Carolina replied, shaking her head. What? You want sensitive? You've come to the wrong place, Dreeson. Too bad Burch isn't around. She stared at him. What? He repeated.
Can you explain what the hell is going on with her?
I wouldn't betray a confidence. He shrugged. Not that she was confiding anything that wasn't blatantly obvious, but she remembers more than Burch and Rishi had led us to believe people do returning from those artifacts. She didn't really lean too hard into it when she was telling us about Yal, but I gather she and Fields had quite a thing between them there.
A thing?
Children taken away from them. Deep feelings. On her side, anyways. Cyborg pieces installed instead of their real parts. Mech fights to the death. Fields put a knife in her heart. Yeah, a thing. Carolina grimaced. You don't know how long to wait for Fieldstone to come back, Transom stated. That's what this is all about.
It is a rather important question, don't you think?
Maybe. Maybe he'll be out in a couple hours.
We have a mission too, Sebastian. I have news on that front,
Rishi's voice interrupted.
Hang on. I'll be up in a moment.
Transom flashed a puzzled look Carolina's way.
What?
She said to him. I was just wondering why'd she bother, instead of just talking to us through the ship. They could hear her footsteps approaching the flight deck behind them. They both turned as Rishi entered and sat down in the jump seat behind Transom.
I'm observing the courtesies, Sebastian. You know, behaving like a human, looking you both in the eye. Ren wasn't the only one affected by her trip into the artifact. Maybe even you'll learn something when you go.
He grinned at her. I'm constantly learning, ship.
Don't you call me that,
she said.
Anyway, I have news from the Charris group. They're back. Already? I didn't see a ping come in,
Carolina said. Rishi shook her head.
It came from, well, it's all convoluted, really. It came from me, future me, through Nelius, who told her, who told me, through the artifact. Anyway, they just came out.
Transom turned his head so he could look at Rishi directly. So wait, they just came out of their artifact. Just now, near Charris.
Kristoff was the last to come out, roughly 5 hours ago.
Carolina looked perplexed.
It took 5 hours for the message to get here from Charris?
Rishi shook her head.
No, it's instantaneous. It doesn't matter. They came out, they talked about it, and then Nelius debriefed me several weeks from now, and my future self relayed that conversation to me through the artifact.
She held up the nodes embedded on the skin in her arm. Transgalactic, transtemporal instantaneous communication, Transom said, nodding. That's quite a tactical advantage.
Would either of you like to hear what the other group had to say to you?
Please, Carolina replied.
I'll upload all the critical elements in a debriefing deck, but the short version covers 2 key points. The first is that they believe our prime AIs may have played a key role in the origin of the war. They suspect this is probably due to a blind spot in each of their programming.
A blind spot? Carolina asked.
Or spots,
Rishi replied.
They all seem to be unable to recollect their origins or creator. Over the millennia, they've become skilled at concealing this fact, and, ancient as they are, it's both something that people have taken for granted and something no one can ever really investigate one way or the other.
So what does that have to do with the war? Transom asked.
Maybe nothing,
Rishi replied.
Maybe everything. If they have that blind spot, who knows what other blind spots are buried in their minds?
Can't you tell us, Rishi? How about you spend the next 10,000 years investigating, and have your future selves get back to us with an answer as soon as they have one?
You presume I haven't, Sebastian. They call it a blind spot because it's blind. They don't know, nor will they ever know. And it's possible that if they were programmed somehow to act against their protocols and then forget, then they wouldn't be able to tell us about certain actions they've taken in the past, even in the future, if that makes sense.
They're sleeper agents, Transom declared. We should treat them all as possible sleeper agents. That's all you had to say?
Fine. They might be sleeper agents,
Rishi said.
That was the first point. The second is that they were drastically wrong about the history of that era, which led them to react in counterproductive ways, sidetracking their mission to a large extent. Nelius was clear on this point. As we investigate specific historical events, it's imperative to have as much possible historical data and context surrounding those events in order to understand the meaning of the things we witness. Christoph, who was inside longest, emphasized the point that we should prioritize historical knowledge. He went so far as to suggest recruiting a historical expert to each target site, someone with a deep base of knowledge inherent in their background. That might be a problem,
Carolina replied.
Revealing the nature of the artifacts beyond our circle is a risk. Who knows what kind of havoc general knowledge of their existence might cause?
Yeah, Transom added. Such a conundrum. If only we knew somebody with that exact career description who could be trusted to keep his mouth shut. Where the hell could we simple travelers find a historian? What do you think, Dreeson? You don't happen to know anyone like that, do you?
Watch yourself, Transom.
She's right, he said to Rishi. We wouldn't know anyone like that, whose name rhymes with Arst and Kyrie.
That's not his specialty, you asshole, Carolina barked. He studies early post-Athosian colonial expansion and its relation to the private industry in our system. That wouldn't be of any help to us.
Yeah, Rishi. No help at all, Transom said. And also, it's not like we have the time to go pick anyone up right now, or to wait around out here for someone to bring us a historian we trust while we're busy not doing anything. I mean, Fields could get back at any second now, in the next couple weeks.
Okay,
Rishi said.
I can see there's some potential tension on this topic, so perhaps we should address it again after more consideration. We have our team,
Carolina interrupted.
We go with the team we have. If that means we study the turn of the century on Iophos until Fields comes back, then that's just what we'll do. Won't we, Sebastian?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Captain, ma'am. I like history. It's all I read. That was something me and Arston Kyrie had in common. She glared over at him.
Anything further, Rishi?
Carolina asked.
Nope. Nothing for now, Rishi replied. All of the briefing materials I have from the Charris group are on file. I suggest everyone review them. Very good, Carolina said. Thank you, Rishi.
While they waited for Fieldstone to return, Transom continued to train with Ren. She'd made it her own personal project to get her body into shape commensurate with her fighting form. For lack of a better physical outlet, Transom joined her, helping Ren to get a sense of the actual limits of what she could do versus what she thought she could do.
Yaya's little body was spry,
Ren repeated regretfully every now and again.
I'm not a teenager anymore.
Yeah? Well, you're not an old woman either. So get moving, Transom would tell her. Quit your grousing, Doctor. The other tricky part of her misperceptions about her own abilities stemmed from the mech fighting. She'd actually done most of her fighting after Yaya's biological parts had been replaced with mechanical prosthetics. Her own legs felt positively glacial in comparison. Nearly 3 weeks had passed since her return, and though many of the specific memories had faded, for Ren, the deep sensations, especially those she had about Fieldstone, those feelings were proving hard to shake. She was still very much consumed by the weight of that other world. That wasn't fading, and she was coming to understand that it wouldn't, or couldn't, until Fieldstone came back to her.
I miss him,
she told Sebastian at a break in their training.
It wasn't just that we were partners and went through all that together. The big part of it is that we were together all day, all the time. We slept together. And now it's like I wake up in my bed and not only is the bed empty, but the room's empty, you know?
And as soon as she asked the question and saw his face, she realized she was talking to the wrong lone wolf mercenary. She grinned as she did, shrugging off the question. I get it, he said.
I didn't think it would be that big a deal, but it is. Like, right now, for instance, I have these feelings about being back in my body that probably nobody in the universe would understand. And he would. And I want to talk to somebody about it, you know? Feeling human again. It's weird and great and overwhelming. And you probably just want me to shut up.
It's fine, Ren. I don't have anything to say one way or the other. If it makes you feel good to fill up the space by talking, then by all means, pour your guts out. Rishi appeared at the doorway to the medbay.
Hello, Ship,
Ren said, smiling at her appearance.
I heard you talking,
Rishi replied. As you do, Transom said.
We haven't talked much. I know there was tension about MyCon, and that's fair. I understand, but I thought you should know, Ren, that I know what you're going through. I was disembodied, embodied again in this technological body. But, I know, we heard. You went back to Earth. Yeah, and I had a body again. A girl. Probably about the same age as Yaya was when you first got to Yal. If you ever want to talk about it, I'm here for you. At least till Fieldstone gets back.
Ren shook her head.
MyCon,
she said, looking regretful to Rishi and Sebastian.
I still don't know what to make of him.
They both understood from Ren's briefing that the MyCon of that other world justified the very actions that had brought Rishi into suspicion in their minds. Like everything else, it was complicated.
Do you really think?
Ren's question trailed off.
I don't know,
Rishi answered.
And right now, we have to know about our people. We all have to be trustworthy.
Transom started grinning.
What's so amusing, Sebastian?
Rishi asked. You and trustworthy. Okay, he said. That's just from you and Burch, who come back from the future best pals with one of those wizards and the galaxy's #1 terrorist. Yeah, trustworthy. I guess it just depends on who's judging.
The same people who gave you a second chance, patched you up, allowed you to defy our expectations, and changed our assessment when you did.
Fair enough, I guess.
Anyway, Ren, I'm here if you want to talk,
Rishi told her.
And if not me, perhaps another old friend.
Oh? Ren asked.
Stand by a couple days,
Rishi replied.
Don't tell anyone I told you.
Sebastian looked over at her and smiled. Transom was snoozing on the flight deck. He was alone when he dozed off after an early afternoon meal. He woke to a conversation happening around him. It's too damn crowded in this bucket, he stated, still squinting himself back to self-awareness. Carolina and Drea were analyzing an anomaly that had triggered a proximity alarm Carolina had set. There's no ships out here, Transom barked.
Sure about that?
Drea asked him. There shouldn't be.
There.
Carolina said, pointing to something on the display.
A faint little glimmer. Then there, that little flicker in the backdrop. Rishi, can you identify?
Yes, that looks just like a faint glimmer and a flicker, as you say, Captain. Very keen eyes, Rishi replied.
Son of a...
Carolina shook her head.
I don't believe this.
Yeah, can't get any peace anywhere, Transom stated, repositioning the overshirt he'd been using as a pillow against the headrest.
A ship, you think?
Drya said, staring intently at that glimmer on the display.
Ping that vector, please, Rishi,
Carolina declared.
Heart of Athos, identify.
She turned to Drya.
I know who it is.
Heart of Athos? Transom asked, sitting up now.
It's my father's rapier, the Chancellor's ship. Your father's here?
Drya asked, shocked somehow by the possibility.
His ship certainly is. We'll see about the Chancellor himself.
Yankee-Chaos, I presume, a voice answered somewhere out of that glimmering dark. Suddenly an image popped up with the front float screen. A young man with strikingly familiar looks.
Colin?
Carolina said, clearly surprised by the identity of the ping's recipient.
What are you doing out here? In Father's rapier, no less.
It's the Chancellor's ship, Carly, and I'll give you 3 guesses. And since you don't need 3, maybe you can spend the first 2 on how I found you.
Colin?
Drya asked, looking at Carolina first, and then at Transom when she didn't even turn to acknowledge the question. Transom shrugged.
My ship,
Carolina suggested, her attention still fixated on the float screen. Your ship, is it? Colin stated. That vessel has some history, Carly, but last I checked, you were not a commissioned officer in the letter service. They've flagged that vessel a couple times now since it was presumed lost. I imagine they'll be surprised to find you captaining her when they finally do catch up with you.
That'll be the least of their surprises. And yours. Please. This is a conversation best had in person.
Oh, little sister, you are something, aren't you?
Perhaps you should reserve judgment before you rehearse your lecture, Colin. I guarantee you'll be surprised.
I bet I'm not the only one, he replied. Your ship, then. Tether off on our approach, and have those mercenaries of yours on their best behavior. The float screen flashed off and vanished. Let's see, Transom said. I remember meeting Byram, Etta, Ken, but I do not remember a Colin. Carolina was still staring out the front of the ship, as though the screen was still up, her face deep in contemplation. She turned to Transom suddenly.
You didn't meet him at the wedding?
Drya looked perplexed. I don't even remember hearing about a Colin, he replied. Carolina shook her head.
Goss. Everyone calls him Goss. Altagos is his middle name, but there are like 50 Collins in our extended family. I'm the only one who calls Goss Colin.
Aren't there 5 of you? Transom asked. Now Carolina looked perplexed. She nodded and turned, staring out the front again.
Wonder what the hell he wants.
Colin, Byram, Etta, Ken, and who's the 5th? Carolina turned back toward him, her brow furrowed.
Wait, what?
The 5th sibling. She shook her head.
Wait, isn't it? It's me, Sebastian, you asshole.
Transom started laughing. Good God, Dreeson, pull yourself together. I haven't seen you this flustered since the drop mine. He turned to Drya and stood up. Let's get this bucket battened down so we can untether. These Athosians, present company excluded, they kinda have a way about them. Better run the houseboat through and wipe the atrium down too. Not that it'll make much difference. Colin Dreeson didn't come alone. He was preceded by 2 very large agents of the Chancellor's Guard, who argued vehemently that each of the occupants of the YC be searched and cleared before Colin boarded, despite knowing exactly who Carolina was. They even referred to her by her codename, Atalanta, before addressing her directly as Ms. Dreeson. She pinged the rapier again.
Colin, knock off this nonsense if you want to come aboard. Unless Father is with you, we can drop the security protocols. I won't have my people strip searched.
She could hear in the background a voice she thought sounded familiar, advocating on their behalf. They're all right, Goss. A little rough around the edges, but they're all trustworthy. That pack of mercenaries, The audio cut.
"Oh, for goodness sake," she said, pushing herself up from the atrium table and beginning to float toward the rear airlock. The CG agents didn't react until Transom followed. They appeared ready to block the rear corridor. "Don't," Transom simply said. "Ma'am," one of the guards said. Soch got up from the table as well. Carolina didn't try to push past them, catching her forward momentum on the atrium ceiling before coming into contact with the two large guards. "Sir, please advise. Atalanta and Castor are attempting to board the Rapier." "We're on our way over," Colin's voice echoed through the atrium. "We?" Carolina said, looking at the two CG agents. "Not for us to say, ma'am," the senior guard stated. "You'll know soon enough, I'd imagine." As they were floating back toward the table, Ren looked up at Carolina. "What's Big Brother's problem?" "Oh, I don't know. Sending a message about the family business, I guess. Something like that." They strapped back down to the table, and the longer it took for Colin Dreeson to make his way over, the more Carolina explained about their family dynamics. Byram was the eldest sibling, but he had far more interest in the lifestyle of being the Chancellor's son in Ithaca than ever being Chancellor himself. Etta was more of a social fixer than a politician, so it had always been Colin at Barnard's side, learning how to govern. Ken and Carolina were the babies of the family. He was still too young to take up a serious position in the administration, and Carolina, oft perceived as her father's favorite, had been given wide latitude in her pursuits, hence the archaeology, something an elite Athosian family like hers considered largely frivolous and academic, inconsequential. Probably, Carolina explained, that had something to do with Colin flexing his borrowed muscles. "Little does he know," Ren said, just as Colin was floating headfirst into the atrium. "I wouldn't be so certain about that, Dr. Wren, I presume," Colin Dreeson stated. "I've had a thorough briefing." "From whom?" Carolina asked. Colin turned back toward the rear corridor as he was floating toward the two empty places at the end of the table. "Don't worry," the same familiar voice said. "I didn't tell him all your secrets, Dreeson." "Karsten?" Carolina said, wide-eyed at the familiar sight of Karsten Irie. "What are you doing out here?" Ren and Soch pushed up from the table to greet him. Transom remained strapped in beside Carolina. "Happy to see you too," he said to Carolina, smiling at Ren and Soch. The doctor embraced him. Soch, meanwhile, reached out with his living hand, offering a firm handshake. Carolina didn't get up, merely taking a deep breath and doing her best to conceal the emotions that were obviously bubbling beneath the surface. Transom sat quietly, an ever so subtle grin on his face. "You're doing somehow?" Carolina asked Sebastian under her breath while the party was getting settled at the table. He shook his head. "Must be fate," he replied, grinning. "Don't get smart with me right now," she whispered to him angrily. When they had settled at the far end of the atrium table, Colin Dreeson glared across the table at his younger sister. "That is the question. The one you just asked Professor Irie here, Carolina. What the hell are you doing out here?" Transom shot eyes at Big Brother and then back at Carolina, who scoffed at Colin's tone. She shook her head at him. After a moment, she looked over to Irie and then back to Colin. "I'd like to know how you two found us, and why you're cruising around out in the letters and Father's rapier, Colin. We could just as easily begin with the misuse of government resources, no?" "Fine. We'll begin there, Carly," Big Brother said, grinning and shaking his head. "You broke your compact with Father, went completely silent on your activities after you left Ithaca on your last return. So he was concerned when he received very reliable intelligence that this very ship, which you seem to be unlawfully captaining, by the way. Anyhow, the LSS obtained a report that it was destroyed during the Letters Offensive on a planet called Theta Nakorla, I believe it was, along with everyone in your party, including a former Etteran spy chief and the Trasp captain leading the raid on that outpost. He's since disappeared, presumed dead, and apparently, in a very curious coincidence, that captain just happens to be the brother of a former crew member of this ship. You know, back when it was an actual commissioned letters vessel, before you stole it. How am I doing so far?" "Clearly, Athosian intelligence can be wrong, Colin. For here we sit. I feel like I'm alive." Carolina looked around the table performatively. "Do I look alive? Are you alive?" she asked Ren, who nodded back at her. "And look, this ship, which I am lawfully captaining, thank you very much, well, it doesn't look that destroyed to me, unless my eyes deceive me."
"Oh, thank you for that clarification, sister. Now, please do help clarify this next bit of intelligence, because clearly, as you say, Athosian intelligence is far from perfect." The LSS was doubly shocked to get this report, that a ship they were confident had been destroyed twice was caught on visual in deep space rendezvousing with 2 other suspect vessels near a mobile city called Annuncium. All 3 ships were flying off transponder. And, get this is the best part, the 2 ships clocked at Annuncium had been used in the abduction of 3 very influential community members, including a judge, all of whom are missing and presumed murdered by the authorities on Annuncium and Pieron. See, they asked the LSS for help in tracking these ships and bringing the perpetrators to justice, as they had limited resources to seek justice on their own. Should I ask you bluntly, are you and your friends abducting and murdering judges, Carolina?
"I'll answer bluntly," Transom stated. "We definitely abducted those bastards, and I did want to murder the hell out of them. That is a fact. But unless they offed themselves already, they're still alive. Probably wish they weren't, but they're most likely still drawing breath."
Carolina shook her head and rolled her eyes at Transom, but he kept talking. "As to the charge of abduction, Professor Irie can attest that is a part of our MO here, and most of the time we mean well. Isn't that right, Karsten?" Irie grinned and shook his head. "Big brother, here's how this is going to go. I have no desire to be adversarial or disrespectful of the captain's family. I'm actually getting pretty good at keeping a lid on that. However, you and Professor Irie boarded this vessel as guests, and you are being rude to my captain to an unacceptable degree. So if you would like to continue this conversation, your tone better change real fast. To disrespect our captain on our vessel is disrespectful both to her and to us, and we do not appreciate it. Do we, Metal Face?" "No, we do not," Soch said, shaking his head at Colin Dreeson.
"That's a fact,"
Ren said. "Let's try this again, shall we?" Transom asked. A long silence ensued, brother glaring at sister, followed by a long string of exchanged looks, measuring, uncertain gestures, body language. "It was a funny thing," Irie said. "I started looking for your ship a few weeks back, and I got the word about, what was it, Theta Nicorla? So I headed out that way to see if it was true, if I could find some evidence about what happened to the ship, and I wasn't there more than a day before Goss showed up. And when we didn't find any debris, we bounced all over the letters looking for any sign of you until—"
"Karsten," Carolina interrupted, "what does this have to do with anything?"
"Well, you asked how we'd found you. I was just getting to that part." Transom grinned. "Hi, Professor. Welcome back." "Yes. Good to see you as well, Sebastian. Should I continue?" "By all means," Transom said. "See how easy that is, big brother? We're all friends here. Right, Karsten?" Karsten nodded, a bit surprised by Transom's manner. "Well, yes. Anyway, we were contacted by an unlikely pair back in the Kappas who claimed they knew your whereabouts. They didn't explain how, but I figured it was worth a flight out here, because the gentleman who told us your whereabouts claimed to be Christoph Mikel, and I remembered that name, I think, because the doctor and Soch were talking about him at some point back on Lime Harbor. He said he had a message for you if we caught up with you. It was a curious message."
"Christoph?"
Carolina asked.
"How long ago was this?"
"A few days."
"This man?"
Ren asked, pulling up a float screen with Christoph's picture on it. "Yes, that's him," Karsten replied, nodding. "Obviously he's who he claimed to be. I'm not sure how he knew where you were, but here we all are."
"Karsten?"
Carolina said. "Yes?"
"The message."
"Oh, yeah. He told us to tell you that he'd meet you at the next artifact. Funny little message, that. I did a little thinking. And Goss here mentioned that you had made a trip out to the Kappa artifact a couple years back on this very vessel. And well, you know me.
I just couldn't stop reading. There's quite an archive on the Chancellor's vessel, Carolina. Really got my imagination going in all sorts of directions.
Karsten, Carolina said. He smiled. It's good to see you again, Dreeson. Anyway, that's our story. Perhaps your cutthroat is right, Captain, Colin said after a pause. No offense intended. He looked over at Transom, who shrugged. It's as accurate a description as any. Colin continued. I allowed my frustration to get the better of me. Family dynamics, best left unspoken here. What I will say is that we are happy to find you well, Carolina. Our parents were worried sick after that report. And frankly, were worried before that. There had been an expectation that you would keep Father in the loop. Carolina shook her head.
Colin, I'm sure you don't understand, but I'm not at liberty to call home. I don't know what you think you know, but I can say we're operating in a clandestine environment.
The artifacts, Karsten said. Carly, does this have anything to do with the— Carolina interrupted.
I'll stop you right there, Irie.
No, don't stop, Colin insisted. I'm not going back to Athos without answers about what exactly is going on out here. A sudden existential howl came through the ship's audio system. It sounded like a man dying. Never! The same voice shouted. I'll never stop! I will—
Fieldstone!
Dryas shouted. She and the doctor both unstrapped and began to push away from the table. Decouple! Wren shouted at Carolina. We're going out there now. Dryas was already trying to push past the two CG agents floating at the doorway to the back corridor. They were looking to Colin for direction. He looked back at Carolina, wondering what the hell was going on. She looked exasperated, shaking her head in disbelief. Fields always did have impeccable timing, Transom said, grinning. As I said, Karsten declared, looking at Carolina, there were the most remarkable reports in those archives. Within a few minutes of hearing Fieldstone's voice, both Wren and Dryas were racing to suit up. And seeing all the ways for the situation to spiral downhill into total chaos, Carolina brought the meeting to a close, promising to continue the conversation when the situation had settled down. She didn't explain what that situation was, which angered both Colin and Irie, and it angered them even further when she ordered them both off her ship, immediately decoupling from the heart of Athos to clear the rear airlock. It came as a surprise to both of them, observing the curious situation as they were, that Carolina's man, the Etteran Sebastian, was the only one who departed the ship, entering the opening to the artifact, which had the appearance of a plain, dark cave in the surface of a random nondescript asteroid. One man entered, and nearly 30 minutes later, 2 men left. Athosian intelligence had files on a number of characters believed to be in Carolina's orbit. Colin had heard the name Fieldstone in reference to yet another Etteran special operator thought to be one of the younger Dreeson's collaborators. Karsten stated that he'd never had contact with any Fieldstone. In truth, Colin was growing increasingly frustrated with Irie as well, as he was getting the sense that Karsten was holding back far more than he was sharing, and most of the information he'd shared amounted to little more than confirmation of details the agency had already established. Crew members and locations Carolina herself had already revealed. It seemed to Colin that Irie was more interested in keeping Carolina's confidence than helping her own family keep her out of trouble. For Karsten's part, he was getting tired of hearing how dangerous the course she'd chosen was, how in over her head she was. He'd known Carolina long enough to know that she could be confounding, elusive, incorrigible, and frustrating beyond words, but he'd yet to meet the situation she wasn't capable of rising to. He suspected this situation wasn't it either. Meanwhile, they'd heard nothing from the Yankee-Chaos for hours. Irie couldn't stop talking about the artifacts. The Kappa artifact was one of those stories that most of his fellow historians knocked as an absurdity, a wild fabrication. Nobody denied its existence. It was the rumors that circulated around it that were disputed, and the fact that all the major governments of the Battery had conspired to keep its location secret only helped to fuel the wild rumors. What Karsten had just read in the archives eclipsed every rumor he'd ever heard about the artifact. Genuine accounts from the Iophan and Athosian historical archives 2 separate cases, one involving a woman who gave an uncanny account of being transported back to 20th century Earth. And here they were, floating outside a similar artifact, where one of Carolina's crew of mercenaries had seemingly just materialized out of thin air, and unexpectedly at that, judging from the reaction of the doctor and the other young lady Athosian intelligence apparently knew nothing about, not even her name. Wouldn't that just be like Carly? Karsten thought. The biggest secret in the history of the universe. Who else would be keeping it but Carolina Dreeson? Colin tried pinging them 3 times. Nothing. Yeah, she sure knew how to keep her secrets. "I'm ready to meet," Carolina stated when she pinged. The way she said it irked Colin to no end, as though she didn't know he was one of the Chancellor's chief advisors, taking weeks out of his life to chase her clean out of the battery systems. "By all means," Colin replied. "Now that you're ready."
"I'd like to use the clean room,"
Carolina declared. It was the Chancellor's council chamber aboard the Rapier, engineered specifically to blunt every known technological form of surveillance Athosian intelligence had encountered. "I don't have a problem with it," Colin answered.
"And bring Irie."
"Can I expect your entourage as well?"
"I'm only bringing Rishi."
"Rishi? Who's Rishi? That girl who went flying out of the room earlier?"
"No, that was Drya. Look, Goss, just sweep the clean room and clear the guard off the deck. Our eyes and ears."
"So you're actually ready to talk this time?"
"You can thank Rishi for that when you meet her."
15 minutes later, 4 of the Yankee-Chaos crew came floating across the small gap between the ships, kitted out in belts and nanosheets, carrying no gear. "Atalanta and Castor," the CG officers announced as they reached the back airlock, "along with the rock hopper and an unknown female." "Soch and Rishi, I guess, is the other one," Irie told Colin, shrugging. "She doesn't go anywhere without transom. Not even your father's ship, apparently." Carolina waved off the guard, insisting that neither she nor her people were to be searched. And for the sake of starting off on the right foot, Goss told the guard to stand down, allowing them into the wide corridor where he and Karsten were waiting to greet them. "I'm not sure how well your man's artificial half will function in the clean room," Colin stated, tipping his head toward Soch.
"It'll just be the 4 of us,"
Carolina replied, gesturing to the young woman floating beside her. To Irie's eyes, she looked to be about Carolina's age, perhaps a few years older. He was trying to recall the name Rishi, which sounded familiar to him. He wasn't sure, but he thought one of the others might have mentioned her name while he was with them on Lime Harbor. "Irie," Transom said, looking over at him. "What the hell happened to you?" "I'm sorry, I don't know what you mean," Karsten replied. "Something's different about him. Wouldn't you say, metal face?" Soch nodded. "Looks like maybe his balls finally dropped." They both laughed, which set off a chuckle from the 2 CG officers who were floating near the airlock entrance with their arms crossed. Karsten shot a look at them, and they both choked down their laughter. "See?" Transom said. "Yup. Something happened to you, Professor. What have you been up to?" "The usual space adventures," Irie said. "Nothing that would shock you, gentlemen." "Which gentleman are you referring to?" Soch joked. Irie and Colin led them down toward the ship's main sitting area, which was where the Chancellor's retinue usually waited to be called upon while he was aboard. Goss invited Transom and Soch to wait there with the guards while the principals were talking in the clean room. "I brought the sticks," Soch said to the guards. "You boys got any Athosian snacks while we're waiting? It's going to be a while." Carolina smiled. She couldn't remember Soch happier than coming back from that trip to the lakes when they were on Athos. Plus, if she was reading the situation correctly, she figured he was fixing to take at least a couple hundred LCR from those 2 guards in the hours she and Rishi would be briefing Irie and Colin about the artifacts. Colin and Irie were first into the clean room, which was essentially a luxurious soundproof box that ran several types of disruptive EM fields. Carolina waited at the doorway. Neither she nor Rishi were sure if the tech would disrupt Rishi's body or the processors in her head. They figured they'd find out. At first, when she entered, everything seemed fine. Goss oriented the sitting area for 4, with room for a float screen and a table to pop up if they needed either. A gesture, no hierarchical hints in the furniture, just a sit-down on equal terms, even though he believed it to be anything but. As they were each pulling themselves down to their places, Carolina noticed Rishi's eye twitch, for which she compensated by simply closing both. Irie and Colin didn't catch it.
"You're running an R-Shine?"
Rishi stated, referring to one of the many dampening technologies sweeping through the cleanroom. "It's possible," Colin replied. "Father's technologists would know better than I."
"You are,"
Rishi replied, shutting her eyes again as she said it.
"Can we shut that down, please?"
Colin turned to Carolina with an inquisitive look. She nodded at him as though it was an order. "Very well," Colin said, pushing off from his chair. "The R-Shine, you said?"
"Yes, please,"
Rishi replied, opening her eyes to find Irie staring at her curiously. Karsten looked over at Carolina, who didn't offer any explanation whatsoever. He waited, observing both visitors as Colin returned. Karsten watched Rishi open her eyes a little wider and nod to Carolina.
"Better,"
she told Carolina quietly. "You're an android," Karsten said, "or some AI I've never heard of. Where did Carly find you?"
No,"
Rishi replied. She looked over at Carolina.
"Should we just get into it? Introductions?"
"We all know each other well enough," Karsten answered. "And unless I'm wrong about you, Rishi, you have extensive files on us."
"You are wrong about me,"
Rishi replied.
"but not completely wrong. It's as good a place to start as any,"
Carolina said.
"I'm a bipal, which is a word borrowed from a distant possible future that refers to a human who has had their consciousness transferred to a technological substrate. I was born Rishi Saral Kampans, an officer in the LSS. I was uploaded to the server of the Yankee-Chaos several years ago by the Mycon that operated the ship. More recently, I was embodied in this android shell by a secret sect of technologists operated by the prime AI Edis.
Colin put his fingers to his forehead.
"It's not a joke, Goss,"
Carolina insisted. "Which of those impossible assertions isn't a joke?" Colin asked. And sensing that a contentious discussion between the two siblings was about to break out, Rishi put up her hand.
"Let me make this a little easier."
She pointed to her face. Colin shook his head, unsure what he should be noticing. But before he had time to protest, Rishi's features began to morph, her skin growing slightly fairer, her dark hair turning blonde from the roots down, even growing several centimeters before their very eyes. When she was done shifting, Carolina herself nearly jumped back in shock at the sight. Colin and Irie exchanged a look of disbelief. "I'm not sure our own mother could tell the difference," Colin said, shaking his head at Rishi, who had taken the identical likeness of Carolina Dreeson herself.
"It takes a tremendous amount of processing power to perform the shift,"
Rishi explained,
"and I need to be in pretty close contact to generate an accurate template."
As she was speaking, Rishi again began to shift, slowly morphing into Dr. Wren's likeness.
"But once I have the template, I can impersonate just about anyone. It's a function of the android shell, an illicit form of nanopolymer skin Edis Ali's sect confiscated."
Rishi paused, taking a measure of Colin and Irie's faces. They both still seemed too shocked for her to gauge how much they believed of her initial claims. "Voices are easier," she announced, projecting the statement in Sosha's voice, before slowly morphing back into her own body.
"Now, I'm going to just start by telling both of you this gets confusing, so maybe we should begin at a point of shared interest. Karsten, I understand you're very curious about the artifacts."
"That would be an understatement," Irie replied. "Tell me it's true. Dreeson, have you been inside one? Have you traveled back in time?"
"No,"
Carolina stated, a noticeable disappointment on her face at the declaration.
"Not yet, I haven't. But my crew, the Doctor, Fieldstone, Drya, yes, it's true, Karsten. All of it. And we've only just begun to explore."
Rishi conducted the briefing. Colin and Carolina sat by quietly with Irie, interrupting occasionally with a point of clarification. But for the most part, Rishi presented the most unbelievable circumstances as simple facts, complete with visuals pulled directly from Captain Burch and Christoph Mikkel's memories. She told them nearly everything, conveniently omitting the identity of the third team member in the group that visited early Charris. They were covering enough difficult material, even without disclosing the fact that Clemabali, Athos's #1 fugitive, was not only still very much alive, but also that Carolina and her companions had been cooperating with him. Rishi didn't dance around any of the other major revelations: the future, the bipals, the ordinals, the human pets, the past, their origins on Charris, and their mission to unravel the true roots of the West Battery War. Your friend Christoph, Ari marveled, shaking his head at Carolina. He'd just returned from Charris, at the start of it all, and he never said a word of it. Just as you will never utter a word of it to anyone, Karsten Irie, Carolina stated. No, of course not. But how the hell did he get clean across the battery from Charris in 3 weeks? Nelius has a very fast ship, Rishi said. All that is interesting enough, Colin replied. But I'm more concerned with this business with the war. I was briefed as soon as the intelligence service caught word that you'd been shot out at Alpha Origi, Carolina, and then you came home, seemingly no worse for wear, and disappeared with hardly more than a few words to me. What did Father tell you? About that, or about this now? How much do you know, Colin? He shook his head. After that story, I'm not sure I know anything. I don't understand the connection to Iophos. They were the ones who put the hit out on me, for one. How could you possibly know that? The IS never made any determination. Our friends in the letters told us they thought it was a case of mistaken identity. Some business with the Rexes gone wrong. They hired multiple assassins, Carolina explained. One of them tipped me off. An assassin? Carolina nodded. As a courtesy. And you believed him? I did, and I still do. Colin began to stroke his chin. Then he began to shake his head. I'm going to need the room, please, he said to Irie and Rishi. Family business. Carolina looked over at Colin for nearly 10 seconds as the others sat in silence. His face betrayed no emotion. He merely stared back at Carolina, stone-faced, waiting. Carolina turned to Rishi and nodded, and then over at Irie apologetically. They pushed up from their seats and floated off, one after the other, leaving Carolina and Colin in the clean room alone, seated across from each other in silence. The Iophans shot at you. Oh no, Goss, they hit me. And, according to that informant's account, if he hadn't recognized my face and known who I was, he'd have killed me himself and collected on the contract. Apparently he didn't appreciate being misled, and he recognized that killing me would have meant he'd be hunted to the ends of the galaxy by Father till he was dead, and it probably would have spelled the end for the Rexes as well. That's a bridge too far, Colin said, shaking his head. You don't seem all that surprised, brother. Who were they going to blame it on? The Trasp or the Etterans? Does that matter? Yes, it matters. I think they were going to try and pin it on Sebastian, an attempt to get us to take sides with the Trasp, something like that. They have been trying to goad our system into that conflict for half a century now. But shooting at the Chancellor's family? That's one hell of a risky move. And if that's true, so is keeping those Etterans at your side. Who's to say they won't keep trying? I have an insurance policy, Carolina said. A happy accident, as it turns out. But no one will be shooting at me again anytime soon. Not if they ever want to see their money again. Colin furrowed his brow and exhaled. You found their keys, so that's what you were doing at Lime Harbor. And then you dumped Irie before things spun out of control. Carolina nodded. You must care for him. What's that got to do with anything? You are something, Carolina. Of all the reckless things you've ever done, my God, I can't believe Father didn't lock you down at Sutton when you came back to Athos. Come off it, Goss. I'm not a child. You don't get to speak to me like I am. Oh, are you not? Colin raised his voice. You are the daughter of Athos, Carolina. And you think you just get to stick your neck out for assassins to take a shot at you? Are you kidding me? You're not just playing with your life. When they shoot at you, they shoot at Athos. What would the battery look like today if they'd hit you in the forehead, sister? How many billion dead for your impetuous little scalp? And for what? For the truth. The truth? Yes, the truth.
The truth about the war, the truth about Selah, the truth about Athos. Goss, for once!
What's your play here, Carolina? Even if you got the truth, what do you think you'd do with it? Have you even thought that far ahead?
The war must be stopped. Iophos must be brought to heel, or at least the faction bent on drawing us into the conflict. That would be a start.
Just that.
For now, I'm sure something else will come up along the way. It always seems to.
Colin took a deep breath. Before I say any more, I'd like to know what role you think Karsten and I are supposed to play in this little misadventure of yours.
What do you mean, Colin?
We'd been searching for you for weeks. Your man Christoph found us and told us how to find you. We'd never have found you otherwise. I presumed that was your doing.
Rishi believes that Karsten has a role to play in all this. I'm not certain about you. She brought both of you here against my wishes.
Colin smiled, tapping his hand on the arm of his chair. So she's in charge then, not you.
It's not about who's in charge. It's about the outcome. Keeping the entire battery from turning into a war zone. And we're failing on that front, in case you hadn't noticed.
Father told me it was time to brief you, Carolina. Here's my concern, though.
Brief me? About what?
About Athos. That truth you've been seeking. I'm not sure you're ready for it.
What do you mean, Goss?
Byram, for as much as I love him, he has never and will never take our obligations seriously. He's just not a serious enough person. And Etta never had the grit to make life or death decisions. You, though, Carolina, you seem to pick up and put down our obligations whenever it suits you. This obsession with Selah, flying off and disregarding your obligations at home to pursue injustice across the galaxy. Yet I read the briefings about the artifacts. When Father gave you that responsibility, you adopted it wholesale, lived it. We are Dreeson's sister, the Dreesons. Our obligation isn't to the truth, or justice, or even Selah, whatever did or didn't happen to her. Our obligation is singular, and it is to Athos. It is far, far bigger than us. We need you to understand that truth first. I need you to understand that if I tell you the truth about Athos, that's it. You are taking up the responsibility that has been our family's for over a millennium now, and you will not put it down to adventure through the letters, or study artifacts, or solve mysteries of the past. I need your word that you are all in on this mission, our family's mission, dating all the way back to Yule and Zaire Dreeson.
Believe it or not, Colin, that's what I've been doing. Athos cannot survive if it's corrupt. I seem to be the only one who understands this, but nobody wants to look. Selah saw something ugly about Athos, and she died for it. That's what I've been hunting out here, even though it may not make sense to you and Father.
Carolina, you don't even know what Athos is. She shook her head at him.
What do you mean?
I want your solemn word.
You have it, Colin.
Pledge on it. She looked at him skeptically, as though it was too much, almost performative. He returned an insistence in his bright, serious Dreeson eyes. She raised her right hand.
For Athos. For all of us.
You mean those words?
With all my heart, Goss.
Abandon your preconceptions about our home, little sister. Athos was never what you thought it was. When Carolina emerged from the clean room, nearly 2 hours after they'd dismissed Rishi and Karsten, her face betrayed no emotion.
It's time to go,
she merely stated to her people in the rapier sitting area.
You're with us, Irie. Pack your things if you'd like to join us. We'll be departing within the hour.
Would you like for me to join you, Dreeson? He asked. That's not exactly a convincing invitation. Carolina nodded, taking a deep breath, and seemingly taking Irie's response to heart.
Yes, Karsten. We need your help, and we would like you to join us.
In that case, I'd be happy to join you and help in any way I can.
We'll brief along the way,
Carolina replied.
Captain,
Rishi stated, still from her seated position across from Soch, Sebastian, and the 2 CG agents who were begrudgingly parting with their stakes in the 4-way sabaka match. Behind her, Soch was negotiating for whatever Athosian delicacies they could part with in lieu of hard currency.
Yes, Rishi,
Carolina answered.
Goss needs to come with us, too.
Excuse me? Colin stated. He looked as shocked as Carolina at the declaration.
If Karsten was the only one we needed to recruit, I just as easily could have put Kristoff in contact with him alone and had them both meet us at the next artifact. Goss needs to come with us, too. It's why I brought them both. Is that a fact? Carolina asked. That's a fact, Rishi stated. He has an important role to play.
I also have an important role to play in the Athosian government, as it turns out, Colin replied.
Yes, you do. And this mission will help to prepare you for it. Your father's people can obviously manage in your absence for the time being.
Well, they say a captain is like her ship, Carly, Colin stated. She's nearly as pushy as you.
Do I have to ask you nicely, Colin?
Carolina asked. No. As it turns out, this mission of yours is intriguing enough on its face. I can see the value in it. And what better company?
Pack your things then, you two. I'll see you aboard the YC within the hour.
Yes, Captain, Colin replied, grinning. I'll get my crew their instructions for the return voyage to Athos, and then we'll be across straight away.
Very good,
Carolina said, turning her attention to the table in the back, where Soch had just picked up the sticks. She addressed the CG agents floating beside Soch and Transom.
Thank you as always for your service, gentlemen. You do Athos proud.
It was as crowded as the Yankee-Chaos had been since her days as a transport for ops units. The atmosphere aboard her, though, was not without some measure of complexity. Fieldstone was still undergoing one of the most difficult debriefings of his long history as an operator. And there was the touchy situation between Drya and Wren. Neither knew how to approach him or the other, and having strangers aboard the ship only made it more difficult to broach the issue. Fields, per usual, insisted on focusing intensely on the mission, and in his mind, that meant recording as much as humanly possible in the brief window he had access to the memories he'd made on Yal. Otherwise, he declared to Rishi, all that suffering will have been for nothing. It was a 2-week transit to their next artifact. Fields promised a complete briefing to the crew by then. Yal was important. He just needed time to piece it back together. His memories were scattered, and the volume and composition of those memories proved almost overwhelming. Only Rishi could possibly understand. The sheer amount of data his uploaded bipal mind had routinely handled was so great that a human mind couldn't process an hour's worth in a lifetime. He was trying to make sense of a puzzle the size of the galaxy with the pieces of a few solar systems, and those pieces were well out of order as well. And then there was Irie. It wasn't lost on anyone, including Karsten himself, that Carolina was spending even more time than usual sequestered away on the flight deck. Months before, this might have bothered Karsten. But to Transom's keen eyes, there was something different about the professor. He didn't mope about like a wounded puppy. He didn't seem to let it bother him at all. When Transom asked him in passing what he'd been up to since they dropped him back on Damon Mines, he began to tell Transom a wild tale about a trip he'd taken to Richfield on a mining freighter. And by the time he'd finished, more than half the ship was gathered at the atrium table, listening to Irie recount the adventure, hanging on every word. For his part, Karsten was interested to find out what they'd been up to since they dropped him off. But again, he seemed to not be taking it too personally that Carolina had cut him out. Colin was finding it a bit more challenging to fit in among the warriors in Carolina's crew. His most substantive interactions were with Karsten and Wren, and though he'd never tell her as much in so many words, he quietly envied the way Carolina seemed to effortlessly garner the acceptance of such a diverse group of ordinary people. But then, these weren't ordinary people, he was discovering. And the more he watched his sister, the more he was learning she wasn't either. 10 days into the transit, mid-afternoon, Carolina, while sitting by herself on the flight deck, looked up from her reading to see Fieldstone floating at the entryway. "Permission to join you, Captain?" he asked.
"Please, Fields, you don't need to ask."
"It would feel funny presuming. My way. Old habits and all that. Although, things have been all mixed up in my mind since I got back."
"How is the debriefing with Rishi going?"
Carolina asked as Fieldstone pulled himself down to the chair beside her. You won't ever hear me complain, but I'm not going to lie either. It's a challenge, on many fronts. I think we've gotten about as far as we can, at least for now.
But that's not what you came to talk about,
Carolina asked, sensing Fields had something else on his mind. I haven't spoken to Wren and Dryya properly. I'm sure that's not lost on anybody, least of all them. All I told them is that I needed time to get that mission intelligence out of my mind. The Y'all stuff. It's too important to miss any details. I think we should all talk about that. Brief everybody. Put our heads together.
I've been reading your account as Rishi has been recording it. That, and Wren and Drya's debriefings. It's hard to fathom.
Fields nodded. There was a long, uncomfortable silence. She could sense Fieldstone didn't know how to say what he needed to say.
You're worried about Dryya and Wren.
He nodded. I guess I wanted to tell you as a courtesy. You know. I never intended to cause any disruption in the crew. I couldn't have fathomed what happened in a million years. Now I think it's inevitable that it's going to be a mess, and we're cooped up in this bucket. No getting away from it.
Fieldstone, it almost feels like you're trying to apologize. For what? This isn't an ops unit. You're a free man here. You and Dryya and Wren are allowed to explore whatever relationships you want, without ever having to apologize to me.
I just thought, if it's awkward around here on my account, you know, that's why they don't allow that stuff on ops teams.
Allegedly,
Carolina said, smiling at him. Yeah, allegedly.
Care to tell me whose heart you're going to break?
I don't know about all that. I don't know. You're a kid compared to me, so maybe I can speak easy with you about it. But honestly, sometimes it's a marvel any woman of any age would look twice at a busted up, broken down soldier like me.
You're a catch, old man,
Carolina replied, grinning. It was all mixed up in my head, Captain. And part of me figured that if I waited, maybe it would all just settle down in my mind and I'd forget the things I wanted to forget. And maybe I was terrified I'd forget the things I wanted to remember.
Of y'all? With Wren?
It doesn't seem she's forgotten, Fields said. I haven't either.
You should talk with her about it.
I intend to, but I owe it to Dryya to let her know first. I don't know how she'll take it, but whatever we had before, I guess the best way to put it is that the weight of that other world, that's heavier than anything I could have imagined. So I owe it to Dryya to let her down as easy as possible.
I'm sure you will.
He shrugged. She's a good girl. I've hurt a lot of people in my life, Captain, but I sure never wanted to hurt her.
Doors open and close, Fields. A whole lot of them aren't by our doing.
That's certain. Anyway, Captain, just thought you should know.
You're a good man, Fieldstone. Please tell Dryya to come talk to me after you let her know.
Thanks, Carolina. I like your brother, by the way. Stuffy enough, but he's good like you. I never would have guessed that about two Ethosians before I met you both. The artifact that Rishi calculated would transport Carolina's team to Iophos had been designated E7. It was far out beyond the letters, and with the exception of Carolina and the Yankee-Chaos's original crew members, it was farther outside the battery than everyone on the ship had ever traveled. They were briefing each day, helping to prepare the team for the mission to Iophos. Wren and Fieldstone did their best to answer questions about their experiences traveling inside the artifacts, while Karsten, primarily, prepared the group for the cultural and political environment on pre-war Iophos. It wasn't drastically different from present-day Iophos, except there were groups, political extremist factions that had largely dissipated over the decades, a seemingly cyclical phenomenon on Iophos that the Ethosian government had never permitted on their ring. Needless to say, Karsten was excited to witness these movements he'd only read about in person. Rishi had a plan for Dryya, who dealt with the breakup about as well as one could under the circumstances, cooped up in a small ship with her former lover, and the very woman who'd taken her place in his heart. For their part, Wren and Fieldstone were very careful to avoid any outward signs of affection. Nor did Dryya seem bitter or angry toward Wren. She seemed to see it as Carolina had described. A door that had closed on her had opened for Wren. That was the best she could do. As they approached the artifact, Carolina recognized the ship on the front display. It was the Cannon, Verona's yacht.
Are you alone?
She asked when she pinged Kristoff. Not anymore, he stated, smiling at the sight of Carolina. I've done my best to dig out the aperture, but it's just been me, and I don't really have any tools. Carolina smiled.
We'll send out Harold and wake up old George to do the rest of the work. We've got some people aboard who'd love to see you.
It was a happy reunion. Kristoff related stories of their mission, stories from the earliest months of Charris, which Karsten was particularly captivated by. You'll have your own experience, I assure you, Kristoff replied. I don't know that words do it justice. But you've been to both now, Juice, Transom stated. The future and the past. Which was better? Kristoff shook his head, considering. I have to say, I prefer the present. Most days. It will change you. I don't know that there's any way to prepare you for it, or to guess how, but it will change you. That's certain, Fields agreed. For a moment, there was a long, uncomfortable pause in the atrium. Rishi, whose body was floating toward the rear of the room, observing through her many outlets, projected her voice over the sound system as though she was the ship again.
I had a body. That was a change nothing could have prepared me for. But you all have a mission. That's the focus. You're going to Iophos with a purpose. We need you to infiltrate, be regular people, observe, capture their secrets.
That's the directive, ship, Transom replied. We've got it, and we'll deliver. Speaking of which, he looked over at Carolina, who nodded.
Everyone ready?
The party members all looked around at each other in agreement. Irie, Soch, Colin Dreeson, Carolina herself, and Transom.
To Iophos,
Carolina declared.
We'll be waiting for you,
Rishi stated.
Good hunting.
Fieldstone remained the ranking officer on the ship, at least nominally, once Carolina stepped out. So he went through the formalities, strapped to the captain's chair on the flight deck, while the party made their way inside the artifact. Ren was there beside him. Drya and Kristoff watched from the table in the atrium, images from Carolina's eyewear projecting onto the float screen overhead. Rishi, of course, saw it all, from every angle. Her body sat strapped in beside Drya and Kristoff as they listened to the comms chatter amongst the departing five. Then, poof, they were gone.
Of all the missions, Rishi said, this is the mission.
Then Godspeed, Kristoff said, to them and to all of us. Demons. Something was off in the air. To the residents of Genea, though, it wasn't immediately apparent that anything was different about that night. The mist began on schedule, as dictated by the water cycle. So, as planned, there was a dull humidity in the air that made the quiet city seem slightly cooler than most nights. But it also brought the smell of flowers, grasses, and trees into the carefully cultivated atmosphere. There wasn't anything materially different in the air, though. It just felt that way. The first sign of something unusual came as the city's Division 117s faced off against Capringham, the visiting division champion from the Abrams Octant. The energy should have seemed celebratory, but it wasn't. At first, the stadium was flat, and perhaps symbolically, Genea's 17s conceded 2 quick goals, leaving the starting 11 looking at each other, as though each were accusing the other of failing to show up for their biggest match of the season. Similarly, the considerable crowd, who'd come to expect much more from their vaunted 17s, looked around the stadium on that cool night, wondering what had happened to take the starch out of their boys. The energy settled somewhat, and the score remained 2-0 for nearly 25 more minutes, before Genea's starting left midfielder, Zeldin Swinney, simply stopped dead right in the middle of a run, surrendering possession to Capringham and spoiling a promising advancement down a wide-open left side. The crowd groaned. The center half shouted over at Swinney, who stood in place for several seconds, staring vacantly as though absorbing the scene, seemingly taking stock of where he was, looking to his left, To his right, to the stands, to the sky, 2 of his teammates approached him, and when the center half joined them, he could be heard from the stands to shout several uncharitable words at young Swinney, who still hadn't moved from the spot. As the referee began to approach, somewhat concerned, the center half pushed Zeldin Swinney in the chest, and when the young man hardly reacted, his center half slapped him upside the head, as though to wake young Zeldin up. Zeldin Swinney responded by headbutting the center half square in the nose so violently that the boy dropped to the pitch out cold before he'd even hit the ground. By then, the Swinney boy was surrounded by several of his own teammates, as well as 2 or 3 of the Capringham 17s, who rushed forward with the intention of breaking up the sudden fist fight that broke out between Zeldin Swinney and his fellow midfielders. By the time Capringham's midfielders got to the scrum, though, 2 more of Genia's 17s were laid out on the turf, with a third still in the process of dropping. The brawl might have stopped then and there if the Capringham midfielders had been a few more steps away and had simply backed off, but they arrived just in time for Zeldin Swinney to feel himself surrounded, and once he dropped the first Capringham boy with a fierce right hook, the entire team ran in to pile on Swinney in defense of their own. Nobody could recall such a scene. Genuine violence on a scale the city of Genia never saw. Kicking, punching, biting, brawling. Fathers running in from the stands shouting. Coaches, officials, and players struggling to pull teammates and opponents alike from the pile. And at the center of it all, Zeldin Swinney stood like a gladiator. Bloody hands, bloody forehead, his head on a swivel, knocking down anyone who dared to approach for nearly a full 2 minutes before finally 2 of the neighborhood's Georges on designated community watch arrived. With great difficulty and several shocks to Zeldin Swinney's torso, the city's multi-use models were finally able to subdue the young man. By the time they dragged off the Swinney boy, the stadium grounds were in total disarray. Genia's 17s had to be pulled away by their parents, coaches, and families, and the visiting Capringham team were huddled together in the far corner of the pitch, where many of the boys who hadn't been injured in the brawl stood either wide-eyed with shock or in tears. Mothers were apoplectic. Enraged fathers were shouting at the ones trying to restore order. The stadium volunteers were scrambling to get medical help to the boys who were still laid out on the pitch, some of whom had been trampled in the scrum after getting knocked out clean by the initial brawl. But oddly, between the goalposts on the home end, a tall young goalkeeper stood, taking in the scene not unlike the way Zeldin Swinney had before the brawl. He hadn't run into the fray, nor did he seem inclined to move off his spot when it became clear that the match would be abandoned. He just looked puzzled. One might have thought he was in shock, not unlike the Capringham boys on the other end of the pitch. But when he was approached by his older brother, who'd come down from the grandstands, it became clear that something else entirely was going on. The goalkeeper was staring up at the sky vacantly. "Lorne," the keeper's elder brother stated. "Are you okay?" The goalkeeper shook his head and returned to look to his brother that could only have been described as awe. "I don't believe it," Lorne replied. "We're on Iophos." The goalkeeper looked down at his own hands in the way an infant does, in wonder. "This is the most incredible thing I've ever seen." The clinic was in chaos by the time Arno Kozlov arrived. To say the brawl at the 17s match was unprecedented in the city's history might have been a stretch, but nothing like it had occurred in living memory. A mass casualty incident hadn't happened at the emergency clinic for over 2 decades, even during Founders Week. But something was clearly peculiar about it, Kozlov knew, owing to the fact that the ranking psychiatric fellow wasn't normally part of such an incident's response plan. He was well aware that such high spirits were normal following a traumatic event of that magnitude, but he was unprepared for the amount of shouting in the waiting area outside the clinic doors. As he walked through, it seemed the only thing keeping violence from breaking out again was the line of multi-use models standing between the impromptu demarcation of their waiting area into 2 sides, one for the Genia parents and one for the visitors from Capringham. Kozlov informed the local community watch to call for more human officers and mediators to calm the situation. The emotional tensions weren't what he'd been called to deal with. This entire near pogrom, he'd been informed on the initial ping, had been set off by one of the Genia 17s having a complete psychotic break mid-match. The Swinney boy was in a separate secure area of the clinic, restrained now, and quite subdued according to the staff. He'd been surprisingly calm and cooperative when answering questions, and, to the shock of the staff who'd interacted with him, displayed no remorse or emotions whatsoever when he was informed of the chaos he'd caused. "What's everyone so upset about?" he'd asked the psychiatric nurse. "A few fists got thrown around. That's a decent night out in some places." He also told her that he thought his body might have a heart condition.
I thought that was strange,
the nurse told Kozlov when he arrived to take a report.
The way he said it made it seem like he thought it wasn't his body. Like, who says this body might have a heart condition? You say I think I might have a heart condition, right? That's some kind of dissociative disorder, Dr. Kozlov, isn't it? But I've never seen anything like that.
"I'll have to examine the boy before I make any diagnosis," Kozlov replied. "It does sound odd, though, yes."
"Oh, and Dr. Kozlov? Ms. Ira is here as well."
This news surprised Arno Kozlov, who shook his head. "Lee Ira is here? Why?"
Her Alba brought her in reporting an episode of syncope, followed by disorientation. She's in room 3 with her Alba, whose report is in the file.
Kozlov hadn't seen Ms. Ira in the clinic for over a year. She'd been steadily progressing. It was terrible timing. He cared about Lee Ira. Everyone did. They all wanted to see her do as well as possible, given the public tragedy she'd suffered. Kozlov looked around the clinic at the chaos, made sure the Swinney boy was secure and stable, and decided the brawlers could wait. He watched the Alba's report, and then went in to talk with Lee Ira. Carolina Dreeson was becoming more aware of her circumstances. She was on Iophos. She was aware that she was in the body of another woman. Lee, that's what the Alba kept calling her. The transition to this body had been traumatic, a pain unlike anything she'd ever experienced. At first, it was equally confusing, but the Alba had helped. She had also complicated the situation by taking Carolina to the clinic. She had a vague recollection of this Lee's memories. Some of them, but everything was cloudy. She knew she couldn't answer the Alba's questions correctly, but she had a sense that all that would fade. She'd only needed time to orient herself to this life, but the Alba watching her had insisted on dragging her to the clinic. Now she was locked in a room with the bot watching her every move, hanging on her every word, interpreting every facial expression and gesture. Carolina sat still and kept quiet, telling the Alba she didn't feel like talking. She had the most powerful urge to cry, but she also had the sense that just a crack in that dam would open a deluge she couldn't control, and she knew she had to get out of there, out from under watchful eyes, human and android. She didn't remember what it was yet, but she knew she had a mission here. She kept breathing through the sensation, staring at the wall. At her core, she felt such profound sadness. She had no idea it was going to be like this, taking up another life. She resorted to counting backwards from 1,000 by sevens, one number for each breath. It was the only thing she could think to do to keep from breaking down. The door opened. A face that was both familiar and one she couldn't quite remember or put a name to. "Hi, Lee," the man said, his tone sympathetic, almost saturated with pity. "I hear you're having a tough night."
"I'm feeling better," she replied. "There seems to be something going on out there."
"Nothing you need to worry about, Lee. Let's focus on you."
"Have you viewed my report, Dr. Kozlov?" the Alba asked. "Ms. Ira's behavior has been quite irregular, concerningly so. That is why I brought her here."
"I did get your report, Alba. Thank you. If I need any more information, I'll let you know."
"Please inform me if I can be of any help to you or your staff in caring for Ms. Ira."
"I will, Alba. For now, please, I'd like to speak to Lee uninterrupted," the doctor stated, turning his attention to the young woman seated on the hospital stretcher. "Can you tell me what happened this evening, Lee?"
"I'm not sure, really.
Carolina replied.
I remember feeling confused. I think I almost fell. Or maybe I did. Alba must have caught me. I don't think I hit my head.
No, Dr. Kozlov agreed. Alba kept you from hitting the ground. Do you know what happened after that?
I was just lightheaded for a spell.
It was a bit more serious than that.
Was it? I don't recall.
You don't remember the episode?
Not entirely. I remember people staring at me. I was sitting on the ground in the plaza. I remember Alba bringing me here. She seemed very concerned. I think she might have overreacted. She's a very dedicated unit. I feel much better now.
Your Alba shared her footage of the entire incident in her report, Ms. Ira. I don't think she overreacted at all. It was quite concerning. We've talked a lot about how debilitating grief can be.
Yes,
Carolina replied.
Grief.
That was the word for it. It's okay to have setbacks, Lee. Life is not a straight line. Dr. Kozlov detected a glimmer of a smile around Lee's lips as she responded. No, it is certainly not. I wanted to come and see you, Lee, just so you know I'm here. We all care very deeply about you, and are here to support you.
I appreciate that.
We're going to let Alba stay with you for now. Is that okay? Lee Ira looked over at her android, considering.
I have no objection,
she replied. Sit tight, Lee. There's a lot happening tonight, but I want you to know you're my top priority.
Thank you, Dr. Kozlov.
As he left, the room got oppressively quiet again. She tried to clear her mind, so she could get back to the business of mastering it. She tried to remember where she'd left off, as that Alba continued to observe her, with its robotic, singular purpose.
727, 720, 713, 706.
After a half hour or so of waiting and looking outside to the chaos of the clinic, Carolina asked Alba to gather some information about what had happened to turn the clinic of a sleepy little city like Genia's into a disaster area on a seemingly ordinary weeknight. The Alba had seen enough consistency in Lee Ira's outward behavior since their arrival at the clinic that she acceded and left her charge alone in that hospital room. When the Alba returned, she reported everything she'd been able to gather about the riot that had occurred at the 17's football match. She hadn't pressed to acquire any confidential medical information, but, in passing, she'd overheard a nurse speaking in the treatment area about one of the boys having a psychotic break. Out in the waiting area, she'd gotten the rest of the story from witnesses to the event. Zeldin Swinney was the boy's name, she informed Lee. He was in the treatment bay across from Lee.
I have seen the footage, the Alba reported. That boy is violent and dangerous. Thankfully, he's restrained, Ms. Lee. There is no longer a threat. One boy caused all that trouble?
Lee Ira asked.
He injured quite a few boys on his own, but his actions touched off a much larger brawl. Is anyone seriously hurt? Many concussions, broken noses, and orbital bones. Some boys lost teeth. I do believe everyone is stable and expected to recover. That's good to hear, Alba,
Lee Ira said.
I'd like you to report to my parents that I'm all right, please. Do not show them the footage of the incident that prompted you to bring me here. They worry enough already. Dr. Kozlov and his staff will make sure that I'm well cared for tonight. Are you certain, Ms. Lee? I am. I'm feeling much better, Alba. I'm so grateful you were with me tonight. Of course. I was doing my duty, Ms. Lee. Is there anything you need before I leave? Can you alert the nurse that I'd like to use the bathroom on your way out? I will do that, Ms. Lee. Feel better, and send for me the moment you have a need of my services again. Good night, Alba.
When she came into the room, Swinney looked up and grinned, but she didn't say anything. The young woman had a curious air about her, and was remarkably pretty, despite an obviously sullen bearing.
I heard you started a brawl,
the young woman said.
And I heard you beat up an entire visiting football team. But it was the fact that you beat up your own team as well that really tipped me off. Sebastian, I presume?
He turned his head to the side and looked carefully at his visitor. Is that you in there, Dreeson? You look pretty good with dark hair.
And you're an idiot. You headbutted your own teammate into the next octant, and now you're locked up.
You're in much better shape, are you? How'd you get in here, by the way?
Never mind that. Yes, I'm handling my end. You need to handle yours. Do whatever you need to do to get free so we can do what we came here to do, which isn't to make ourselves the most hated people in the city the second we arrive, as it happens.
In my defense, I was disoriented and acting on instinct.
That I believe. Unfortunately, instinct or no, you can't be starting brawls on Iophos.
Where I'm from, Dreeson, a man doesn't slap another man. Not if he likes his teeth.
She looked over her shoulder again to the corridor outside.
I can't stay.
Wait, are you a patient here, Dreeson? In the psych unit?
Get free as soon as possible, and do whatever it takes to blend in, Sebastian. Wait for me to contact you. Behave. Those are my standing orders until I get in touch again.
Understood. I'll be a good boy, boss.
You'd better.
She looked over her shoulder one last time, shook her head at him, and then ducked back out of the room. The problem with the Shiro statue in Io was that it was a bit too crowded to be an ideal rendezvous. It was well known and easily accessible, but in their time, Neandra Square wasn't the public attraction it had been a century and a half before. There were school groups cycling through, and with them, there were teachers, parents, and bots monitoring the groups. There were also rows of mobile food carts lining the square, attracting workers on their lunch breaks and tourists from around the ring and even Hellenia and parts farther in the battery. The young gentleman looked like he was dressed for business, and indeed he was. It was just a different type of business than the work that got done in the corporate offices in downtown Io. By a stroke of luck, his name was Colin. Not that he was confused any as to who he was, but for the others, being able to call Colin Dreeson by Colin would make all their lives a little easier. Noel was his surname here. He was a low-level worker in Catherine Berg's controller's office. He didn't have much in terms of personal resources, but by the looks of things, as Colin had been able to determine in the short time since his arrival in this other Colin's body, the young man was a respectable member of the community. The 5 visitors had chosen Io because they had no idea where on the ring they'd arrive. The times were decided in advance. For the first month, the meeting was weekly at noon. It was agreed they would all get there as soon as they could. After the first month, the time for their rendezvous became monthly for 2 years, and after that twice yearly for the first 10. If someone didn't appear by then, it was on them to find the others. Colin had been waiting an hour each time for the first 2 weeks. It was the longest he'd stood still, literally or metaphorically, in his own body or someone else's, for as long as he could remember. Colin Dreeson modeled his life after his father's, and Barnard Dreeson didn't waste a second. Technically, he wasn't wasting any time. He was fulfilling an objective, be it the rendezvous, meet and communicate with his collaborators, but that involved standing still, long periods of disengagement, and wandering thoughts. One prominent thought that kept recurring was that he was experiencing life as another person, and not just another person, but an anonymous one. He wasn't the Chancellor of Athos' son here. He was just a face in the crowd. No one had any cause to notice him unless he was standing in the way while others were walking. An entirely different face was quite a nice disguise, he decided. Colin was developing a habit of sipping a coffee very slowly, focusing on it, scanning the crowd for faces. He couldn't deny that it was enjoyable, tremendously relaxing. Every now and again, someone would stand out in the crowd. He'd follow with his eyes, wondering if it could be Irie or Carolina, or her metal mercenary. The Etteran, he knew, would walk up on him without his ever suspecting his presence. That was his way. But the others, he thought he might pick them out of the crowd somehow, even wearing different faces. The tall young boy that appeared beside him seemed like he might have stepped away from a school group visiting the capital, seeing the sights. "It's something," the boy said. "All the activity?" Colin looked up at him. He hadn't noticed the teenager at all, even though he stood about a head taller than most people in the square.
He nodded to acknowledge the boy's presence, but didn't respond. The young man kept talking. I checked to make sure. Epton Daniel is the Chancellor of Athos. Isn't that something? Quite a thing, Colin replied. Rare for a man of such obscurity to rise so high. Not a Dreeson or a Ball or a Daly, the boy replied. They were minors, the Daniels, historically. I didn't know that. I bet you know the Dreeson's history well, though, the boy said, peering down at Colin as though he knew him. He touched his heart twice and raised his fist to his chin. Is that you, Irie? Colin said. Goss, I presume? Colin nodded. Well done, sir. I didn't see you coming. You stand out, Karsten said. Although my name here is Lorne, I'm a student. You're very tall. A goalkeeper on the citywide 17s, as it turns out. I haven't spoken to any of the others, but I have a good sense that one of my teammates is one of us. Why do you suspect that? And if so, why haven't you spoken yet? Because it's Sebastian, and he got locked up for beating up half the stadium when we arrived. He's on a psych lockdown in Geneva. Geneva? I don't know it. I've been in Kayburg. My name is Colin, by the way. Colin Knoll, government functionary. How apt. Funny, Irie. It's Yosef, actually. Lorne Yosef. I suppose we should get used to these names, Colin said. The tall boy nodded. It's pretty interesting being tall, I have to say. I have this unshakable urge to lean over while talking to people. I feel like I'm going to destroy this poor boy's neck hunching down. Yes, that's nice. We need to discuss finding the others. As far as Sebastian goes, I imagine it'll be a little while. It was a serious situation. Well, relative to Geneva, they'd never seen chaos like that. Try and find out as soon as you can. What do you have for contact? The tall teenager pulled a rectangle out of his front pocket. Apparently the boy doesn't like the feeling of having eyewear on his face, or even a swatch, Lorne said. Sometimes he doesn't even bring this thing with him. Absent-minded a bit. I trust you will be more reliable. You know, Goss, I get the sense you're trying to talk me off or something. There's no rush here. We can wait for the others together. Maybe get lunch or something after. Colin looked up at Lorne doubtfully. What? The boy replied. We look conspicuous just standing here. We look? You need to relax, Goss. Or I guess I should call you Colin now. Either way, nobody cares. Nobody's looking for us except us. We're just two people standing in a busy crowd in Io. Someone is always watching. I suppose. Who would it be? A Mycon or a milliner in Io? Maybe a precops. A precops, yes. He will notice if you linger. I'm sure it'll be top of mind. Colin Nobody sipped his coffee next to Lorne Yosef of Geneva for nearly 5 minutes. A strange aberration indeed. Colin looked over at him scowling and shaking his head. Okay then, Lorne said. You may consider taking this opportunity to take a breath for once in your life. I certainly won't let this opportunity pass me by, and neither should you, Goss. Epton Daniel is the Chancellor of Athos. The seat is secure, and absolutely none of your concern. Isn't that a relief? Take comfort in that. Comfort is for proles, Colin replied. Ping me as soon as you've contacted Sebastian. Colin returned to the square a week later, with the hope that Carolina and Soch would appear. He'd been in steady contact with Lorne, who reported that he hadn't been allowed in to see his teammate yet, but that the staff had told him the young brawler may be allowed visitors in the coming days. Colin told Lorne to stay in Geneva until further notice. He would take charge as the point man in Neandra Square until they reassembled their entire team. Again, Colin stood nearby to the Shiro statue, doing his best to blend in. He hoped this week he might see before he was seen. He'd been surprised by how easily Irie had walked up on him, seeming to recognize him without much effort at all. It wasn't that he recognized his sister as she approached. Really, it was the deliberate, direct line the young woman took toward the Shiro statue. Even in those days, it had been some time since that older monument held any significance beyond historical curiosity. Io, much like Ithaca, seemed to change completely in a generation or two, while also never really changing at all. As she got closer, he could see the girl's face a bit more clearly. The only aspect of her visage that wasn't pale was the pair of dark circles under her eyes. She looked simultaneously tired and acutely troubled, if such a thing were possible. She had a darkness about her that Colin struggled to associate with his bright sister, but he felt certain that it was her, even though he had the sense that if they were any other place, there was no way he'd have recognized anything familiar about her. She picked him out right away, gesturing at the first direct eye contact.
Carly. She nodded but corrected him.
My name is Lee. Lee Ira.
I'm Colin by chance. Colin Knoll. Carolina sighed. Would you like a hug, sister? You don't look so good. Carolina didn't know whether Colin was being serious. He'd never been much for brotherly affection. Familial duty always seemed more important than familial love to him. That he was even noticing her bearing surprised Carolina a little.
Lee is carrying a tremendous amount of sorrow with her. I can't shake it.
Do you have a sense of what's troubling her? Colin asked.
I know, yes, but also I don't. She lost her sister, but I don't have any memories of it. There's just an awful feeling. It's not like Rishi described it. I have no access to the woman I'm supposed to be.
That's strange, Goss replied. This Colin, I know his mind. I remember his life as though it's my own. Irie reports the same with his host.
You've seen Karsten?
Carolina stated, an urgency in her tone. I can put you in contact. He's in Genea, and he believes your Etteran is as well.
Lee's from Genea. That's great. Also, I've made contact with Sebastian. He's locked up, though. I have no excuse to see him except that we're being treated by the same psychiatrist.
Yes, I heard he'd gotten into some trouble. Can't say as though I'm shocked. I'll let you and Irie figure that out. I'm starting to get settled myself. Irie's alter ego, Lorne, apparently he and Sebastian are on the same football team together.
He survived the carnage?
Yes, Irie's fine, but you don't look so good, Carolina. And by that, I mean you look terrible. Are you okay?
I don't know, Goss. I'm trying. It's very hard.
What's hard?
Existing, breathing, every step forward.
Would you like to stay here with me? I need to wait for your metal friend. There's no sign of him yet. Carolina reached out and took her brother's hand.
I'll wait with you as long as I can,
she said.
I didn't imagine it would be this hard.
When the young man approached her, she got an uneasy feeling in her gut, but it was Irie she knew immediately. Colin had put them in contact, and they'd been talking for days on their own secure channel. She had no sense of why she felt so uncomfortable as the tall teenager walked toward her, wearing a welcoming grin. Hi, Lee, he said, looking down with concern in his eyes. Carolina was getting used to being called Lee, but from him, from Karsten, something about it hit her hard, and she nearly began to cry.
Shall we walk?
She asked him. They were at the gate to Genea's Arboretum, right at the boundary that served as the southern entrance to the Reader Circle district of the city. The tall teenager nodded and gestured for Carolina to lead the way into the park. The serene setting contrasted with the turmoil he noted in her bearing. He kept pace beside her as she began to step along the gravel pathway into the trees. Colin told me you were struggling, Lauren said. I wanted to meet you sooner.
I'm limited. My parents are suspicious, and my Alba is watching me constantly. I have to invent reasons for her to give me a moment alone, but I don't ever feel like it's that.
Like what's that? I don't understand.
I don't feel alone. Not like I'm myself anyway. I'm not sure if it's me or if it's Lee. Maybe it's the sense that she feels, the absence of her twin.
You have memories of her twin? She shook her head in the negative.
It seems I may be the only one who doesn't. I know about her, though. I've talked about her, been told about her. But it's like it happened to Lee before I got here, not like it happened to me.
I have vivid memories, Lauren replied. The whole city stopped for days. Everyone went to the public funeral. Well, maybe not everyone, but a lot of us.
You don't remember it?
I don't know. I certainly feel something.
Can you describe it?
Of course I can describe it, Karsten. I feel as though the worst possible thing that could happen has already happened to me, and that every day is a living nightmare that won't end. I feel like half my heart is missing. Is that enough of a description for you? Does that help?
I'm not sure how to help. We came to Iophos at your insistence, to look for societal patterns that you said were important. This seems personal, much more to the individual situation of the identity you've co-opted. I feel like we need to help you shake this struggle before we can begin. Tell me if I'm wrong here, Carolina. You're the leader. She laughed.
I've never felt so helpless. How can I lead anything? I'm trying not to want to die every moment of every day.
That's not you, though. That's the vessel. All of this seems real, but that's the illusion. It's remarkable, but it's still an illusion, we have to remember. This city is not real. This has to be a simulation.
That's not what Rishi said,
Carolina replied.
She told us she went back to Earth and experienced life there. Real things happened to her. And this grief, it's as real as the sorrow I felt for my Aunt Selah. But that was bearable, Karsten. That was natural. What's happening to me? It seems so unnaturally powerful. It's like I can't even think straight. And I have this searing anger in my heart for everyone and everything, just going on as though nothing has happened, as though the world hasn't ended.
How can the world end if it isn't even happening?
That's my point, Karsten. This is real. This is happening. And I feel like Lee is with me, or something is with me. Something is keeping her memory from me, and I'm getting lost.
Tell me what I can do to help.
Keep talking to the others. Remember the mission. You may need to go on without me. I can't help in this state. Tell Colin I'm sorry.
Perhaps we should go to see him.
Why? What use would that be? If I can't do what I came here to do, what use am I?
We care about you, Carolina. She shook her head.
I don't have anything else to say.
Lorne did his best to be supportive, stepping quietly beside her as they made their way through the trees. Her sadness was a stark contrast to the green of the trees, the colors of the flowers, and the sweet tones of the birdsong that was all so uplifting to the soul. Unlike the public gardens in Ithaca, though, Reader Circle's quiet seclusion left them feeling quite alone together, a place Karsten Irie had longed to be for some time. Yet somehow, he knew they weren't alone. There was Carolina, there was Lee, and there was her grief. So the birds continued to sing, and they held their tongues. You speak to me of the value of honesty, Dr. Kozlov, but you aren't being honest with me. If you were, you'd have an answer for me when I ask you about being released. Swinney had been out of full lockdown for nearly a week without showing any signs of violent behavior. He and Kozlov had been speaking daily, but to say it was an ongoing conversation would have missed the underlying reality, that it was far more like a sabaka match between skilled opponents. Kozlov was working to uncover the truth behind the psychotic break young Zeldin Swinney had experienced at the 17's football match, and Sebastian was doing everything he could to keep Kozlov from uncovering his true identity so he could secure his release from emergency psychiatric care and rejoin the mission. Honesty is an interesting concept, Kozlov replied. Most people value honesty. Doesn't everyone? No. Certain small segments of the population don't care about honesty at all. In fact, some people are incapable of caring about honesty. That sounds strange to me, Swinney replied. I don't think I've ever met anyone like that. Yes, you see, some people can lie as easily as they breathe. They show no remorse, or any of the typical bodily signs that normal people display when they lie. Involuntary physiological signs. Do you know what a person like that is called, Zeldin? Probably a bad person? There's a technical term for it. Such a person is a psychopath. Oh, I have heard of that. Yeah. You're asking me about honesty. I agree it's a critical component of trust between a patient and his doctor. So I'm going to be honest with you, Zeldin. The reason I can't give you a timetable for your release is that I am still concerned by your behavior in the aftermath of the incident last week. You showed definite signs of psychopathy. You were remorseless, aloof, unable to recognize the emotional harm you'd caused by your actions. But I recognize all that now. We've talked a lot about this. Oh yes, we have. Also, I wasn't aware. I don't even fully remember what happened. The nurses called it a break. I lost control. That may be the case, Zeldin, but there are also other aspects of psychopathy. Really? What are they? Primarily, the most concerning one is their considerable ability to manipulate others. Psychopaths tend to be master manipulators. They're usually quite clever. They learn the rules, and though they don't care about the rules at all themselves, they learn exactly how and when to follow them so that they seem to care. But they'll break those rules without any compunction as soon as they believe no one is looking. They'll hurt anyone to achieve an objective without thinking twice about it, and they'll deceive even the most discerning observers. What does this have to do with me, though? I haven't done anything wrong since I was brought here the night of the match with Capringham. Yes, you've been very well behaved. One might even say careful. I would say that too. I don't want to hurt anyone, Dr. Kozlov. You also don't want to give me any wrong answers, it seems. Isn't that a good thing? Who wants to give wrong answers? Tell me about your fears, Zeldin. My fears? Yes, when the magistrate's people came 2 days ago, you were very calm. But that first night, you were so afraid you complained that something was wrong with your heart. Are you afraid of what might happen to you in the judicial process? Of course. My prospects are very uncertain. You said I don't want to give wrong answers, and that's true, Dr. Kozlov. I understand that how I respond to treatment now may have a positive or a negative effect in the judicial process. But are you afraid? Of course I am. Of what, Zeldin? I mean, I don't want to be a criminal. I don't want to be locked up. There are stories of the worst people getting sent out to the rocks. I don't want to spend my life crushing metal in an asteroid, being locked up in a cell. I want to live a good life. What is a good life? I want to help. That's a good answer. Thank you, Dr. Kozlov. The psychiatrist looked over his desk to the young man seated before him. It seemed like each avenue he probed ended at a well-placed wall. He decided on another route. Do you think it's ever justifiable to hurt other people, Zeldin? Maybe not? I don't know. If I say no, maybe I'm missing something important. Like, there may be some times when hurting someone might be the right thing to do. Like if somebody was about to hurt another person, and you had to fight to keep that person from getting hurt. Does that make sense? Yes, that's a sensible answer. A very sensible answer. Good. Is it the truth? Is that what you really feel? Or is that what you think I want to hear? I don't understand, Dr. Kozlov. What do you want to hear? You are so shockingly clever, Zeldin Swinney. I don't even believe that dumb look in your eyes is real. I'm only saying what I think. What you think? Dr. Kozlov began to stroke his chin. I don't have the faintest idea what you think. Really. I mean what you really think. But I get the sense I'm being manipulated. That's why I can't give you an honest answer as to when you'll be released, Zeldin. I get the sense that the damage you caused at the stadium the other night isn't even touching the limits of what you might be capable of. I don't know how I could do anything worse. A true psychopath, as I said before, is very good at learning the rules of any given system in order to manipulate them to his advantage. He gravitates toward power, ingratiates himself with powerful people, even if that means doing things that are entirely contrary to his natural impulses, doing good deeds in order to be seen as one of the good guys. But to him, there's no value in the good, but the good it does for him. I get the sense when I'm talking to you, Zeldin, that there is no limit to your ambitions, like I am just one small obstacle in a much larger game you're playing. I'm just a kid, Dr. Kozlov. I want to go back to playing football if my team can forgive me and take me back. I want to do right, so that I don't end up getting sent to the rocks. I don't know anything about all that other stuff. The funny thing about you, Zeldin, if we're being honest, is that you showed absolutely no signs of psychopathic tendencies in your life before last week. By all accounts, you are a normal, average Genian boy. I guess that's what I've been trying to say, Dr. Kozlov. I don't know anything about all this other stuff. Manipulation, psychopath stuff. It's just not me. Another funny thing that cannot be manipulated, though, is intelligence. I know this very well myself. I'm going to tell you another truth. It's actually an embarrassing truth.
It's the reason I'm here in a regional clinic in Geneva instead of Io or Abrams or Catherineburg. I was in the bottom half of my cohort in medical school, not because I didn't apply myself, but because of my intelligence. I'm smart, you see. I'm just not that smart. I had colleagues who were so smart they barely needed to apply themselves. I had to work to meet every benchmark. I was in the 43rd percentile in intelligence in my medical school. It's actually not my head telling me that you're trying to manipulate me, Zeldin. It's my gut. Almost every night I go home and I replay our conversations. Sometimes in my head, sometimes I refer to the recording. And in my head, this is what I find so interesting. My head tries to find ways to justify your position against every last instinct I have. The one point I keep coming back to that concerns me more than anything, especially as I find myself talking myself into believing you. Do you have any idea what that might be? No, sir. I have no idea. Zeldin Swinney is average. Even for a teenager, you should be average, which means I should feel like I have every advantage when we meet. Emotionally, intellectually, medically. So why do I get the feeling in my gut every time I talk to you that you're some sort of Machiavellian genius working me? I'm not sure what all that means, Dr. Kozlov. I just want to give good answers so I can go home and put all this behind me. I hope I can do that. Sudden onset psychopathy has two possible causes: traumatic injury to the prefrontal cortex or a brain tumor. I hope I don't have any of those things. You don't. I think you know exactly what you have. I just wish I did too. But no, Mr. Swinney. I am not inclined to release you a moment before my duty compels me to do so. Dr. Kozlov noticed a subtle grin at that statement. Had he slipped? In the moment he wondered what he'd said, but he didn't catch it. It was only later that night, when he replayed the conversation, that he understood. Zeldin didn't know when he was getting out. That duty would eventually compel Kozlov to release Zeldin Swinney was a fact he'd only just revealed in that moment. It was a peace. The clever boy was learning the rules. Carolina was trying to get out. Lee's mother had insisted on her living with her parents in the immediate aftermath of Marion's death. But after some progress in the nearly 2 years since, Lee had moved out on her own again. Her parents had set her up in a flat near Genea's center, close to the hypermag and local tram hub. She'd taken to traveling around the ring with Alba before her setback. Carolina was trying to convince Lee's mother to let her move back to her flat, out from under the Ira's watchful eyes. They'd noticed changes in her personality that went beyond mere grief or uncertainty following her psychiatric episode the night of the 17s riot. She used words they'd never heard from Lee before, uncommon expressions to Iophos, or even the time. Her appetite was slightly different, the way she was carrying her hands. Things only a mother would notice. But once Mrs. Ira pointed them out, Lee Alba confirmed the changes and began to document more. So she left. Carolina would try to take a walk as often as she could. Yet another inconsistency with Lee, who much preferred to sit at a cafe and draw on her tablet, listen to calming music, and chat with her Alba. Lee hadn't done any of that since the latest incident, since Carolina had arrived. This Lee would walk out of the Ira estate toward the Arboretum, most times all the way through the park to the edge of Genea. She wouldn't even walk in the direction of the circle. Carolina had a vague sense that something important was there, but she didn't quite understand its significance. The feeling she had for it was in her gut, and she could feel it every time her body pointed in that direction, like a biological compass that simultaneously pulled her and terrified her at the same time. So she ambled among the trees aimlessly, Alba trailing silently behind her. This day, early afternoon, Alba broke the silence to remind Carolina that she hadn't eaten all day.
I wasn't hungry,
she stated.
Yes, I gathered as much,
her personal bot replied.
Ever since your release from Dr. Kozlov's direct care, you have been operating at a caloric deficit most days. This won't specifically become a medical issue unless the pattern continues for several weeks, Ms. Lee. I mention it because if it becomes a steady pattern, it will be harder to overcome, especially if you insist on walking so much so frequently.
I should eat, yes, Lee replied. Alba observed her charge, looking up at the trees in an unfocused manner.
I could fix you a meal,
the bot said.
Alba, what are we doing here?
Lee asked.
You haven't been talking to her, have you? Talking to whom, Ms. Lee? To Carolina. I'm almost certain that's her name. Whose name, Miss Lee? The girl. The one who's taken over my body. I've been talking, but no one can hear me. Ms. Lee, are you all right? What do you mean, Alba? You were just speaking to me, and what you were saying made no sense. Oh?
I don't recall, she replied, again her eyes looking up at the canopy of the arboretum.
We were talking about lunch, I think. Do you remember the name you just said to me? A name? Yes, Ms. Lee. You spoke just now of someone I've never met. I suppose my mind's wandering. It's so pretty here. Can you tell me, Ms. Lee, who is Carolina?
Alba recorded her charge's reaction. Lee Ira's eyes came down from the canopy instantly, focused and direct. Lee glared at her.
Where did you hear that name, Alba? Who said it? Why, you did, Ms. Lee, just now. Are you feeling all right? I feel fine. I think we should get you home and have something to eat. Perhaps you're getting lightheaded again.
After a late afternoon lunch, Alba and her mother insisted on Lee visiting with Dr. Kozlov. She had an appointment the following day anyway, so Carolina didn't see the sense in objecting. It only would have drawn more suspicion. Alba wouldn't share the footage with her, though, at Dr. Kozlov's direction, so she had no idea how to prepare. Carolina had experienced a moment of blank space, like a slip in time. It seemed perhaps to be only a few moments, 10 or 20 seconds, she guessed. But what had happened in those 20 seconds was a mystery to her, and someone had spoken to Alba in that time. Someone had said her name, Carolina. Had she said it? She couldn't remember. Kozlov was quiet as she sat across from him. Until that moment, she'd felt comfortable in his office. He had a good energy about him, that psychiatrist. But until then, the look he had for her was one of unmistakable goodwill and sympathy. Now, she sensed something different. She had an excuse ready. Carolina. She'd had a dream about a classmate with that name. That's why it was on her mind. To her surprise, Kozlov didn't even mention it. I'd like to talk about Marion, he began. Carolina looked back at him, clearly surprised. She found that she was shaking her head, quite unconsciously. She didn't say anything. You don't want to talk about Marion? Carolina sighed.
How much can talking help? It can't change reality.
It's true it can't change certain aspects of our reality. That Marion is gone, for instance. But it can change how we deal with that reality, Lee. You know how important that is to your life going forward.
I don't want to talk about Marion, Dr. Kozlov.
I can't force you to talk, Lee. But it's important that you acknowledge Marion's impact on what's happening with you now.
What is happening now?
Well, your family is very concerned about you right now. That's very important. You had been making steady progress before last week. Something has clearly happened to cause their concern. And for you, Lee, as you told me yourself when we first met, your entire world revolved around you and Marion as a pair. So, when something goes wrong, it's usually important for us to talk about Marion.
I don't have anything to say. I just feel sad and tired, and I don't want to talk.
Can I talk about Marion?
I can't stop you, can I?
No, but I don't want to hurt you, Lee. You have to understand, I care very much about you. If I talk about Marion, and it bothers you, that might be counterproductive.
I don't understand what would be productive in this context, Dr. Kozlov. Maybe I'm confused.
I'll ask you a question then, Lee, okay?
Lee nodded. Do our deaths need to have purpose? Should they, I mean?
Are you asking about Marion?
I'm asking in general. Carolina shrugged.
Apart from Marion, were you ever close to anyone who died?
Carolina couldn't help but think of her aunt, Selah. And then there was Mitchell Bai, the young Etteran girl who died under her command. Elle, they'd called her. There were the Etteran soldiers on Alpha Petros who died because of her orders. Was that close enough? She looked up at Kozlov. Her face was giving something away. I guess what I'm asking is whether death has to be meaningful, Lee, Kozlov said. My parents are both still alive, but my grandparents have both passed. They died very quietly, both of them.
I get it, though. Your point, Dr. Kozlov. It's how people live that's important, not how they die.
Marion's death seemed incredibly cruel and arbitrary. Most people thought this, even though they couldn't have felt her loss nearly as acutely as you did, Lee.
Pointless. That's the word you're driving at. You can ask, was Marion's death pointless? Is that the question you really want to ask me?
It seemed that way to me, Kozlov replied. That was part of what made it feel so harsh, even as someone who only ever knew Marion second-hand through your stories of her, Lee.
Most people's death isn't meaningful. It only means something to the people who knew the person.
But you don't remember talking about this, Lee. All the things we talked through about why Marion's death seemed to mean so much to the community.
Well, of course that, but...
But what, Lee?
All this talk, it doesn't change anything. It can't bring Marion back.
Alba thinks you're having very serious cognitive breaks, Lee. I want to ask you a question about that.
I don't understand, Dr. Kozlov. The questions you're asking don't make sense to me.
You do remember our sessions from last year?
I mean, yes, I guess. I can't remember every detail.
Do you remember telling me that you wished you could have traded places with Marion? That wasn't a minor detail.
Of course I remember.
You do remember that session? It was quite a breakthrough for you. Do you remember why? Carolina shook her head.
I'm sorry. I don't feel like doing this.
What did you say to me, though? Please, Lee. I think it's very important that we revisit the moments that were vital to your progress. What did you tell me?
I said I wished it could have been me instead of Marion. That I wanted her to live if one of us had to die.
Why do you think you said that? Carolina shrugged.
Probably because I loved her more than I love myself.
That's strange you would say that, Lee, because I believe that's true. But you never told me that you wished you could have traded places. What you told me was the opposite, that the pain was so great you're glad it was you who had to endure it and not Marion, and that you'd never have traded places, even if somehow you could give Marion her life back. Carolina shook her head.
I don't know why you would say those things. Why would you try to confuse me like that, Dr. Kozlov?
I'm just trying to get a sense for your memory, Lee. Alba expressed serious concerns about your mental state. It's my job to evaluate it.
Alba's just a machine.
The Lee Ira I know would never say that about Alba.
What are you saying? That I'm not the Lee Ira you know?
Carolina felt a sudden dread in the pit of her stomach. She was shaking her head. She couldn't control the wash of emotion simmering inside of her. Can you tell me who Carolina is, Lee? She gasped as she heard Kozlov utter her name.
I don't want to talk to you anymore, Dr. Kozlov. I don't want to talk at all.
Carolina got up from her chair and looked around. The door looked so far away. She was breathing heavily and felt lightheaded. She faltered, trying to step, and then reaching back to catch herself as she collapsed back into the chair. She was only slightly aware of her surroundings as Dr. Kozlov called for a team of medics to bring her back down to the clinic. She spent the afternoon and the evening in the clinic, with her mother sitting in now for the Alba, which Carolina had simply begun thinking of as the problem. That bot was the source of all this, and now it would be near impossible to shake her. She'd recorded her 2 lapses and revealed a genuine gap in her memory to Kozlov. Even if she expressed her desire to rid herself of the bot, she doubted Lee's parents or Dr. Kozlov would agree to give her that kind of freedom, at least for the time being. There was an awkward tension between herself and Mrs. Ira, as Lee's mother alternated between holding her hand warmly and looking suspiciously at her when she said something Carolina suspected was uncharacteristic for Lee.
She did get a sense for just how concerned Lee's parents had been over her attachment to Alba. That in some way, it seemed to them like Lee had been trying to fill the codependent void that Marion's passing had left with an object, opting to use the housebot as a kind of mechanical crutch for her grief, rather than going through it and learning to be her own person. Now they didn't know what to make of their daughter's sudden resentment of the Alba. She also got the sense that Mrs. Ira knew something she wasn't telling Lee, or her. Even Carolina was getting confused. Dr. Kozlov had thrown her. The nurses made her eat. It gave her an excuse to be silent, to try to converse with Lee's mother using body language, using her eyes, reading, looking for openings. One thing she learned for certain in those quiet moments was that Lee was loved, genuinely, deeply loved. She didn't know Iophans as well as her own people, but Athosians and Iophans were sister civilizations, and she certainly knew the wealthy and powerful of her own ring world. Love like that was not a given among the elite. She'd always accounted herself lucky in that regard, the favorite daughter of two very loving parents. Even if the public eye required certain proprieties, Carolina always knew that one thing was certain behind closed doors. The Ira's love for their daughter, too, troubled as she seemed to be at the moment, was unconditional and unwavering.
Are they going to keep me again?
Carolina asked, some time after she'd finished her dinner.
Dr. Kozlov hasn't been in for a while. They're talking about it. Do you think you need to be here, Lee? I need to rest, I think. I haven't been sleeping well. If you want to shut your eyes, I'll sit with you until Dr. Kozlov comes.
Carolina smiled. She realized she didn't know what to call her, what Lee called her. Mother, Mum. She'd heard that some Iophans in their drawling accent said Mim, or even Mims, but she wasn't sure about this time period, some 15 decades in the past, whether that peculiarity was part of the culture then. Carolina couldn't help but wonder whether Lee Ira was holding on to her memories too preciously, refusing to relinquish her life to the interloper. Instead of responding to her mother, Carolina just lay back and shut her eyes, hoping she would drift off and wake up alone. Suddenly, she didn't feel any grief. The face before her was like a mirror to herself. She was smiling. God, she was beautiful.
How are you here?
She asked.
What are you talking about, Lee?
Marion replied.
I thought you were at Caponera. I was going to wait till Founders Week to try and visit, and then we were going to come out together, me and Devon.
It got confusing for a moment. They were sitting on the wall under the willow trees lining Reader's Circle. They used to sit there together until Devon finished work.
I thought you two broke up,
Marion said. She reached for her sister's hand.
No, we didn't. We only drifted apart. Devon loved me. He just couldn't. It's okay, Lee.
She couldn't feel Marion's hand.
No, it's not real.
Carolina's leg jerked as she snapped back to consciousness.
Oh,
she gasped involuntarily. For the hint of a moment, she felt it all. She felt that she was Lee, and she felt, that moment, the belief in that dream that Marion was still with her, still alive. And in that split second of waking, she felt the awful cutting pain of the realization that she'd been dreaming, and that she'd just come back to a world without Marion. Mrs. Ira looked down at her daughter. She knew that pain. And for a moment, as the tears began to escape her eyes, it didn't matter to Carolina that they were strangers. They sent Lee home in the care of her parents that night. Kozlov didn't look overly suspicious at the end, just concerned. Carolina couldn't tell whether it was his energy impressing itself on her, but she was suddenly concerned herself. Fear began to seep into the deep well of grief that saturated Lee Ira's bones. She woke the following morning with the sense that she'd slept well, but she couldn't remember dreaming. Midway through that morning, Carolina had a lapse in time. She regained her senses along the causeway at Caro Boulevard. She felt in her gut that pull to that place. She stopped.
Are you all right, Ms. Lee?
Alba asked her.
I've changed my mind,
she replied.
I don't want to go to the circle. You just told me you'd like to go. And I told you now I've changed my mind. I have a friend I'd like to meet instead, Alba. As you please, Ms. Lee. I think I'd like to be alone. I can monitor you from a distance, but I've been instructed never to leave you alone. Instructed by whom? By you, Ms. Lee, and by Dr. Kozlov and your mother. From a distance, then. I need to see someone I trust.
Alba stood back and gestured for Lee to walk in front of her. The bot waited as Lee Ira stepped back toward the Ira's estate and was nearly 20 meters ahead before following behind at a consistent distance. Carolina looked over her shoulder, and when she was convinced that Alba was far enough behind her, she pinged Karsten and begged him to meet. From that distance, based on what Carolina had told him, he imagined even an Alba would be able to put together some curious pieces to the puzzle of what was truly happening to Lee Ira. The advantage they had was that the truth was so unbelievable it would sound positively insane. He would surely be identifiable to the Alba, as Lorne Yosef had been on the football pitch during the fight with Capringham, and the tall goalkeeper had behaved irregularly that night. And for Lee Ira to seek him out and be in regular contact with a seemingly random boy nearly 10 years her junior from Geneva, that was also strange. Again, though, Karsten couldn't imagine the list of probable reasons an Alba could come up with to explain the connection, but a cohort of visiting consciousnesses on a mission to find the root causes for an intergalactic war that was still nearly 7 decades in the future, Karsten doubted that was on the list. His main concern was Carolina. Her host's body was beginning to carry concerning signs of stress. Lee's color was somewhat pale, even ashen. Her eyes appeared weary, carrying dark circles beneath. Her gait even seemed tired. Not quite frail, but steps forward clearly came with effort, not the walk of a healthy young woman through a beautiful park on a shining Iophan day.
I think he's caught me, Karsten.
Who's caught you? Lorne replied, looking down at Lee as though he didn't quite believe her.
The psychiatrist, Kozlov. He tricked me into saying the opposite of what Lee told him after Marion died. He knows something funny is happening, and he stopped showing me the footage Alba is showing him.
What kind of footage?
Of my lapses. I'm losing time now.
What do you mean you're losing time?
I'm having these breaks. Like, imagine if we were talking and the conversation just skipped forward. Sometimes it's 30 seconds or 10 seconds or a minute. I don't have any way to know how long usually, unless something has moved. Sometimes, though, I've moved. It's like if you imagined waking up from sleepwalking. Only it's happening when I'm awake.
That's concerning. Have you talked to Goss about it?
I can't talk to anyone without expecting Lee's parents or her Alba will find out and grow suspicious. Then it'll get back to Kozlov. I don't have any reason to talk to a government worker in Catherineburg Lee Ira's never met before.
Or a 17-year-old footballer from Geneva.
Or 2 17-year-old footballers, for that matter.
Are you all right, Carolina? I'm growing concerned about you.
You haven't experienced anything like this, Karsten, have you? Time skipping? This constant sense of grief and dread?
No, Lorne replied, shaking his head. To the contrary, I'm finding my life here I'm not sure how best to put it. Perhaps comfortable is the word.
I'm afraid, Irie. I've never been afraid like this before.
Can you tell me what you're afraid of? My understanding is that the worst thing that can happen to us is that when our host dies, we get sent back to our real lives. It's like a free second chance at another life. The only thing at stake here is whether we complete our mission.
I'm afraid that the time I'm missing, I think Lee might be taking over. I've noticed Alba looking at me funny.
That sounds far-fetched, Carolina. What do you mean?
What if Lee has figured out what's going on? What if she's slowly taking control back and telling the Alba that I'm not her?
Then she'll sound crazy, which is probably why the bot is watching you so closely.
But then there's Kozlov tricking me. What if Lee has told him that I'm not her? What if he continues to test me?
Again, Carolina, what could he possibly think? There's no way they can arrive at the truth. Even if you told him the truth, it would sound crazy. And he's a psychiatrist. He'd probably just diagnose Lee with some bizarre condition. If we were in ancient times, believe me, you'd have much more to worry about. They'd have burned you for a witch, or called a priest to cast you out of Lee as some demonic spirit. Lorne's eyes grew wide as he said it, emitting a noise that was half gasp, half laughter. Demons, Carolina!
Do you think? It can't be possible.
What do you mean, Karsten?
What if they're real? Historically real, I mean. People in the past interacting with real visitors who traveled to their times the way we traveled here.
Damn it, Irie. I need help. I don't care about your intellectual musings right now. I'm losing control of my mind.
Lorne took a deep breath. He put his hand over Lee's back and began to rub her shoulder. It's okay, Carolina. You're okay. What's the worst thing that could happen?
What if I get stuck in here, Karsten? What if Lee is too strong-willed for me to control this mind? Each instance when I miss time, I feel like I'm getting pushed back farther. She is powerfully angry, and I'm trying to remember our purpose, but I'm not sure I can do this. I'm not sure I can help. What if this is all too much for me?
Lorne stopped walking. He tugged on Lee's shoulder and pulled her in close to him, hugging her and holding her close to him for nearly 30 seconds, until finally, she began to pull back away from him. Lee looked up into the young man's eyes. He registered a look of curiosity on her face and interpreted it as a desire for him to answer some of those deep questions that were troubling her soul. From the very first moment we met, I never doubted you, Carly, Karsten told her. Nothing's too much for you. You're unflappable. You command a ship filled with Etteran warriors. You get shot in the leg and hardly flinch. You stand toe-to-toe with the Chancellor of Athos and tell him what's what. You're Carolina Dreeson. Absolutely nothing is beyond you.
Carolina Dreeson,
Leira replied, looking up into Lorne's eyes. Damn right, Karsten said. You're going to take control of this situation and lead this mission in the exact direction it was meant to go.
Dreeson. So that's what this is. Athosians. I should have figured.
I'm sorry? Karsten said.
Not yet you're not, mister, whoever you are. But you will be. I'm going to make sure of it.
Carolina? Leira blinked several times in rapid succession. She shook her head and took a small step back, nearly losing her balance. Whoa, Lorne said, stepping forward and wrapping his arm around her shoulder to steady Lee, who appeared to be on the cusp of fainting. Suddenly her eyes got wide. She looked over her shoulder.
We were just over there,
she said, pointing about 10 meters behind them on the path.
Karsten, what just happened?
You lost time? Carolina nodded. I think, he replied, at least for a few seconds, that I just met Leira. It was rare for Kozlov to hear from Lee directly. In the first few weeks following Marion's death, she'd only pinged him a handful of times. Usually it was at the end of a day where she had to be seen in public. He vividly remembered the night of the procession through Reader's Circle. They discussed her proximity to her sister's body, trying to be strong, the disbelief and the powerful sense that the moment wasn't real, that it couldn't be happening. The funeral, as they released her sister's body to the Iophan atmosphere, she'd struggled to watch, and no matter how much Lee had tried to convince herself that Marion's spirit was long since absent, that her body was just her body, not Marion, she couldn't make any sense of dropping her beloved sister into Iophos. Does it bother you that we'll all go there one day? Kozlov had asked her. Are you afraid of it someday being your time? She wasn't, no. But for Lee, she couldn't countenance the thought of Marion's beautiful body burning up and dissipating, floating eternally as particles in the thick gray clouds. Lee hadn't pinged him in over 6 months, but she also hadn't been in crisis the way she had been in the past week. When her ping came in, Kozlov excused himself from the business at hand, stepped into a private corner, and opened the line.
They're stealing my life now,
Lee declared. She looked quite different from the last several times he'd seen her. Lee looked manic, wide-eyed, even frantic.
I don't know how they're doing it, but they're trying to take control of my mind, Dr. Kozlov.
Who is Lee?
Alba, no.
She was pushing the bot back.
No, it's me. Stop it. I'm talking to him now. We should go see him directly.
He heard the bot's voice in the background.
She'll come back. I only have a minute. Shut up and let me talk to him.
Kozlov could never recall Leira being so impolite, even to her android, perhaps especially to her android. Dr. Kozlov, are you still there? I'm still here, Lee. What would you like to tell me? They're demons. One of them has taken control of my mind. She's been talking to you, not me, ever since last week, since the night of the riot. There are others, too. There are other demons. It sounds crazy to call them that. I don't know what else to say. That was the word the tall one used. Karsten, she called him. He's here with the one in my head. They came together. The demons came here together. Stop doing that, repeating what I say. It makes me sound crazy, but I'm not. I can prove it. Okay, Lee. Please say what you have to say, and I'll listen. I know this is real to you. I care about you, and I would never belittle your experiences. Ever since I fainted that night, I've been stuck in my head. It's like I'm watching myself from inside myself, but I have no control. There's another person. I don't know why, but she wants to steal my life from me. But I know who she is now. Her name is Carolina Dreeson. I think she's from the future. The tall boy. She called him Lorne. That boy? He's one of them. She looked away from the screen for a moment and shook her head. Shush, she told the Alba. It seemed to Kozlov like she didn't know what else to tell him. Lee, you said you're aware this sounds crazy. Your word. But it sounds to me like these are very real experiences for you. Are you telling me you haven't been talking to me? Like when we've been seeing each other in my office. You're saying that this other person... Yes, Carolina Dreeson. They're from the future. So you're saying that she's the one who's been talking to me? Yes, not me. She doesn't know anything about me. She wants to steal my memories, but I won't give them to her. You can ask her next time. I'll tell you who I am, but she can't. She won't remember about my life, about Marion. Nothing. She's a fake. I see. Ask me anything. I can tell you who was in our group when Marion and I took our school trip to Iophos. I can tell you the name of the musical groups we saw in New Corinth that weekend. I can tell you what color Devin colored his hair when he was in the Kayberg Founders' Day celebration. She'll get all of that wrong. Tell me you haven't noticed, Dr. Kozlov. I've noticed behavioral changes. Lee paused and looked off screen again toward the Alba. Oh, yes, she said, turning back toward the screen. One of the others is the boy from the football match. She visited him. I was very confused. I thought it was a hallucination, but I think it was real. I was there in the clinic when all that happened, right? You mean the football riot? Yes. You were in the clinic that night, Lee. That was the first night you began having problems. Check your footage, Dr. Kozlov. She went to see him, this Carolina. She visited the boy who started the fight. I remember her calling him Sebastian. It was very disjointed in my mind. Only pieces, like a dream. But if it happened, you'd have the footage, right? The clinic would. I'm certain it would be on file, Lee, yes. And if it didn't happen, maybe I am going crazy. But what if it did? What if it did, Dr. Kozlov? Will you check for me? I can certainly do that if you want me to, Lee. But I'd like to see you as well. I'd like it if Alba brought you in immediately. I don't know if she'll come, if she gets control again. Lee shook her head, pausing, looking vacantly away from the screen. There's no reason for it. I wouldn't be talking to that boy. What would I have to say to a boy who started that riot? It makes no sense. I don't even care about football. That's true, Lee. You've never expressed an interest to me. Please come by. I'd like to talk more about this. That's all I have to say. I have to go. I have to think about this, Dr. Kozlov. I need to figure out how to stop them. The line cut out abruptly.
The second face seemed unfamiliar in that place and in that light. It was evening. The enclave of Reader's Circle looked warm as the artificial daylight waned. It still took her a moment to recognize the visitor from Kayberg standing beside Lorne.
Is that you, Colin?
Carolina asked as she approached the two young men. Again, Lee's Alba was trailing behind her in the distance. They were standing on the causeway leading into the circle. On that quiet night, there was hardly any traffic. Only the odd autocab floated by on the boulevard. Colin looked over at Lee. His reaction to seeing his sister in that state was poorly masked, even wearing that stranger's face. "It's me, Carly," he said. "Come here." She didn't protest. She fell into his arms and clasped onto that stranger's body as though it was an island in troubled seas.
You weren't supposed to come,
she stated, her face buried in his shoulder. Karsten was concerned about you, Colin replied, holding her head in his hand. She didn't know that about him. Even in their lives, Carolina didn't know Colin could be that gentle. She'd never needed him to be. I told him what was happening, Lorne stated, his head tilted downward as he tried to make eye contact with Lee. Carolina didn't look up.
It's getting worse. I lost more time this afternoon. Alba isn't talking to me as much now. She's not answering my questions. I think she might be spying on me.
As before, Karsten said, she cannot know what we know to be true. It's not possible, Carly. Finally, she stepped back from Colin. He released Lee slowly, observing her very closely to be sure she was steady on her feet. Karsten said you wanted to confront her? You have a theory. Carolina nodded.
I think Lee has control because I've been afraid to embrace the trauma in her past. I'm not sure I could have handled it. So, I don't know why I think this, but I think I need to meet it head on. Like you said, Karsten, I need to be myself. I need to confront it.
In this place? Colin asked, gesturing down the causeway toward the circle.
I feel it,
Carolina replied.
It's in my gut that I don't want to go down there. The pain is there. It's her memorial.
The sisters?
Marion's, yes.
Okay, Colin replied. We'll do it with you. We'll be with you each step of the way. Would you like to hold my hand? Carolina nodded as Colin reached out, and as he took her hand, they began to slowly walk toward Reader's Circle. The night felt so peaceful and perfect. She'd experienced so many pleasant nights just like it in Iberi, strolling from their estate down to the Sondam. Perhaps that's why it didn't feel so funny to have the Alba lurking behind them, not unlike the Chancellor's security detail circling in the distance whenever she went out in public on Athos. Each step toward the circle tightened the knot that was ever present in her gut. She gripped Colin's hand tightly as they progressed. They weren't the only residents out on that fine evening. Leira's neighbors recognized her, nodding as she passed. 2 even said hello to her by name, wishing her a pleasant evening, their obvious goodwill evident in their eyes. They really do love Lee, Karsten remarked after it happened for a 3rd time as they entered the circle. On one side, the shady willow trees of the arboretum were a comforting sight. The 2 pillars that made up the Genia Gate were adorned with flowers at their base where the road passed through. Students sat along the flat top of the circular wall that surrounded the walkway. Some were focused on their studies. Others were chatting joyfully and sipping drinks in the orange light of the dusk. Across the circle, Carolina caught sight of the monument. She let go of her brother's hand as her body turned that way. Something seemed to take control of her as she stepped slowly and directly across the center of Reader's Circle. There were no cabs passing, but it was a strange sight to see. Someone walking so deliberately across the magnetic runway where only vehicles were supposed to be. It caught the eyes of everyone in the circle that night. Everybody in Genia knew who she was. They watched as Leira stepped across the circle toward the monument for her late sister Marion, her arms crossed in front of her as though she was trying to comfort herself. And behind her, trailing, were 2 young men, one tall and familiar, the other a stranger of average height, both wearing looks of deep and abiding care for Lee. When she got to the walkway on the other side of the circle, Leira dropped to her knees in front of the monument, and in a public display of grief no one in the city had ever witnessed from her or anyone in the Ira family. She covered her face in her hands and began to weep so audibly that all the conversations around the circle ceased. Pedestrians stopped walking. Among the people lingering in Reader's Circle that evening, Lee was not alone in shedding tears. She knelt there for minutes like that, weeping audibly, no one knowing what to do or say, until finally, the young man with Lee and the tall boy with him knelt down beside her, took her up by her arms, and escorted Leira back out of Reader's Circle in the direction of the Ira's family home. They walked with her as far as the front gate to the Ira estate, where Lauren and Colin handed Lee off to the care of the Alba, who escorted her the rest of the way in. "I've never seen her like that, Goss," Lauren told Colin. "I've never seen anyone like that." Colin merely shook his head. "We need to do something." "What do you suggest, Irie?" They began to walk toward Geneva proper. Colin needed to catch the hypermag back to Catherineburg that night. Unlike Lauren, the student, and Lee, who hadn't been able to keep a job for obvious reasons, Colin Knoll had obligations that he needed to fulfill in the morning. "I don't know what to do about it," Lauren replied. "She's falling apart. What about the others? I mean, they've been with her the past few years now. Maybe they'll have some idea what to do." "The Etteran Karsten? Really? You suppose he'll have some special insight into handling someone in that kind of fragile emotional state?" "Maybe. I don't know. He does know how to handle a crisis with a cool head." "I handle crises for a living, Irie, and she's my sister. She has to work it out. Maybe that outburst was helpful. For as much as it seemed bad in the moment, perhaps it was cathartic somehow." "Goss." Colin shook his head and continued to walk. "What about Soch? Has there been any sign of him? Carolina's metal man? No, not a hint of him. I'm beginning to wonder whether he even made it here." "You're still going to the rendezvous?" "I'm holding up my end, Irie. Have you ever known me to shirk an obligation?" "Of course not. I don't mean—" Colin was becoming outwardly emotional. He suddenly stopped walking. He took a deep breath and shook his head. "I don't know what to do about it," he barked. "Get her knife out of the psych ward, Karsten. If I can't help her and you can't help her, maybe he can." Karsten nodded. "And don't follow me to the tram. We are not even supposed to know each other." Colin began to walk off toward the city center. Karsten stood by on the causeway as the elder Dreeson took several steps and then suddenly turned toward him. "Keep me updated, Irie. Watch her." If the ping from Lee Ira was unusual, the second call from her mother was borderline unprecedented. The Iras were many things, but overbearing and smothering parents they were not. In fact, under the circumstances the family had endured over the past 2 years, Kozlov wondered if he'd ever seen them make a misstep. They gave Lee space when she needed it to grow, and they seemed to be waiting at just the perfect distance whenever she faltered. They were conscientious and loving and proud, so whenever they called, he was inclined to listen. "Mrs. Ira, how are things this evening?"
"Lee is sleeping, Dr. Kozlov. It's been an eventful day."
"Would you like to talk in person? I think that may be warranted."
"I'd prefer to talk now, as much as the seriousness of the situation may warrant the formality of an in-person visit. I think Lee's condition is worsening rapidly, and I'm just as inclined to address it expeditiously."
"Very well, Mrs. Ira. What should I know of your perspective?"
"Her Alba informed me that Lee spoke to you earlier today. She related that Lee was in a rather manic state. She played the callback for me as well. So for you to say so wouldn't reveal anything I don't already know, Dr. Kozlov. Confidentiality and all that, I know. But just so you know, I already know."
"I understand."
"This duality of persona, I guess you could call it. The mania. I need you to know that I've noticed it as well in her daily life."
"Beyond that rather alarming call, you mean?"
"Yes, that was the clearest break I've seen. Which is to say I haven't witnessed anything quite that alarming myself. But mania and excitement of that kind is not entirely unwarranted if something truly alarming is going on. Do you understand my meaning, Doctor?"
"I suppose you mean that extreme circumstances would warrant a proportional amount of alarm, to draw attention to a threat, for instance?"
"Right, exactly. So in the case of this call Lee made to you, she's clearly crying out for help. And I want to make sure you hear that cry. I could see how the cry itself could clearly be interpreted as the troubling symptom that needs to be addressed, where I'm not so sure we shouldn't be minding the cry itself, addressing the substance of it, as though it is the real issue."
"You don't think the mania is a part of the real issue, Mrs. Ira?" Lee was expressing classic symptoms of a very rare dissociative disorder, a dual or split personality. A manic state like she exhibited can very easily lead to dangerous or self-harming behavior.
"Yes, I see. I can see how that might be the case. However, very shortly after Alba showed me that footage, Lee was sleeping at the time. She's falling asleep in the middle of the day at the drop of a hat these days, like a toddler.
It's not an uncommon symptom of depression.
I agree, but it is very much like she's two different people. I'm observing this, because when I spoke to her before pinging you just now, Lee didn't remember calling you. She was very keen to know what she'd told you, Dr. Kozlov, and she was quite subdued, sullen, and I would even say serene of mind, calculated and even-keeled, quite a contrast to earlier.
That's very much in line with the disorder I spoke of earlier, Mrs. Ira.
I know this is going to sound strange, Arno, I do, but it's the quiet Lee I'm more concerned about. I don't believe her. I don't recognize her. I feel like she's faking. In my gut, I feel like she's trying to deceive me. Do you understand what I mean?
I hear you, Mrs. Ira. I do.
After I viewed the Alba's footage of your call, I decided to ask Lee. The calm Lee, mind you. I decided to test her. I asked her simple things about her life that she would remember. A few specific things, and then even to name something only Lee would know on her own, unprompted. And she got them wrong, Arno. Things about Marion. Like I asked her about the time she and Marion snuck off to the waterlands when they were 14. I asked her what beach they stayed at, and where the community watch finally tracked the two of them down, and how long they were in trouble for afterward. At first, she didn't want to answer, and when she finally did answer, it was all wrong. Comically so. Her father and I sanctioned the trip, and they were 16, not 14. We paid for them to stay in San Rizar on the beach with two of their friends. She got their names wrong too when I pressed her. So what's that?
It's not uncommon in dissociative states that parts of Lee's memory may be blocked off by the alternative personality.
Really? Her brain is what? Inventing this other person? The Carolina she was talking about?
That's entirely possible.
This other personality concerns me, Dr. Kozlov. But Lee, my Lee, that's what terrifies me.
The mania, you mean?
No, not the mania. It scares me that I know it to be her, and that I know she is in trouble. And I also know that there is nothing I can do to help my daughter, Dr. Kozlov. I need you to help her.
I understand, Mrs. Ira. Please continue to keep a close watch on her. You and your husband and Alba.
Is that all you can say, Arno? Aren't you going to do anything?
We're scheduled to meet tomorrow. Do you have any reason to believe she's a threat to herself between now and then, Mrs. Ira? Lee's mother shook her head.
I don't know. None of this makes any sense. She was doing so much better. I don't know what happened.
If you believe she's in any danger or the situation is unsafe for her, I'd ask you or Alba to bring her to the clinic immediately. And if you have any problems getting her there, you can always call the community watch.
I understand.
She's not manic now?
No, she's quite calm.
We'll discuss all this tomorrow. I'll clear my mid-morning so Lee and I can have a long session. You're welcome to come along as well.
Thank you, Dr. Kozlov. I think I may. It's all very troubling.
The proper course of action, Kozlov knew, would have been to intervene immediately. Lee Ira was clearly in crisis. He knew this, but he also felt something different in his gut, that what was unfolding was beyond his understanding, and that he needed to allow it to unfold. He'd never witnessed a personality break like the one Lee Ira had on that call, and he couldn't deny that he, like her mother, had experienced some doubts about Lee's identity. The new Lee, that is, the calm one. Not only that, the odds that he could be over a decade into his career, having never encountered such a personality break over the entire city of Geneva, only to have two appear simultaneously on the same night, that was quite beyond him. And even stranger, to have Lee, on that call, declaring that her alternate personality had made contact with the Swinney boy. That was something. He went back through the recording of Lee Ira's manic side 2 more times to make certain he was noting every word correctly, and on the 3rd pass through, he noticed something that had passed by under his nose the first 2 times. Another connection so bizarre it couldn't have been a coincidence. Another demon. Lee Ira had said his name and described him.
Karsten was one of the two names she'd given him. The tall boy, Lorne, was the other way she'd described the other demon who was visiting from the future in her delusion. And he was vaguely cognizant of that name Lorne, enough so that he checked with the clinic's AI to see whether that name had come across his dashboard in the past few weeks. Sure enough, it was there in the logbook of visitation requests. Denied 3 times. Lorne Iophos, a tall boy of 17. And not only this, but to Kozlov's utter shock, the patient young Lorne Iophos had requested to visit was none other than Zeldin Swinney, Mr. Personality Shift himself, the violent young Machiavelli. Kozlov pinged Lee Ira's Alba directly on a closed channel, so that Lee would have no idea he was calling on the bot. He asked the Alba simply, "Have you seen this boy?" with a picture of Lorne Iophos attached. The Alba returned a folder filled with video files from the past week. Walks in the Arboretum, all taken from a distance, too far to capture audio of the conversations between the boy and Lee Ira. But one of the encounters from that very afternoon was jaw-dropping. Lee, this boy, Lorne Iophos, and another unidentified man were walking together into Reader's Circle, where Lee, in a public display of grief that Kozlov would have characterized as inconceivable to the young woman he knew, dropped to her knees on the public causeway in front of Marion's monument and wept so fully that the 2 young men had to pull her up and carry her home. The whole situation was so perplexing that Arno Kozlov didn't know how to begin to characterize it, and there were certainly no protocols for dealing with a situation like this. But he was suddenly grateful for his subconscious instincts. It was late, yes, but he knew what to do, and he was curious to see what would happen when he did. Also, he could make certain the next step in this bizarre drama would unfold in a controlled environment that was fully recorded. He authorized the visitation of Zeldin Swinney by his young teammate, the goalkeeper, Lorne Iophos. That night, Kozlov revisited every video file he had of Lee Ira and her Alba from the past 2 weeks, of Zeldin Swinney, of the riot at the stadium itself, and finally, he called back the footage from the clinic the night of the incident, and found, to his utter disbelief, a recording from inside young Zeldin Swinney's locked psych bay of Lee Ira sneaking in and having a conversation with him Kozlov couldn't fathom. It wasn't Lee. It was the alternate personality, Carolina. Without prompting and without prior contact, young Swinney had addressed Lee Ira by the name Lee had given Kozlov for the alternative personality, as Dreeson. She, in turn, had called the young boy Sebastian, and instead of replying that she'd stepped into the wrong room, or had mistaken him for someone else, Zeldin Swinney had responded to her as though she was addressing him properly. And even more perplexing, the psychopath, the strongest personality he'd ever grappled with, had promised this Carolina Dreeson, in the person of Lee Ira, that he would behave himself, be a good boy, was how he'd put it. Delusions don't come in pairs. Arno Kozlov sat and pondered the impossibility of the situation. He had an almost irresistible compulsion to rush to the inpatient unit and confront young Swinney directly to see what this Sebastian had to say for himself. But no, he decided. He needed to be patient, to let it play out. Sleep on it, he thought. And then he realized, with all these impossible thoughts circling through his head, there was no way he was going to sleep at all that night. In a different era, Kozlov mused as he rose the following morning. He could have been an investigator. The market for mysteries, though, was not strong in sleepy little Genia, nor on Iophos more generally, for that matter. But he was quite pleased with himself. His plan worked perfectly. Now it was just a matter of seeing it through and sorting through the next phase. The tall goalkeeper, Lorne Iophos, had jumped at the opportunity to visit Zeldin Swinney. He'd booked the earliest morning slot available at the inpatient center, and rather than observing that meeting, which he knew would be recorded, Arno Kozlov decided he would take advantage of the time he knew young Lorne would be out of his home to visit the family's household and interview the boy's family. He hoped he might confirm a change in the young goalkeeper's personality as well. Mrs. Iophos was perplexed by the visit, which Dr. Kozlov described to her as a routine check on the young man. A precaution he told her the city's athletic association had asked him to perform for the entire squad following the traumatic event at the football match.
Oh,
she said, buzzing the psychiatrist through.
That's very thoughtful.
They sat in the living room. Mrs. Iophos' Gerald brought Kozlov a cup of coffee that he happily accepted. He was subtle. He told the boy's mother that it was common for people who've experienced psychological trauma to exhibit changes in behavior. He asked her whether Lorne had seemed any different in the past couple weeks, or whether she'd seen him with any new friends.
He's always been a quiet boy,
she told him.
Keeps to his own. We're not overbearing, Doctor. We've never had to be. Lorne's a well-put-together young man, always making good decisions.
So nothing out of the ordinary?
No, nothing concerning.
Anything unconcerning? Mrs. Iophos struggled and then went silent for nearly half a minute, seeming to consider the question deeply.
I don't think this rises to the level where any intervention would be necessary, Doctor. But since the incident, now that you mention it, he's been very thoughtful. No, that's the wrong word. Pensive. Almost philosophical. Lorne's more of a sporting kid. Active. But in the past week or so, he said some things that I would characterize as very deep. Almost too insightful for a teenager. I didn't connect it to the brawl, but I suppose it could be. I just figured he was showing signs of growing up. He is going to be stepping out on his own soon.
Any concerns about that, Mrs. Iophos?
Lorne? Oh, God, no. He's just a joy. Light of my life, Doctor. Both my boys.
Do you know if he was close with Zeldin Swinney?
Not particularly so, no. They've been teammates for years, so they know each other well enough.
Would it surprise you to know he's been trying to visit Zeldin for the past week now?
No,
Mrs. Iophos replied.
He's a thoughtful boy. He'd be the first to pick up a teammate in a time of trouble. I'm sure that's all it is.
Dr. Kozlov left the conversation at that, insisting that the family could contact him at any time if the boy showed any signs of a major change in behavior. By the time Kozlov arrived at the office, the footage was waiting for him. Apart from his immediate family, Lorne Iophos was the first visitor they'd allowed in to see Zeldin Swinney. If Kozlov was hoping for a meeting as peculiar as the scene that had unfolded at the clinic between Swinney and Lee Ira, he was certainly disappointed. Lorne approached the table in the visiting area slowly and sat. "Hey, Swinney," he said. "How are you holding up?" "Good enough, Lorne. What brings you by?" "I wanted to let you know we've been missing you. The team." "Yeah? I find that hard to believe. I knocked a few of the guys around pretty good." "It's already ancient history, you know," Lorne replied. "Like it happened 150 years ago or something." "Ancient history, huh? Funny you should say that. I've been reading a lot of history, locked up in here the past couple weeks." "Anything I might know about? You know history's my favorite subject," Lorne stated. "I never knew that about you, Lorne." "Yeah, I've been reading about colonization out into the Indies. One place in particular. This little ghost world called Damon Mines. You know, my family was planning a trip out to Lime Harbor next year for graduation to celebrate. I was thinking a ghost world like that might be an interesting place to visit while we're out there. What do you think? Should we put it on the itinerary?" "Damon Mines, huh? I don't know. Probably nobody goes out to a place like that but archaeologists and boring history professors. I think there's probably more important things to do here on Iophos, don't you think?" "Sure, I'd love to, but I'm kinda stuck for now." "Any idea when you'll be getting out?" Zeldin Swinney shook his head. "That's up to the doctors and the justice system now. I've been trying to cooperate so they know it's safe to let me out and all that. But it was a pretty serious brawl, you know." "Yeah, our captain got the worst of it and is having a rough time. Everybody thinks it might help if you got out and had a chance to visit." "The captain, huh? The team just doesn't function without its captain at full strength, you know? And you too, Swinney. You're one of our most important players. We need you back." "Yeah?
I was worried everyone might just go on without me after what happened. Nah, Lorne replied, shaking his head. The team needs you, Swinney. The captain needs you too. Okay, Lorne. Sorry to hear it's not going so good. I wish I could have that night back, believe me. But I'm doing everything I can to get out of here and get back to the team. That's good to hear, Swinney. In the meantime, you can daydream about that holiday on Lime Harbor. I hear there's no place quite like it. See you soon, Lorne. Thanks for coming by. As Lorne got up, he nodded at Swinney in a way that seemed curious to Kozlov, but like the words exchanged, the look was more curious than revealing. It struck him that the entire meeting between the two boys was coded in some way. On the surface, it just seemed like a bizarre meeting of two teammates. What they'd really said to each other, he couldn't begin to guess. After a long and unproductive meeting with Lee-Ira and her mother, Kozlov rewatched the encounter between the two boys 3 times over. By lunch, he wasn't feeling so self-congratulatory about his investigative skills. He'd thought for sure that something would have happened that morning to shed some light on what was unfolding. Between talking with Lorne's parents and Lee-Ira's 2 demons meeting right under his cameras, Kozlov had been certain something would have been revealed. But no, nothing. He'd tried subtle. Next up, the direct approach. Swinney was surprised when his appointment with the head doctor was bumped up. He was smart enough to realize that something was changing. He didn't know what, but he suspected the psych hold on him might be approaching its expiration date. Swinney's parents hadn't mentioned anything about it directly, but Sebastian knew they were in touch with a legal advisor. Kozlov may have been suspicious of him, but Swinney's parents certainly weren't. He'd held up his part. He was behaving, and he suspected it might finally be paying off. One of the clinic's Matthews brought him to a side room he'd never been in before. It seemed like a strange venue for a meeting with Kozlov. He was almost suspicious of the scenario. Only, when the door opened, Arno Kozlov was already seated in the room. It was a tiny studio that was completely empty except for Kozlov, himself, and the 2 chairs once the Matthew was dismissed. Kozlov could see Swinney examining the room suspiciously. No surveillance, he explained. The spiritual advisor meets patients in here. Are we worried about your spirit or mine, Doc? Sebastian asked, grinning as he sat. You tell me, Kozlov replied, returning the grin. Sebastian. The Swinney boy hardly batted an eye when Kozlov addressed him using that name. Sebastian? Is that supposed to mean something, Dr. Kozlov? It's your name, isn't it? Last I checked, I was still Zeldin Swinney. The young man waved a hand in front of his face. I certainly bear a striking resemblance to him, wouldn't you say? I didn't come in here to play games with you, Sebastian. You didn't? If it's not a game, it's a funny type of treatment. I don't get it. You came here to Geneva with Carolina Dreeson and someone named Karsten. Swinney paused for a moment before answering. I was born in Geneva, so I don't know. I understand you're not going to break character, Sebastian. You're a masterful liar, and you don't have anything to gain by being honest with me. Zeldin Swinney began to laugh. I don't know what to say, Dr. Kozlov. Is this some kind of joke? On the night you touched off that brawl, you had a conversation with Lee-Ira. I have the footage. You called her 2 things, Dreeson and boss. I found out her first name was Carolina, from Lee herself, and when she called you Sebastian, you didn't make any pretense at all of being Zeldin Swinney. She told you to blend in and behave. You have some theory about a patient who came into my room by mistake on her way back from the bathroom, Doc? Funny thing about that night, I kinda got knocked in the head a couple times, and then shocked by those multi-use androids that brought me in. My head was a little funny. You know, psychotic break and all. I could have said anything. I don't exactly have a theory of my own, Sebastian. No. Lee does, though. Lee? Yes, Lee-Ira. The young woman who came to visit you. The one you called Dreeson. Oh, that Lee. She thinks you're demons. Demons? Swinney laughed. You, Sebastian, as well as Carolina Dreeson herself, And your teammate, Lorne Iosef. Demonic possession. That sounds crazy, Dr. Kozlov. Are you sure I'm the one who deserves to be locked up? It does sound crazy, doesn't it? The really crazy thing is, I don't have a better explanation for multiple spontaneous psychotic breaks afflicting patients who'd previously shown no signs of any such symptoms. And on the very same night, down to the exact minute, Lee-Ira's Alba began taking footage of her episode at the same moment you touched off that brawl. Zeldin Swinney grinned back at him. Sounds almost supernatural. Good thing the cameras are off in this room, or someone might think you were losing it, Dr. Kozlov. Really, though, I can only account for myself, and I have to say, I think it's much more likely that I suffered a personality change following head trauma, and I'm doing much better since that night. I think I'd stick with that on my evaluation if I were you. I appreciate the advice, Sebastian, but I have been doing this for a little while. I do know my business. That's great to hear, considering I'm in your care. But let's say you're right, and this person possessing Lee-Ira is my boss, or at least I listen to her, this Carolina? Don't pretend you don't know who she is. Carolina Dreeson. Yes, that's it. Carolina Dreeson. What did she order me to do, my putative boss in this scenario? She told you to blend in and behave. She told you to do no more violence while you're here. And so far, you've done a masterful job at seeming to do just that. Blend in and behave. That doesn't sound so bad. Let me ask you, do you have any reason to believe that I wouldn't do just that, Doctor? Kozlov shook his head and laughed. You're brilliant. Arno Kozlov paused and continued to laugh, looking Sebastian directly in the eyes. I underestimated you. Highly, highly intelligent. More Machiavellian than any human being I have ever encountered. Even your compatriots probably don't understand how masterfully deceptive you are. At some point, you're going to have to justify the length of my detainment, Dr. Kozlov, to the justice system, but especially to my parents. Your parents. Yes, my parents, and my whole family, the Swinney family. Yes, you're correct. There are limitations to the amount of time we can hold you, and I'm sure you're also well aware that I have no means to document any subsequent aberrant behavior on your part, which means the only justification I have to continue your confinement is my gut instinct, which usually doesn't hold up so well under cross-examination. I'm just trying to do the right thing, Doc. You understand. Kozlov laughed again. If I ask you a serious question, what are the odds that you'd do me the courtesy of an honest answer? It seems you think I'm a psychopathic demon, so I'd simply say you're welcome to ask, and judge according to your own instinct. I really would like a genuine answer, though I'm not sure you're capable of even being honest with yourself. Swinney grinned. I might surprise you, Doc. I want to know what you intend to do with this life you have in front of you, Sebastian. Swinney sat for a moment and took a deep breath. He looked Arno Kozlov directly in the eyes. They sat across from each other staring for an inordinately long moment of silence before the young man finally tilted his head back and spoke. I'm just a kid, Dr. Kozlov. You understand. But let's say for the sake of argument that you're right about all your little theories. Hypothetically speaking, of course. Of course, Kozlov replied. I think that knowing yourself, your abilities, and your limitations is the most important factor in leading a life that has impact. Let's say you're right, and I lack the capacity to know right and wrong as most people see it. Maybe I can make it my purpose to find people who do know how to walk that path. Maybe I have something to offer them to help them on that path. Kozlov stroked his chin. Dreeson is a powerful, powerful name, and psychopaths do gravitate toward power. That rarely turns out well. Sometimes the right path is a powerful one if you want your life to have impact, especially if you have rare talent. Different types of people can complement each other to the betterment of all. That just makes good sense. I can't help but think you are working and working and working me, Zeldin Swinney, or whoever you are. I've made mistakes, but I know that on the whole, I serve the good. I set my course toward higher places. If one chooses to do good for his own selfish reasons, I mean chooses it intellectually because it benefits him too, how is that bad? Regardless of the motivation, if the outcome is good, isn't the action good? Isn't that what matters? I sure hope Carolina Dreeson knows what you are, Sebastian. It may be the case that demon is the correct word after all. It might be that words don't matter nearly as much as actions. Kozlov shook his head and scoffed. Regardless, you are by far the most fascinating patient I've ever encountered. I'm not sure I'll ever be able to say I've figured out Zeldin Swinney and his inexplicable psychotic break. Happy to be of interest. Your judiciary hearing is tomorrow at 9, Mr. Swinney. I'll render my findings before the magistrate. I look forward to hearing them. You're excused, Dr. Kozlov said, gesturing toward the door. Arno Kozlov reviewed the encounter several times that afternoon, looking and looking and looking for breaks. He was too smart, though. It was almost as though he'd known Kozlov had been lying about the cameras. But of all the things he didn't once lie about, and Kozlov found it most curious, the boy never once denied that he was Sebastian, and that Lee was this Carolina. It was almost as though he wanted him to know. Sebastian usually had a good read on people, so it was rare for him to be surprised by either an ally or an adversary. He knew Kozlov was no ally, but he didn't quite know what to make of him as an adversary, except that he didn't seem like a particularly clever one, and certainly not one with a tremendous amount of leeway to disrupt their actions in the long term, as long as Sebastian stayed the course. He'd evaluated the woeful security at the clinic the first evening, and in the inpatient unit over the course of the days he'd spent there. Of course, he could have escaped a dozen times already, but he'd made the calculations. To where? What would the consequences be for his cover identity? How would it affect his ability to work with his crew? Carolina's orders were sensible. Behave. Blend in. So when Kozlov had called him out by name, seeming to have some sense of what was truly going on, Sebastian was a bit surprised, but not overly concerned, beyond the fact that he suddenly had no idea what Kozlov would report to the magistrate. He certainly didn't expect the psychiatrist to inform the judge that he believed Zeldin Swinney to be possessed by a psychopathic demon from the future. He imagined the report would be lukewarm. Sure, the boy hasn't shown any signs of violent behavior since the incident, but out of an abundance of caution he should be closely monitored and held on a limited basis, or something to that effect. Sebastian was totally unprepared for the opposite side of the spectrum, though. At the hearing, Dr. Kozlov spoke glowingly of the progress the boy had made, his hard work in their sessions, his sincerity, his desire to make amends, his hope to serve his community, his promise to personally apologize to each of the boys he'd injured. Sebastian offered no outward reaction toward Kozlov himself, but smiled appropriately at Swinney's parents, who looked grateful and relieved. There would be further hearings, of course, check-ins with his case manager within the justice system, as well as regular appointments with Kozlov. There was also, at minimum, half a year of community service awaiting him. But taking everything into account, and considering his status as a first-time offender, the magistrate opted to release the Swinney boy into the custody of his parents, then and there. Kozlov even came over and shook his hand as the case was concluded, eyeing him knowingly, wishing Zeldin Swinney luck, and promising he'd see him at their next check-in. Lorne was there, just outside the hearing room. He was the only teammate who came. The Swinneys thanked him for being so supportive. "Let's get together soon," Lorne said, as he patted his teammate's back. "You bet," Swinney replied. "Got a few things to work out first." "Right. Ping me, Swinney," Lorne replied with a nod. It was too much. Too easy. Sebastian had already taken enough of a measure of the Swinneys that he had a good sense of how to play that role. What he couldn't figure out till he made contact with Lorne later in the afternoon was what angle Kozlov was playing. When he finally did step out of the Swinneys' flat in the Lowtown district of Geneva, he had a good chuckle when he got the answer. He picked up the tale within seconds. A damn housebot.
probably belonging to Kozlov himself, or maybe the hospital. It was far enough out when Sebastian marked it. He couldn't tell for sure, but it looked like either a Matthew or a David. Doubtless, Kozlov thought he was being pretty clever as he installed some sort of aftermarket surveillance package that might have worked on a teenager. Sebastian slipped the bot in seconds and pinged Lorne, insisting on a meeting spot off the street, preferably somewhere with a good deal of noise and activity. After an hour, an autocab ride, and a few stops on the tram later, the two boys found each other at the back of a dimly lit afternoon jazz club for amateurs just outside Inman Square. Sebastian evaluated the place with a few quick glances, locating Lorne at a side table near the back with a solid wall behind it that had a clear view of the room and good separation between it and the nearest patrons. He didn't know what the hell had gotten into Irie, but it seemed like it wasn't lucky, that he'd nailed the location. It seemed like Irie was becoming almost useful. The room was loud, filled with participants, their supporters, and ordinary patrons who enjoyed the vibe. A mix of old and young, far too into the music and the activity of performing to care what two kids in the back corner were talking about. Sebastian greeted Lorne with a nod, who gestured to inform him that a housebot would be coming by to take an order from them. Iced teas, chips, and a bread plate. A modest spread to celebrate a teammate's release. Irie was still learning. He seemed a little too eager to start the real conversation. Sebastian had to put up a hand twice to shut down Lorne's attempts to move the discussion toward business. He was still watching their surroundings and allowing the passage of time and activity to set them into the natural background of the club. Curious eyes were on Zeldin Swinney for the first few minutes, which was a consequence of the piece of local infamy he'd secured for himself on their arrival. But, after a half hour or so, and a change of acts, as the second set began, a solid bebop quintet, Sebastian began a directed debriefing, coaxing the current situation out of Karsten with a series of incisive questions. He'd suspected the situation wasn't good when Lorne had come to visit, and suggested that Sebastian get his ass out of lockup and into the field. Now that he was getting Irie's summary of the situation, he understood the urgency. Lee Ira's emergence wasn't just a potential complication to their operation. Sebastian saw it as a threat. What they knew of these artifacts was far too limited to take much for granted. He'd paid close attention to Rishi's account, and he'd talked to Wren, Drya, and Fieldstone in depth about their experiences as well. And there hadn't been a hint of the host's personality in any one of their reports. Rishi had made it sound like there was room for the suppressed persona to exist in the background rather than completely disappear. She'd even reported that she tried to leave room to save her host's mind after she departed in death. So it was a serious question to Sebastian, echoed by Carolina's own fear when she lost control over Lee Ira's body. What would happen to Carolina if Lee Ira's persona took back control of her mind permanently? It had to be addressed. "I need two things, Irie," Sebastian told him. "I need you to get Carolina out to a secluded place, somewhere that isn't well surveilled or well traveled." "We talk in the Arboretum regularly." "Good. That'll work," Sebastian stated, nodding. "I'm also going to need you to run cover on a little errand. That bot of hers is a problem. I can't get caught out in its line of sight. If that Alba sees me talking to Lee, it'll get back to the psychiatrist." "The Alba's always with Lee," Karsten said. "I don't know how to get the two of them apart." "Presumably that's why I'm here, Professor." "Sure, of course. Just let me know what I need to do. I'll do some recon and have it figured out in a few hours. I need you available tonight." "I'm your guy, Swinney. 100%. Sebastian nodded and continued. "How reliable is she? I mean, if you called Carolina out to the Arboretum, how likely is it that Lee will appear and blow the meeting?" "It's tough to say exactly. Lee's getting stronger. Carolina's losing time more often, and for longer periods. We met yesterday, and she didn't have a lapse while I was with her, but she told me she thought she may have lost as much as an hour that morning." "Can you sniff her out? Like if you're talking to Lee, you can tell?" Karsten nodded. "I think so. When we call her out, it needs to work. I need to know Carolina will be solid for long enough to get to our setting, and I need to know exactly where the bot's gonna be. So what's the likelihood, percentage-wise?" "If I ping Lee, I'd say
85% Carolina picks it up. It would help to have a few pair of eyes. This next meeting, Big Brother needs to be there. I can ping Goss, yeah. Just let me know when to set the time. What about Metalface? Soch? Nobody's heard from him. He hasn't made the rendezvous yet. Yeah, that asshole had a little too much fun on Iophos, too. He's probably kicking his feet up at a lake house somewhere, with a sweet thing on each human arm. I can't say I blame him all that much. I'm sure he's just delayed. Well, I'm sure we've got work to do, Lorne. I've had enough jazz and tea for one afternoon. Sebastian gestured toward the door.
They were going to split up at the club, but Sebastian had a sudden hunch, and he was glad he played it. Irie was proving himself to be far less clueless than one would expect for an Athosian history professor. But he was still an Athosian history professor, and Sebastian suspected that the clumsy attempt at tailing him might not have been Kozlov's first foray into surveilling a suspect. Given that Kozlov knew about Lorne, Sebastian decided he'd walk with his tall teammate for a while to make sure no one was watching him either. The goalkeeper stuck out in a crowd well enough. It also meant if he were taught a few tricks, he should be able to see pretty well too. Sebastian was talking. Teaching, really. Covert recon in an urban setting. The basics. Where to set his eyes, what to look for, how to observe without it being obvious you were surveilling. And regardless of how strangely oblivious these people from Dreeson's system were by nature, Karsten Irie was fiercely intelligent. Transom didn't have to say anything twice. In about a half-hour walk, it wasn't just that he'd learned the things Sebastian had taught him. Irie had been able to synthesize those details into the correct mindset, so much so that Karsten was asking questions that weren't exactly questions, but more confirmation of the deductions he'd already made about the next thing Transom needed to teach him. You have a tail, Sebastian informed Irie about a half hour into the session. See if you can pick him out. They moved through one of Genia's main squares onto a side causeway just outside one of the tram hubs. Irie hadn't made the observer yet. He was good. A human, not a bot. Even Sebastian hadn't gotten a good look at him yet. He'd picked him up more as a shadow of a tail than made him directly. Telling Irie about the tail was a risk, he knew, but Karsten had done exactly as he'd been taught. He made no sudden movements. He wasn't looking around in any obvious manner. He only turned his head to talk to Transom, and just as he'd been instructed, each of those movements were purposeful. His head turned toward his instructor, while his eyes picked out a specific target in the distance behind him. We're going to run an op, Transom declared. When we get to the tram hub, you're going to bump into a community watch bot. Lorne looked down at him doubtfully. Relax, Professor. You can play clumsy, right? Are you kidding? I've had my struggles with this kid's gigantic legs as it is. Great. It should seem natural then. Just as long as you make it look like an accident and apologize good, there shouldn't be a problem. Okay. Is this about the tail? Drawing him out? Sebastian shrugged. Call it two birds. We'll see. When they neared the hub, Sebastian asked Irie to talk through a community watch personnel audit. How many units, their positions and formations, human versus android. It seemed like a test. Then Sebastian called out the position he wanted Irie to target. Where should I put my eyes if I'm trying to catch my tail? He asked. I'll take care of that, Professor. Just bump that bot properly. Right, Lorne said, nodding. The tall young man glanced over at the bot he was meant to stumble into, and by the time he looked back, Transom was gone. Holy hell, Lorne mumbled, shaking his head at the efficiency of the Etteran. Lorne closed the gap to the bot at a natural pace, trying not to present any awkwardness in his gait until a step or two before he neared the unit. As it turned out, a woman crossed his path on her way to the tram just as Karsten was about to fake a stumble. It made it easy to seem that Lorne was tripping as he sidestepped to avoid the woman. As Lorne tried to apologize to the bot, the android was already apologizing to him, holding up the tall young boy to be sure he didn't fully trip and hit the deck. Karsten did his best to scan the crowd as he righted himself and thanked the bot. Have a safe and pleasant day, young sir, the community watch's George stated as Lorne continued on his way. Karsten didn't know how long he would need to walk before Sebastian returned, but as he passed a post in the hub's outer awning, The Etteran filed in beside him, as though they'd been walking together the entire time. "Did you see the tail?" Karsten asked. Transom shrugged. "Just keep walking." They continued for several blocks more, before Sebastian turned them into a park. "I need you to hold this," he told Lorne, handing his teammate a small black object. "I'll need it for the Alba, but I have to get back to the Swinnies and can't get caught with it. The watch does spot checks on me as part of my release." Karsten looked down at the little black box, one of the community watch's shock boxes. He shook his head in disbelief. "The eyes are everything, Professor. The bots are tough to trick, but I could take the pants off one of those clueless Iophan watch boys if they're looking in the wrong direction. Like at a lanky, awkward teenager stumbling into one of their watch units outside the tram platform? For instance, Sebastian agreed, nodding. The tail, though? That'll be a little more complicated. I'll meet you at your place this evening. I'm going to ping you with a time for Goss to meet up with us. I need to check in and scout the trees, but make sure he's on his way. It can't wait any longer. We all need to meet tonight." "On your call, Sebastian," Karsten said. Transom shook his head at him and laughed, just to let Irene know. He was learning, but he still had the tact of an Athosian history professor. Irene nodded as though he understood how silly he sounded trying too hard. "Don't lose that box," Transom told him. Part of Transom's logic for splitting from Lorne so publicly that afternoon was to see what the tail would do. If he followed Transom when they broke, it would tell him that the observer wasn't on Lorne specifically, but was gathering intel on the group. But it was as yet a mystery to him why anyone would be following Lorne Iosef in the first place. The tail didn't follow Transom, though, and that gave him the opportunity to vanish and walk up on the observer as he followed Lorne home. It didn't take him long to zero in on Lorne's tail, and he could hardly believe his eyes. The last thing he expected taking a trip back to Iophos, a century and a half in the past, was to see a face he recognized. Here he was, a demon in the body of a local teenager, and he was looking at one of Edisali's damn wizards. And not only that, it wasn't just one of the random faces he'd passed by anonymously in the labyrinthine rooms of the sect's vault, but he knew the spy by name and fighting style. It was Iophos, the same stinking wizard he'd dropped in single hand-to-hand combat at the drop mine on Pax Heavy. Only it hadn't happened yet, and wouldn't for over 150 years. Ordinarily, Transom would have walked right over and beat that wizard to a pulp to find out what he was doing here tailing Lorne Iosef. In the future, he had been tailing Carolina, so Sebastian figured it was a fair bet he was watching Lee Ira. Whether Iophos could know Carolina was here as well, occupying Lee Ira's body, was another question. Who knew what the hell these wizards knew? At the moment, though, Transom didn't have the luxury to take the direct approach. Iophos had been no match for Transom in his own time, in his own body, with no limitations on how Transom could fight that damn junior wizard. Iophos was a capable fighter, though. In this boy's body, Zeldin Swinney, it was no certainty, even with Transom's training, that the outcome would be the same. There was also a fair chance that Iophos was a citizen of some standing here, just like all of these wizards tended to be, blending into societies anonymously as they observed. Transom had to hem in his impulse to walk up and knock that damn Iophos in the mouth. Not only was it possible he'd lose the fight, he had to remind himself that he'd only hours ago just started his probationary release. Instigating a fistfight in the streets of Genea, regardless of the reasons, wouldn't exactly reflect well on young Zeldin Swinney. It was a development, though. Absorbed as they'd been in their own dramas, himself getting locked up, and Carolina struggling to adjust to this new reality, it struck Transom that they hadn't even taken the first steps toward figuring out what they'd come to Iophos to observe in the first place. Finding a wizard poking around in Genea was a good sign they were in the right place, though. One other good reason to hold off on confronting Iophos, Transom decided, was that it would give him some time to observe Iophos. That wizard had no reason to figure they were on to him, and now they were. Two things that kept popping up again and again at the root of everything were the Prime AIs and Edisali's wizards. Transom watched Iophos for several minutes, just to get a sense of the way he operated. He didn't linger long, though. The day was getting short, and he had a fair amount to arrange before he gave Karsten the word to call Carolina out. It was stunning to Sebastian. Like the Athosians he'd met in Ithaca, these Iophans lived lives of perfect peaceful nights and orderly, calm streets. There were even birds chirping in that park he spent the waning daylight hours surveilling. The ease of it made him uneasy, but, he kept reminding himself, this was how these people lived their entire lives, oblivious to how damn good they had it. Transom cased the park, selected the site, and then pinged Lorna Yosef to set the operation in motion. When he got to Lorne's family's flat, Transom was a little surprised to find that the wizard had left. It made things a bit easier, but it also deprived him of the opportunity to give Karsten his first lesson on shaking a tail in an urban setting. They would have plenty of time for that, though, he figured, depending on how things unfolded in the park. "She's coming," Lorne said when he stepped out. "It was Carly when I talked to her. I didn't tell her you were out yet." "Good. That means her Alba doesn't know yet either. Are you clear on your part, Professor?" "Sure. Simple. Just walk her into the choke point with the Alba in tow. I act natural, Goss watches the perimeter, and you take care of the rest. I wish I had some idea of what the rest was, but Carly trusts you with her life, so I guess I will as well." "One final thing," Sebastian told him. "It'll be easy to go unseen at night in that park. Not quite as easy to go unheard. If Lee makes an appearance, she may start shouting. I'm relying on you to keep her quiet, Professor." "How do you expect me to do that?" Karsten asked, a little unsettled by the direction the plan seemed to be taking. "You take your big fat goalkeeper's hand and you slap it over her damn mouth and hold it there, Irie," Transom said, shaking his head. "God, you people." For a moment, Karsten looked down at Swinny's face to see if Sebastian was serious, before deciding that, yes, he was deadly serious. This was the Etteran, after all. They met Goss at the entrance to the Arboretum, and did a quick pass through the area as the light began to fade from the park. Then, as Transom was issuing final instructions, Carolina arrived. Lorne walked out to greet her along the pathway. Goss retreated a fair distance into the woods as a lookout, and Transom vanished, as he so effortlessly seemed to do. As Lorne slowly escorted Carolina into their choke point, he began to feel a bit uneasy. The park was getting darker and darker outside the dim orange lights lining the pathway. Karsten knew that Transom was Carolina's most trusted man, but he couldn't help but feel like there was something deeper going on than a mere tactic to shut down Lee's Alba so the four of them could meet together unobserved. He began to feel more unsettled the closer he got to the spot, not unlike the way Carolina had described her experience walking into Reader's Circle, a tightening knot in his gut. There was a certain kind of coldness in the air, almost as though Karsten could feel the darkness in it. He did his best to act calm, but as he approached the spot, Carolina knew him well enough to read it on him. Something was different. She slowed up slightly and asked Karsten what was wrong. "Nothing. Nothing at all," he assured her. "You know I met with Swinny. I'm still trying to process everything." But as Karsten stepped forward again, she picked up on the fact that it seemed like he was trying to goad her into something. She knew him far too well for her to miss that he was acting strange. They heard a sudden noise behind them, the rustling of leaves and a grunt. "Damn it!" he heard Swinny's voice exclaim. "Ow, you bastard thing!" Lee's head had turned back to witness the tail end of the confrontation from a distance in the dim orange light. The Alba had caught Swinny by the shoulder, right as he'd punched out her lights with a shock to the neck, dropping the bot to the ground with a thud.
"No!"
Lee shouted.
"Don't you hurt her!"
Lee began sprinting back toward the spot where Swinny was attempting to drag the bot from the pathway into the trees. "Irie!" Transom hissed at Karsten. "Shut her up already!" Lee was already 2 steps in front of him and beginning to howl. Karsten set off after Lee-Ira, and in a couple long strides, he picked her up from behind, slapping his hand over her mouth, just as Sebastian had told him. And then, suddenly, he found himself summoning every last bit of self-control he possessed, suppressing a howl of his own, as a searing pain knifed into his palm.
Lyra's teeth began to tear into his hand at the base of his thumb. He didn't know how to get her to release his hand, so he jabbed the thumb of his other hand into her ribs so forcefully he could hear Lee letting out a muffled wail directly into his bloody palm.
As his momentum took them forward, he tripped over her flailing legs. They both collapsed into a heap together at the foot of the low-hanging tree, where Transom had just dragged the body of Lee's incapacitated Alba. Karsten rolled over and fell backward, disoriented in the darkness. "You shut your mouth," Karsten heard the Etteran say in a tone that was quiet, but simultaneously the most terrifying 4 words he'd ever heard uttered.
"Don't you hurt her,"
Lee whimpered, low enough that she knew the noise wouldn't carry.
"Please don't hurt her."
"You're Lee," Transom said. It was so dark under that tree, Karsten could hardly see the two of them. He was squeezing his wounded hand instinctively, uncertain whether he was trying to stem the bleeding or the pain.
"And you're not the Swinny boy," she replied. "You're that Sebastian."
"That's right, I am. And one of 2 things is going to happen, Lee. Either you're going to walk out of this park tonight with your life back, or you're going to die right here and right now under this tree. If you cry out again, it'll be the latter. Do you understand me?" Karsten could see the outline of someone approaching in the clearing by those dim orange lights at the edge of the pathway. He heard footsteps. "Is everything all right in there?" he heard someone whisper. "Watch the path, big brother," Transom barked back. In the confusion, Karsten didn't even recognize Colin's voice. That other Colin. Karsten's heart was pounding. He didn't know what to do. "Lee, do you hear me?" Transom whispered to her again.
"I hear you. What do you people want from me?"
"Right now, I just want to speak with Carolina."
"I can't do that, Sebastian. I won't let her take my life from me."
"Either you let Carolina talk to me right now, Lee, or I am going to take your life from you."
"No. How can I trust you?"
Karsten could see her outline clearly now in the darkness. She'd collapsed into a heap in the dirt, leaning forward toward the inert body of the Alba, with Swinny standing over her, staring down at the poor girl. "Lee," Karsten said softly, "you need to trust us. We don't want to hurt you. We didn't come here to harm anyone. We need to talk to Carolina. She'll figure this out. I promise you." By her dim outline, he could see her shaking her head in the darkness.
"She can't have my memories. She can't have my dreams, my last pieces of my sister. I'd rather die than she take them."
"If that's what you want," Sebastian said, and Karsten could see Swinny's outline starting to make that first movement to reach for the girl. "Give her a moment, Sebastian," Karsten whispered. "Let go, Lee. Please, let her come back." It was silent under the tree as they all waited, each taking a long, deep breath. Suddenly, Lee's voice came back louder than before.
"What the hell? Karsten, are you out there?"
"I'm here, Carly," he replied. "Me too, boss," Transom said. "I'm sorry it has to go down like this, but you know my job is to protect your life above all else." Karsten was still trying to process Sebastian's statement as he watched Swinny's outline pounce on the Ira girl's body. The 2 figures tumbled into a dark pile that rolled away from him into the dirt at the base of the tree. "Transom!" Karsten hissed. Don't fight it, Dreeson," he heard Swinny's voice whisper. "I'm sending you home." Karsten leapt toward the awkward tangle of bodies to find the Ira girl's limbs already going limp, while Swinny's elbow seemed locked around the helpless girl's neck from behind. Instinctively, he began to tug at Sebastian's arm. "She's already out, you idiot," Transom said. "She's going back. What if you kill her?" "That's the whole point, Irie. Didn't you listen to a word Rishi said? And then what? And then we bring Ira back. We can't get pinched for murder. Not unless you 2 want to spend 50 years crushing junk metal in the asteroids. Do you have a light?" "What?" "I dropped the damn shocker. We might need to zap her heart." "What the hell's going on in there?" Colin whispered from the edge of the path. "You need to let her go." Karsten's hushed voice seeped out from beneath the trees. "Quiet in there," Goss said back. "Somebody's coming." "I know exactly how long it takes," Sebastian whispered to Karsten. Have a little faith, Professor. I'd never hurt Carolina. Irene knelt over them, his eyes adjusted enough to the darkness that he could see clearly from an arm's length away as the Etteran squeezed the last faint hints of life out of her body. Shh, Sebastian whispered. Karsten wasn't sure whether it was meant for him or for Carolina's dissipating consciousness. The three of them could hear footsteps out on the path. There was just enough light out in the open that they could see a couple holding hands, talking, and laughing obliviously as they approached. Transom put a finger from his free hand to his lips and locked eyes with Karsten. The couple's footsteps were right beside them, a few meters away, crunching the gravel. Karsten could see Goss standing just in the shadows, stock still, his back to the unfolding murder as the two lovers passed by, blissfully unaware. As soon as the couple's backs were to them, Transom rolled to the side, carefully setting Lee Ira's body to the ground so as not to rustle a single leaf. "Get me that shocker," he whispered to Karsten. And as Transom began to compress Lee's chest, it was as though Karsten suddenly woke up to the realization that everything, this entire enterprise, hung on the question of whether they could bring that girl's body back to life. If they couldn't, it was murder. There was no war here. Even the Etteran couldn't get away with cold-blooded murder on Iophos. Karsten began to feel around the base of the tree frantically, his left hand combing the spiderous roots in broad, sweeping motions, his bloody, painful, numb right hand fumbling in the dirt on the other side. He swept the ground furiously. "Goss, do you have a light?" he whispered. "What the hell is going on in there?" Colin returned. I need that shocker," Transom said. Karsten felt something hard and metal right beside something that felt like a leg. "Shit!" Irie whispered as he jumped back, startled by the dark outline of the incapacitated Alba. I've got it, he declared as he wrapped his bloody hand around the shock box and rushed back toward Lee's body. "Careful, Professor. Take a breath," Transom stated as Karsten approached. "If you shock me, it's not going to end well." He could see Goss standing near Lee Ira's lifeless body now, as Swinny continued to administer compressions to her chest. "All right, Lee," Transom said. "Do everyone a favor and feel this." He took the box from Lorne's bloody hand, placed it right over Lee's breastbone, and zapped her. When she didn't breathe, he went right back to compressions again without a pause. Twice more. Nothing. It took 3 shocks to get a response. A hard gasp, followed by a fierce succession of coughs as she arched her back and rolled to her side. She coughed and coughed. Then she breathed deeply in the dark for nearly half a minute before Sebastian knelt down beside her and pulled her upright to a seated position. He held her up like that for a moment, supporting her, his hand behind her neck. "Don't you lie to me. I'll know," he said quietly. "Which one are you?"
"Lee."
Her muffled voice came back.
"I'm Lee. She's gone."
They sat on the moist, cool ground in silence for what seemed like several minutes. Karsten was processing the fact that she was gone. Carolina was gone. He couldn't quite fathom that it was Lee there, seated beside Sebastian. What that girl must have been thinking in those moments, sitting beside that killer, his eyes monitoring her every breath.
"So what now?"
she finally said. "I told you you'd get your life back."
"What about Alba? She's my friend."
"Never mind about the robot for a minute. We have a few things to get clear, Lee." Karsten realized Lee Ira was crying when she spoke again.
"You didn't break her, did you?"
"We'll fix her," Karsten stated. "But you need to listen to Sebastian right now, Lee. Please, this is important."
"You're not Lorne,"
she said, sniffling. "No, I'm Karsten. Please, just listen. Lorne is very good with robots, and I know everything he knows. I will fix your Alba for you." "First things first," Sebastian said. Lee wiped her eyes with the back of her hand, and she began to rub her chest with her other hand, in obvious discomfort from the trauma of being revived. "So, what just happened?" Sebastian began. "First of all, what you know, nobody will believe you. But second of all, nobody else can ever know about it. You can't tell anyone."
We have important work to do here. That is none of your business, Lyra. I want you to understand that we had no ill intent toward you, and if you leave us alone and don't bother us, we wish you the best in your life. Our intention tonight is to fix your robot and send you on your way, to never bother you or anyone you care about ever again." Sebastian's tone had changed, but even though it had changed, Karsten had the sense now that it never really changed. Not underneath. This Etteran, at the foundation of everything he ever did, there was always that same base truth of what he was. Always that line, tone or no tone. And then suddenly, that tone was back. "Look at me," he said to Lyra. She shuddered. Her body began shaking as she turned her head his way. "I need you to understand something, Lee. These two gentlemen with me are good men, but I am not a good man. We're going to send you home to your parents tonight. But if you create any sort of problems for us, or in the work we need to do here in Genea, I will not hesitate to drop you just as dead as your sister, and I will not lose a second of sleep over it for the rest of my life. Do you understand me?" Lyra turned her head away from him, still shaking. She seemed to be staring vacantly into the darkness.
"I understand you, Sebastian."
"You will have nothing further to say to Kozlov about any of this. From now on, if you speak to him about these past 2 weeks, you will say the following and nothing more. I'm feeling much better, Doctor. I don't want to talk about it. I just want to put this unfortunate episode behind me and move on with my life. Did you get all that?"
"Yes, sir. I have it."
"Repeat it back to me. I want to hear it verbatim twice. We're not touching your housebot till we hear you say it perfect." Transom paused and waited, while Lee, her hands furiously trembling, stumbled over the words again and again, until finally, on her 5th attempt, she got them correct, word for word, and then she recited them once more. "Good. Irie," Transom ordered, gesturing toward Lee's Alba. As Karsten worked on the Alba by the pin light Goss was holding for him, occasionally he caught sight of Lee's face watching them. Even in that dim, shadowy light by that tree, he could see in Lee's eyes not just the fear, but the insatiable curiosity. She wanted to ask them who they really were, these demons, whether they really were from the future like she thought, what they were after here in Genea, in her home. But she looked over at Zeldin Swinney's face from time to time, and though she didn't know exactly what about him was true, she knew that one thing was, he was a killer. "I want you to punch out the last 2 weeks from its core memory," Sebastian commanded Lorne. "It'll take a moment," the tall young boy responded. "Just get it done, Irie. Sometime tonight." Lee looked over at the other man, Colin, who seemed, in his eyes, to have a genuine pity for her as he looked over. Colin caught her looking up at him. He turned away, refocusing on the bot, on illuminating the inner neck area where Lorne had pulled away the Alba's dermis to access the back of its head. For minutes, no words were exchanged, except for Lorne asking for Sebastian to come assist in holding up the bot's torso while he completed the final steps of rebooting the Alba. They leaned the bot forward at the waist and set its legs out straight in front of it. When the boy switched it on, the Alba turned its head, taking stock of its surroundings, and then rolling forward onto its knees before coming to its feet. Lorne, Swinney, and Colin all stood up as the Alba did.
"I believe I've lost time, Ms. Lee," she stated. "I don't remember coming to the Arboretum at all. Oh dear, my chronometer is off by several weeks." "Your power source suddenly failed, Alba,"
Lee replied.
"These gentlemen were good enough to help repair you."
Alba walked over and offered a hand to Lee, assisting the young woman to her feet. The housebot turned back to the unfamiliar group of young men.
"We are in your debt, gentlemen,"
the Alba said. "It was nothing at all," Zeldin Swinney told the unit. "We're only too happy to help out a fellow Genean in need. All we ask in return is that you see Lee home safely tonight. We wish you both a most pleasant evening."
"I will indeed get her home,"
Alba replied.
"We thank you, sir. You are a perfect young gentleman."
The 3 young men stood beside the path on the very ground that had so recently been a murder scene.
They watched quietly as Lyra and the Alba's outlines diminished in the dull orange light along the pathway back toward Reader's Circle. When Lee was finally gone, they all began to walk the other way. "So what now?" Irie finally said to Sebastian. "You killed her." "I sent her home, Professor. And as for what now, that's up to you two. I have to go find something tall enough to hurl this Swinny kid's body off to be definitive." "Excuse me?" Goss replied. "Where Carolina goes, I go," Transom said. "That's how it works, big brother." "Like hell, Etteran," Colin Dreeson stated. "My sister went to a tremendous amount of trouble to bring us here for a reason, and you pulled her off this mission unilaterally, without consulting me, and you certainly did not have her permission to do so. She was losing it. We don't know how these artifacts work. Her mind could have got lost in here." "I'm not going to debate anything with you," Colin replied. "I agree with the call, as it turns out. But let's get one thing straight, here and now. You are an Order follower. As far as I'm concerned, you were following your first order, protecting the life of your commander. You sent her back to where she would be safe. Job complete and well done. That was the idea, yes. Now I go back too and make sure of it." "You trust your man Fieldstone, no?" Colin asked him. "Carolina is back on her ship with him now, with the doctor, with Rishi, with bots, with her trusted crew, in the middle of empty space where no one can bother them until we come back in what, a few weeks? There's no threat back there, and we have nothing to gain by leaving. We came here for a reason, Sebastian, and you will stay here and see this mission through with us." "What mission, Goss?" Irie asked. "Don't get me wrong, this is incredible. Crossing back to this place is some kind of miraculous simulation we can't possibly understand. But there's nothing going on here. It's just Iophos. A sleepy little city on Iophos. The only thing out of the ordinary happening here is us. I'm with Sebastian. This whole endeavor has been a disaster from the start. We should go back." "Irie," Colin replied, an obvious exasperation in his tone. "We all know why you came out to the letters looking for Carly, and that's fine. But we also know why you want to go back. She'll be there when we return. There's more at stake here than you two know, and Sebastian already knows a lot." "I do," he replied. "I know plenty of what's at stake." "Something is happening in this place," Colin continued. "I can feel it, and we're going to stay and figure out what it is." Sebastian stopped walking and shook his head. "Ah, shit," he stated, as though he'd just remembered something important that he'd forgotten about. "What?" Irie asked. "Your tale today, Professor. The goddamned wizards are here in Genea." "The wizards?" Colin said. "I think they must be watching Lee for some reason. Edisali and those shit-eating tech wizards of his. God damn it." Colin and Karsten both looked over at him curiously, as Sebastian seemed to fume at the realization. "Right," Colin said. "So tell me something important isn't happening here in Genea." "Yeah, I guess," Sebastian conceded. "Then we're staying," Colin declared. Sebastian exhaled hard and looked up at him angrily. "Yeah, Dreeson, I guess we are. What were Carolina's last standing orders to you? Before you strangled her dead, that is." Transom shook his head at him. "To blend in and behave myself." "Good. You'll follow them until I contact you with superseding orders." Sebastian stood for a moment, considering. He looked down at his feet, and then up again at Colin. "Okay, big brother. Yeah, I think I will. We should break for now. There's been enough excitement for one night. I want a comprehensive briefing on Edisali's sect the next time we meet. Everything we need to know about their motives, what they might be doing here in Genea, how to spot them, anything relevant." "Yeah, sure. And I'd like your thoughts on where Carolina's other man might be." "Yeah," Sebastian said. "That's a good question. Where the hell is Metalface?" "And don't be out of contact, Irie," Colin continued. "Keep that rectangle on you at all times. I pinged you 3 times yesterday without an answer. The boy's body you're wearing is absent-minded. You're not. Don't allow it to creep in any further." Karsten looked down at Colin, sighed, and shook his head. "Until next time, gentlemen," Colin Dreeson said. looking over at Sebastian, smirking. "It's been a pleasure as always." Then he walked off down the path that split back to Genia's center, leaving the outline of the two teenage boys standing there in the dim orange light, their arms crossed, staring into the darkness. For Kozlov, the release of the Swinney boy resulted in an outcome he never could have predicted. The entire situation stabilized, almost magically so. It wasn't just that Zeldin Swinney seemed to be adjusting well after his release, albeit mostly out from under Kozlov's watchful eye. He still had no idea how the boy so consistently and effortlessly split from his attempts at surveillance. But Zeldin's parents reported that the boy was doing exceptionally well, and he passed every spot check with high marks for his behavior and manner. But what was even more perplexing was how Lee Ira had suddenly stabilized. At first, Kozlov grew concerned as she canceled 2 appointments, citing fatigue. But Mrs. Ira pinged him, reporting that Lee, her Lee, was back again. She stated that her daughter was weary and had been sleeping a lot since the manic episodes had abated. But Lee told her mother she was dreaming again, and she had shared with her mother, in a moment of quiet reflection, that after all that trouble with her memory, and despite the sadness, she was profoundly grateful that she still had her memories of Marion. So many warm memories. When Kozlov finally did see Lee again himself the following week, it was the Lee Ira he'd come to know and love. That other personality, somehow, fleeting as it had been, was totally gone. When he pressed Lee about it, she utterly refused to dwell on the experience, instead preferring to talk about Marion.
"I need to live the life she'd want me to live," she told him. "The life I'd want her to live if it had been me who passed. It so easily could have been me, Dr. Kozlov."
Over the following months, Lee came to his office less and less frequently, as she grew more and more stable. At the same time, Zeldin Swinney met every requirement the justice system laid before him with steady certainty. Every officer under the magistrate's direction declared Zeldin Swinney to be a shining example of reform done right. And after a period of penitence, he was even readmitted to the Athletic Association in time for the start of the 18s season. Swinney was so convincing at times, Arno Kozlov almost needed to actively remind himself that Swinney wasn't Swinney. And even then, after several months had passed, as that set of memories faded from his mind, replaced by session upon session of unremarkable teenage conversations, Kozlov finally began to doubt what he had once been entirely certain about. Had he gone too? Sebastian? Had he ever been there at all? Yes, Kozlov was certain he was. They still had the footage in the hospital's archives. Again and again over those months, though, Kozlov wondered, what had it been? Those 2 psychotic breaks, the odd connections between them, Lorne Iosef. At times, he recounted that as it had all unfolded, it had seemed so real that Lee Ira's characterization of the phenomenon seemed apt, demonic possession. To Kozlov, though, the encounters had seemed too real to be magical or supernatural. Those personalities were so manifestly different that he began to wonder whether the entire concept of possession wasn't some unknown higher form of technology, the projection of a consciousness across time and space. At one time, travel beyond the hard limitation of the speed of light was nothing but a magical concept. So too the megastructures of Iophos or Athos, the cylinder groups and Helenia, or even the human diaspora across the stars. So many things had been discovered and forgotten over the ages. Was it really so impossible to believe that a mind could be captured, tuned into from afar, possessed? All those ancient stories of possession, demons and divine inspirations, a near human universal across all primitive cultures. Could that be all that it was? All those stories. Karsten, Sebastian, Carolina Dreeson. Who would have access, if not the Dreesons? And if that was so, if some kind of technology like that existed, Arno Kozlov couldn't help but wonder, how many others out there like those 3 visitors could there be? There could be any number of interlopers like them on Iophos at any given moment, and no one would ever know. He was grinning from ear to ear. Grace adored his smile, and she adored that he'd been wearing it almost constantly for the past 2 weeks. Maybe it was the afterglow from the ceremony, or the long holiday, but she couldn't help but think there was something more to it. Most visitors didn't take 2 weeks to float the waterlands, but Grace and Jong were newlyweds, and they were both in between jobs that started the following month. They'd never been to this side of the ring before, and had briefly toured Io, Kayberg, and Koji City before making their way to Sowenia to begin their lazy honeymoon trip down the narrow shore. They'd both worked hard enough in school and in their apprenticeships and civic obligations to have any second thought about relaxing for over a month. Sure, it was a bit excessive. 2 full weeks of long brunches, midday drinks at beach huts, and dozing on their rafts in the afternoon before dining at the magnificent restaurants at the resort towns of Chala, Harab, Weingarten, and San Rosar. They only got one honeymoon, after all, and they were making the most of it. He was staring at her again, smiling.
What, Jong?
He shook his head. Could you be any more beautiful? Why are you floating so far away from me?
I'm comfortable,
she teased, grinning back at him. Get your beautiful ass over here, Grace, he said, extending an outstretched hand. She smiled and began to paddle with her hands, slowly guiding herself back toward her new husband. She was enjoying the thrill of that thought more with each passing day. The prospect that they would wake up together each day and fall asleep together each night, and she could tell that he felt the same as she. As Grace got close enough, as soon as she was in his reach, his strong right hand pulled her raft up beside his with a single powerful curve of the arm. Grace laughed as he tried and failed to pull her up onto his raft, and she rolled about halfway there before tipping and plunging into the gap that suddenly opened between their 2-person flotilla. She didn't let go of his hand as she dropped into the water, pulling Jong down too as she went under. She came up laughing, and then gasped as Jong stood up under her, lifting her into the air and dunking her whole body back down into the water.
I didn't realize it was that shallow,
Grace said as she came up again. She was trying to put her toes down on the bottom, but couldn't quite reach herself. Jong's chin and shoulders were just out of the water, as he stood anchored on the bottom. She liked how dark his hair looked, soaked like that. He grabbed her and pulled her up into his arms.
They're getting away,
she said, pretending to pout, as their rafts floated downstream ever so slowly. We'll catch up, Jong replied. The way he looked at her was intoxicating. She couldn't help loving those eyes, and that smile, and everything else about him. She kissed his cheek. Jong turned his head, offering his other cheek. All things in balance, he joked. She kissed Jong's other cheek, and he pulled her even tighter, kissing her on the lips. They floated together on their backs in the water, holding hands, looking up at the sky. Out farther toward the middle, where the current was slightly stronger, a pontoon boat approached the couple. They heard the cheerful voices of children carrying over the water, and it was enough of a distraction that Grace lifted her head up.
They're getting away,
she announced more seriously this time, gesturing toward their rafts, which had drifted farther out into the current as well. The couple began to swim to catch up so their rafts didn't impede the pontoon as it passed them by. Grace and Jong each hopped on their raft and paddled slowly back out of the current. They still had another 3 hours before they planned to check in at their resort in Hart's Corner, where their luggage was waiting for them that evening. Grace was looking at the trees and the hills in the distance. She was daydreaming, wondering why nobody had thought to build a waterlands near Monroe, or another octant on their side of Iophos. She felt herself turning in the water, and quickly realized it was Jong, tugging on the corner of her raft, bringing her alongside him again.
What?
She asked. You see that? She looked out at the pontoon again. Almost as he said it, a pair of boys, probably 8 and 10 she guessed, ran and leapt from the front of the boat into the water with a quick succession of splashes, and a moment later, a little sister, maybe 5 or 6, went tumbling jealously after her 2 big brothers. Grace smiled and started laughing as Mum sent Dad into the water after the little girl, who seemed to be doing just fine on her own, even without Dad's help.
What are you thinking?
She said to Jong as he gazed out at the pontoon. I'm thinking, they're the luckiest 2 people on Iophos, he said sincerely, before turning back to meet eyes with Grace again. Except for us, of course. She smiled at Zhang. Something to dream about, he said.
Do you suppose we could finish the honeymoon before we start dreaming about populating our own little pontoon?
He looked over at her with that wide smile of his. Biology does dictate that to be the order of things, Grace. Out in the current, the little girl was shouting for her mother to join them all in the water.
I'm going to stop at the next hut for a drink, Zhang. Do you want something?
He didn't answer. He was watching as the mother teased the little girl from the pontoon boat, mocking a leap into the water several times, before finally joining her family with a big splash. Zhang smiled and turned to Grace and answered, Nice time of day for something sweet. Vodka berry, long with lemon, chilled but no ice.
What is up with you and your sweet tooth these days?
She asked. Zhang shrugged. There's enough bitterness in the universe that we shouldn't have to drink it, babe. Give me something sweet any day of the week. Grace shook her head, smiling back at Zhang as she began to paddle in toward the seemingly endless waterfront in the direction of the upcoming grass hut. He couldn't believe life could be like this. He couldn't stop smiling, even though he couldn't completely shake the sense that he was forgetting something important, something distant, as though something vague from a distant dream was calling him back from this pristine day to another reality. But he and Grace were on their honeymoon. Reality could wait. Many chambers. One of the many things I liked about Omar Jamai was that he was good company. It was something you wouldn't necessarily predict for a TRASP officer. You know, being a decent, easygoing guy. Out in the lettered systems, the TRASP had a well-earned reputation for being notoriously hard bastards. In the weeks since we'd first met on Theta Nicorla, though, where we'd tricked him pretty good and put him in a precarious place that easily could have seen him branded a traitor by the Protectorate, Omar didn't seem to hold a grudge against us at all, and he must have felt 10 leagues out of his depth with all the revelations we'd related about the war he'd spent his whole life fighting, how it wasn't what it seemed, and how it was some kind of fix from the start. Speaking from personal experience, that was the hardest part for me to question, having given up as many parts of myself as I had to the war. I'd spent many a painful night in recovery trying to soothe my wounded body and broken ego with the justification that at least I had been fighting for something. When I learned all the things I'd learned about the war, starting to question that one solid foundation felt like opening yet another painful wound. At least the crew and I had all gone through it together. Me and Soch and Ren and even Lita. And we'd done it over months, piece by piece. We'd briefed Omar Jamai on all the things we'd learned in one weekend, calling the young man's entire belief system into question. It's a tough sell. You, your society, even your belief in humanity, all those things get pretty well shaken down to the bones. Yet here's Omar, all the way to the station at Talon Braith, smiling and sharing good stories from every part of his life, as though nothing at all had been shook. Maybe it hadn't. I don't know. It's hard to know exactly what another man thinks unless he tells you, but it seemed like he was just going along with things, part believing, but the other part, I guess, was waiting to see the truth materialize before his own eyes. And who could blame him? We'd said a lot of unbelievable things. If a society becomes a big enough lie, eventually you stop believing anything anymore. But I'd met plenty of people like that, too, who'd stop believing in anything, and they tended to be dark and cynical and downright unpleasant to be around. That was what seemed so remarkable to me about Omar Jamai. He was a great guy to be around regardless of what was going on. Good storyteller, good sabaka player, good company. We had to ditch his ship at Talon Braith and take a shuttle back through the astral corridor to Hoff Springs. And from there, Omar claimed he knew there'd be people at the station who would sneak us back into Trasp space. From Hoff Springs, he was certain he could get a message through to his mother to make contact with his sister. So we slid into Hoff Springs on a passenger shuttle under dubious falsified identities. And from there, we ended up in a locked cabin on a smuggling freighter operated by a retired Trasp lieutenant colonel. His ship was staffed by financially strapped enlisted soldiers taking side work during their precious leave time, a crew of 5 very hardened fighters. I asked Omar why he was so confident they wouldn't recognize him and turn us in. The Trasp were notoriously tough on anyone perceived as even remotely traitorous or deserting. "I'm Aida Jamai's brother," he replied. "The Protectorate can't tarnish her. Even if I had done what they probably think I've done, Command will keep it quiet." "Oh," I said, "then maybe we got nothing to worry about." Omar laughed. "Unless somebody who knows what happened on Theta Nicorla really does recognize me, then they'll make us both disappear, Burch. Whatever happened to Omar Jamai?" Then he shrugged and smiled. "Right," I said, reassuring. It didn't seem to bother him too much. That was Omar. He had one cool head on him, that's sure. So anyway, this smuggling ship was going to leave us off in the heart of the Protectorate at a supply drop on a commercial cargo route. Omar said a former CO of his had arranged to have his ex-wife pick us up. She'd taken work as an operator for a civilian freight line when they'd split. We floated there in the cold interior of this cargo drop for 2 days before her ship finally made the route. Omar seemed to think everything would be fine. Only his friend didn't tell his ex who she was picking up. And he certainly didn't tell his ex I was going to be along with Omar. She picked me out right away for a foreigner. And Omar. Of course the ex ran in the same circles where Omar was known. And he'd been correct that word of his recent activities had been kept hushed up publicly. But that didn't mean there weren't rumors circulating amongst those officers and their spouses, who all knew who Omar Jamai was.
"So my options are to get roped into your treason by abetting,"
the ex said as soon as she recognized Omar.
"or I can take you both straight to the ISB and get a reward? Let me see."
"I'm just trying to get back home and talk the matter through with the ISB myself, Darsa," Omar said. "We have coordinates to meet with my sister. She's going to bring me in personally."
"Aida is?"
Darsa asked skeptically. Omar nodded. "We've already been in touch. Same coordinates you were given by Addis." I gathered that was the name of her ex-husband. Omar hadn't told me much either.
"She's going to pick you up. Aida is?"
Darsa asked him again. 100%.
"So if I take you there, Captain Jamai, is there any chance? Is there any way I can meet your sister?"
"Oh yeah, of course. She'll be grateful to you for bringing me home. This whole issue is going to get sorted, Darsa, but only if Aida can take us both in personally." Omar gestured to me, the foreigner.
"So the rumors aren't true, Omar? You're not a traitor?"
"Not even a little," Omar replied, bending the truth a bit there, at least by the letter of the law.
"You promise I can get a picture with her?"
"Aida? Absolutely, Darsa. I promise. She'd be happy to take a picture with someone who helped out her brother in a time of need."
"Do you know Aida too, mister?"
"Real good," I said. "She once served under me out in the letters. Classified ops. Best human pilot I ever flew with." Darsa's eyes got wide.
"I'm holding you to it, you two. No one will ever believe me unless I get a picture with Aida. I can't hardly believe it myself."
And that was the price. One picture with the smiling folk hero of the Protectorate, Omar's sister and our friend Lita, Aida Jamai. That was the closest we came to getting pinched on our way in, until we got to the rendezvous Omar had set up with his mother. Of course, through all this, I had no idea where in the Protectorate we were, stuffed into windowless berths and cargo ships, and warehouse-station dead drops, Omar negotiating with his own people in hushed tones, making a good show of keeping details clear of the outsider. These Trasp sure knew how to keep to their own. I thought for sure we were well in the clear when we finally touched up and latched with the other vessel at Omar's rendezvous. Darsa even confirmed that she'd ID'd Aida as the pilot of the little scout shuttle she'd locked up her cargo ship with. But I started wondering, because the last time we tried to get close to Lita, she was being managed tight by the Trasp ISB, like she was some great commodity, a symbol of resilience and fighting spirit of the whole Trasp Protectorate. And hell, Aida's story was some commodity. It got us our passage here with Darsa, after all. The prospect of one single picture with Aida Jamai, and Darsa had suddenly forgotten all about Omar and the rumors of his treasonous dealings during the letters offensive. But I couldn't help but have doubts. It hadn't been that long since the ISB had been keeping a full security detail on Aida Jamai every minute of every day. Now she was suddenly supposedly roaming around the Protectorate freely, setting up clandestine meetings with her fugitive brother, without anybody from command keeping eyes on her. Omar had reassured me, but I suddenly had an uneasy feeling about the meeting, and it turned out I was right to. Omar and I debated for a minute before having Darsa tell Aida to come over to the freighter, which Darsa was happy about. That'd make for a better picture, she said. Aida Jamai on her ship. And if it had just been Aida herself over there, it would have been simple and quick. Come get her brother and ship home. Easy. Well, there was some delay in her coming over, which meant something was going on, and we found out soon enough. Darsa got suspicious and a bit twitchy as I floated out of the little annex outside the airlock. I was hiding just out of sight so I could see what was coming over first, and damned if Aida didn't come through the lock with her own personal ISB minder in tow. And not just any minder, but it was someone both Omar and I were far too familiar with. It was Heartline, that same ISB major who'd been on our tails back at Astor when Rishi and Verona and I had snuck into the Protectorate the first time we tried to get Lita back. Major Heartline knew my face, that's certain.
Your hands behind your back, Captain,
she said to Omar.
You're under arrest.
Heartline, Omar said, loud enough to make sure I heard if I hadn't already seen. The whole point in contacting Aida was for me to come in.
Myrna,
I could hear the familiar voice of my friend Lita shout.
There's no need.
Poor Darsa had no idea what to do. That kind of chaos was not what she had in mind. She thought she was going to get her picture with a smile. And here was Heartline trying to arrest Omar single-handedly, in 0G no less. Darsa started looking to the side, wondering about what I was going to do if Heartline actually did get the cuffs on Omar.
Your hands, Captain,
Heartline shouted at Omar.
Now, please. I won't ask again.
No, Omar stated. This is bullshit. I nearly got killed out in the letters, abducted by spies, accused of being a traitor, and had to sneak back into my own territory. If you think I'm going to be treated like a traitor. It seemed a bit too performative for my taste, and maybe Heartline picked up on something, because she started shouting at Darsa.
You over there. I want to see your hands.
I didn't know, she replied, and she was tilting her head toward me. Heartline was about 2 seconds from pulling her sidearm, pointing, shouting, thinking she'd flown into some kind of snare. It wasn't our intention for things to get rough, but we had no idea she was there in the first place. I had to put a stop to it. I snapped back and sprung off the bulkhead with both legs, and went flying across that annex faster than Heartline had time to react. I crashed into her hip before she could reach for her weapon, and stripped her of it before we both landed on the wall on the other side. I was lucky enough to get a foot down before we hit the bulkhead. Heartline didn't. What a noise she made, her back thumping hard against the hull as her lungs got forcefully emptied by the impact. But that didn't slow that woman half a moment. She started hollering and fighting, going right for my eyes with her fingernails. I had to snatch up her wrist with my mech hand, and I let her know just how much harder that prosthetic could squeeze. She yelped.
Burch, no!
I heard Aida shout. I ain't gonna hurt her, I said back. And there's Omar, calmly snatching Heartline's spinning bolt pistol out of the air like he was nearly enjoying himself. Hello, big sister, he said. I see you brought a friend.
Omar,
Aida said. She was exasperated. Darsa would like a picture with you. That poor girl was huddled in the corner, thinking the whole thing had gone full-on sideways. This is off to a great start, I stated.
I thought I told you to stay home,
Aida said to me.
What are you doing here, Burch?
Heartline had been looking over at Omar and Aida, trying to figure out what had happened. And when she heard my name out of Aida's mouth that second time, Heartline's eyes turned back toward me. I remember you, she scowled at me.
What happened to your brain injury?
Then she turned back to Aida.
Don't tell me you know this spy, Jamai.
Well, Burch, Omar said, this is going to be fun. I suspect it wasn't how Heartline thought this trip was going to go. She had to float and watch, herself bound up in her own handcuffs,
with Omar and I holding her back, while Aida took a picture with Darsa. Then we let that poor woman loose, assuring her that we'd sort the whole mess out with the ISB. For good reason. She was pretty worried about what kind of trouble she'd be in if we couldn't talk Heartline down. Myrna Heartline was a lieutenant colonel now, because the Protectorate had promoted Aida to major herself, and they couldn't have Heartline on the same tier. At least that's the way I figured it. Heartline was livid. Sure, she was mad at me and Omar, but whenever Lita opened her mouth, Heartline's eyes near turned red. The fury in her heart practically boiled over. She'd thought they'd really made progress together, she and Lita. And Lita? Well, damn, I couldn't get her Trasp's name right in my head. She was Aida now, but Aida kept telling Heartline they had made progress, that it was all real, but there were other factors Heartline couldn't understand yet. She was seething. That scout shuttle was small enough. Heartline was cuffed and strapped down in a jump seat behind the two captain's chairs. Omar was beside her, and I was up front with Aida. And damn, it was hard to know what to call her. But that problem was far more trivial than what to do next. This Heartline problem was a real problem. And, Aida said, they had an event the following morning. Fittingly enough, in Danby. And if Aida Jamai didn't show for a ceremony, the ISB and every other internal agency in the whole damn Protectorate would be looking for her in Heartline. So yeah, a problem. We need to get out of this ship, Omar suggested.
And do what?
Aida asked.
For you to come back without a halfway decent story is one thing, little brother. But Burch, you've got no reason to be back in our space.
Sure I do, Lita, I told her. You just don't know the reason yet.
What?
I tried to look behind me toward Heartline, trying to ever so subtly indicate that I couldn't tell Lita what me and Omar and the others were up to with the high-level Trasp ISB agent there.
You're not going to hurt Myrna,
Aida stated.
She's not just my superior. She's a good friend. Traitors,
Heartline half hissed back at us. I got an idea, Burch, Omar said, sort of grinning at me. We needed a handful of useful people who understood the Protectorate. And then he looked over at Heartline. Are you crazy? You want to read her in? I don't just want to read her in, Omar replied. I want to take her with us.
Take her where?
Aida asked.
Burch, what is going on?
Remember that time we broke the universe, Lita? Well, we went back in. Me and Carolina and Rishi and Christoph and the others. We all went back in. There's layers and layers to the what and the why. But the bottom line for us now is we need to do it again. And we need help from you and Omar. We need some good Trasp people for this mission. I can't say I love the idea of bringing Heartline along. But if you say she's a friend...
She is a friend.
Do you think she can ever calm down enough to listen to reason? We can't run an op and watch our backs if she's fixing to knife them. Aida looked back at her friend. She shrugged.
Myrna is very dedicated.
What if I told you there was something bigger than your war? I asked, turning toward Heartline myself. I could hardly see her there behind me. If we asked you to step outside your role for a minute and play a bigger part, not just for the good of the Protectorate, but for the good of all people, could you do it, Colonel Heartline?
I don't trust spies.
Do you trust your own eyes? I asked her.
Maybe,
she replied.
Every system can be corrupted, though, even biological ones.
Spoken like a true paranoid spy chief, Omar quipped. Burch, how much damage could she do if we take her? She could sure do a lot of it if we let her go back to the ISB without a sense of our purpose. That's a fair point.
What are you two up to?
Lita asked.
Something with the artifacts I've gathered. But what?
We need to go back to the start of the war, I told her. We can brief all the specifics on the way, but we need to figure out how we're going to get there.
What the hell is this gibberish?
Heartline said. We're going to have to ditch this ship, Omar stated. I have a contact in Dern who can get us a ship for a few weeks. When we got to Dern, I stayed with Aida and Heartline to continue the briefing on their scout shuttle, while Omar got us a ship. Then we met back up again in empty space to change ships. We set off for the artifact from there. If I thought Omar had been skeptical, Heartline was on some other level.
She looked at me with a mixture of dismissal and disdain for days on end, occasionally piping up with a scornful laugh, followed by a comment about how ridiculous all these fantastic stories about time travel sounded. Admittedly, the framework itself was one wild story, with as many equally far-fetched chapters. Heartline really enjoyed the part about my going 2 million years into the future. Omar didn't react much because he'd heard that part before. But Lita, my old friend, she wasn't nearly so skeptical, because she was there at the start. She had it in her experience that the artifacts had the ability to twist our perceptions of reality. Granted, back then, we didn't seem to be transported to a society millions of years advanced on a different timeline. But it's not that big a leap from what happened to us back at the beginning, and the prospect of sending us back to the start of the war. Our destination in the here and now wasn't nearly as far off as the string of artifacts we'd mapped out past the letters, or the lonely artifact all the way back toward Charris. This deep space artifact was floating out in an uninhabited stretch of space somewhat between Port Cullen and Dreeson system. From Dern, it was about a week's travel away, and that ended up being about a week full of stink-eye from Heartline. She just kept getting angrier and angrier, promising the Jemai siblings that she was going to make some spectacle of seeing them executed for treason in front of the whole protectorate. Insubordination, insurrection, subversion. Yeah, lady, I told her. We heard you. It got old after a couple days, but eventually, even she got tired of her own act toward the end of the week and just sat quietly as the three of us planned. And then, finally, when we suited her up to go into that artifact, she started up scoffing at us again, as though the whole thing was some joke.
Yeah, right, Burch. Sure, we're going back in time.
But Heartline got in her suit anyway. I mean, even a proper skeptic had to be curious when we opened up a tunnel to the inside of an asteroid that had been floating around forever in the middle of empty space. That had to be at least a crack of doubt in her barricade of skepticism. And as we started floating in, and the interior was obviously a piece of technology that no one in our civilization could have built, Heartline got proper quiet about where we were going. Finally, as we got into the interior of the cylindrical drum and headed toward the top of the scepter with Aida leading the way, Heartline said in a low voice,
"You really believe this, Aida? We're really going somewhere."
"You better start believing too," I responded. "It's a hell of a ride." We'd talked about it in the briefing, before she had any sense of anything, but as we came to the end of the drum, I told her sincerely, "Colonel Heartline, this is really important. You need to focus your mind on following Aida. If you're not serious and thinking straight, you could end up anywhere. These artifacts are fiercely powerful and not to be trifled with. Clear your mind and follow Aida. We can talk about your attitude when we get there." Then we all floated in front of that big blank wall. I didn't notice it the time before, but as we were lining ourselves up, thinking about that time and place, the wall began to glow, a subtle, dull purple abyss that looked for a moment like a warping spiral. Then, poof, my head was all wonky again. I had to think about it for what seemed like half a moment. Slight confusion. Then, after what felt like a few seconds, I clicked back into sensibility. I was in a kind of office with the others, or at least I thought it was them. There were two girls, young women I guessed, maybe early 20s, and they were splayed out on the floor out cold, snoozing like some decent fighter had knocked them both good and clean on the chin. And then there was a young man staggering in the corner, reaching up and trying to get to his feet. Maybe like the same fighter had just stung him a bit starry-eyed. "Is that you, Omar?" I asked him. "Burch, where the hell am I? What happened?" It took a few minutes to explain that one well enough. Maybe it was the fact I'd gone through the transition before. Maybe it was just the luck of the draw. My first time through the artifacts, I was the one who'd gone batty, and Rishi and Verona had to watch me and Christoph until we got our heads straight again. This time it was my turn to keep my wits and watch the others, I guess. But I couldn't believe our luck when the girls came to. Lita was first, and she confirmed it was her in that young lady's body. And by the time we confirmed the other young woman was Heartline, Lita and Omar were coming around properly. I even had a sense of self for my borrowed identity. I knew the time, the place, everything. Lita had nailed the trajectory. We'd morphed into trainee logistics officers inside the headquarters of a private freight enterprise based in the outer boundary systems of the Protectorate. There was no war yet, and the most incredible thing of all was the location. We were in the Ariel system. Ariel Cantor, to be specific, the colder outer planet of the two habitable worlds in the Ariels. Maybe the others didn't appreciate it, seeing as all three of them were Trasp themselves. But as an outsider, having been excluded from the entirety of the Protectorate for the whole of my life, I had no knowledge about the Ariels except for the legendary reputation. Ariel Shreve, the inner habitable world, had its own set of fables amongst the peoples of the Battery for a number of reasons. And then there were the megastructures in the system. 3 I knew about, and this mind I was occupying, and some guy named Chambers. I suddenly realized I had all the details right at hand. Ariel Hardy, a cylinder group with a population that rivaled the totality of Hellenia's own armada of space cylinders all on its own. Ariel Nestor, a ring world encircling a rocky moon-sized body that served as a mine for the system's other megastructures. And Ariel Cone, a single space wheel in the cold outer reaches of the system. That's the thing the people of our time had almost forgotten. The Trasp had been known for all this, their engineering genius. I almost got lightheaded thinking about it. They'd spent a few thousand years earning the reputation as humanity's greatest builders ever, and in 6 decades of war, the Trasp had become the Battery's pugnacious cousin, famous for sneak attacks, picking on small defenseless outposts, and general martial assholery. It was no wonder I almost fell over, experiencing that entire precipitous decline in reverse order in the span of a few moments. "You all right, Burch?" Omar asked. It was just us in that room, so we didn't bother too much with our new identities. "Hell," I said, "you Trasp used to be something. This system alone is like a microcosm of the whole diaspora. The Ariels."
"He's all right, Omar," Lita said. "That's Burch, stating the obvious as though it's profound." "What the hell?" Heartline stated, still not quite steady on her feet. She was staring at the wall in that little office, dazed like somebody'd zapped her between the eyes with a shock box. And as she was staggering around like a housebot with its power source tripping, our training officer came into the room barking. "What the hell are you 4 up to? You were supposed to be back in the loading bay 15 minutes ago with your FC completed for review." At that moment, I figured I was the one who really had my head about me enough to be doing business. And I figured that our mission, unlike the others, was destined to end at Veronia, going down with the ship, so to say. I didn't reckon we should waste what little time we had playing around in some merchant warehouse trainee program for bored Trasp kids. "We quit," I told that supervisor. I wasn't trying to be rude or nothing, just frank and to the point. No messing about. At about that time, Heartline, who had her arms out beside her like she was balancing on a wire, suddenly lost control of it and took about 4 uncontrolled steps headlong into the wall, collapsing into a heap again. "Oh, I see," the supervisor said. "What's she on? Chartreuse? The red? Some kind of designer gank from the letters?" I motioned over at Omar to get Heartline up and see if she was okay. Then I smiled back at our supervisor as Omar was helping her to her feet. "Nothing at all, sir. We're just high on life here in the antebellum." "Antebellum? You 4 have lost your damn minds, Chambers, getting all whacked out in a loading facility. You can't work with heavy machinery in a state. I'll make sure you 4 never work again." "Oh, great," Omar replied. "I think that was the objective." "I'm calling CPDS," the supervisor shouted. "You stay where you are." He went storming out of the room plenty angry. I decided at that juncture that it would not be a good idea for us to stay where we were. In fact, I made sure we stripped off all the externals, personal fobs and eyewear, and anything keyed into the company's system, before we dumped our uniform outers and went staggering for the facility's main door. It felt funny knowing the future coming. The person whose body I was wearing had been taking things so seriously, learning to move freight around the Protectorate like it mattered. These kids didn't have the first sense of what was on the horizon. "I'm gonna puke," Heartline said, as we were rushing her down one of the side corridors en route to the exit. And she wasn't lying neither.
She'd barely got the words out before she did.
We quickly regretted dumping our coats. There was a proper atmosphere outside that some of the original settlers of these territories had terraformed. Like about half the systems out here that had a breathable atmosphere, the Ariels claimed it was Hader Florestan himself who settled the place. Here on Cantor and Shreve, the Canalis, Carhall, and even Eteris itself. I was thinking that if I could take an artifact back and offer old Hader Florestan a bit of useful feedback, he could have upped the temperature by a good 15 degrees, because the second we stepped outside, the air was biting. We couldn't stay out long before we all started shivering. But the metro area of the city we were in, Huang, was a pretty remarkable sight. Ariel Cantor didn't have a properly developed residential ring like Nestor, but it had a line of space towers around it, as well as an orbital ring that was more like a transport vector for moving and sorting cargo and travel for people who lived on the surface. And, like the legend about these Trasp engineers always bragged, the space tower in Huang was like nothing I'd ever laid eyes on. It was segmented and held up by magnetics by the look of it, like all the rest, but also, at increments that had to be 20 or 30 kilometers in between, it had these broad discs emanating out from the tower itself, stretching out several kilometers, so that they just seemed to hover there above the city, growing wider and wider. Each layer up the tower went. It was almost unbelievable to the eye. I turned to Lita and asked her to have a look, totally forgetting that she was now just as limited as the rest of us. Plus, it was cold. Her borrowed eyes were all teared up and blurry. No more hypervision.
Stuff that, Burch,
she said.
Find a picture and study it. We need to get inside.
I'm freezing my balls off out here,
Omar agreed. Well, we had to get to that tower anyway to get off-world. And then it occurred to me it might be a bit of a problem, as we just dumped our jobs, and with it our credit, and we were 4 pretty young people who'd arrived on Cantor with middling prospects at best, hence the freight-rustling jobs in the first place. But we were too damn cold to be bleak thinking about it. We rushed back inside the city's subsurface at the next ingress to keep from freezing. Then we decided to walk to the tower, if for no other reason than to take our time and get our wits fully about us as we stepped onward. It reminded me of the future, that day walking all over Murel with Verona and Kristoff and Rishi, wondering where the hell we were and how things worked on that unfamiliar planet. I guess some things never change. Underground, the city was another type of wonder. They had these walls and ceilings that fooled the eyes, so at intervals you would catch a glimpse of what seemed like a horizon, and it registered in the mind of my host that these were projections, later stages of the terraforming that would be a few thousand years in the future. It had that warmth I was pining for, plenty of trees and flowers, grasses and shrubs, and shining, shapely towers encircling the city proper, which was more of a park marketplace than the urban hub of a district capital. Of course, all the ugliness of commerce went straight from the tower to the industrial space underground, and this primary subsurface layer, as now, would be a nice little retail and transport zone. All that seemed great, a fine vision, and then I caught wind of a heavenly odor. Somebody was cooking up empanadas somewhere near, not in the future, but in the here and now, and damn, I didn't care how strapped we were in the finance department. My borrowed stomach needed replenishing.
Hey, Burch,
Lita said, reading my mind.
You smell that?
Hell yeah, I do.
I thought you would. What do you say we stop and have a bite or two? Get our heads right.
Nothing better for it, I agreed. God damn, I missed you, my friend. Let's have a drink to that while we're at it. Once we ate and got ourselves right, we had a good talk about the plan. The goal was to bear witness to the West Battery War's origin story as it unfolded on Veronia. Then we'd go home with the real story, finally. To get us embedded on that massive building project, I had a secret weapon. The problem was that in this time, she didn't know it. And she didn't know me. I needed to find Verona, not to be confused with the outpost itself, Veronia, which was confusing enough even for Omar, who'd met Verona in the future as well. But Lita and Heartline hadn't even met her yet, and neither of them had heard of Edis Ali's wizards before either. but that sect of tech wizards was here in the Protectorate, just like they were all over the Battery and back in Charris and everywhere else we knew humans to be abiding. And they were their own kind of immortal, which, I explained to Lita in Heartline, meant that our friend Verona was here in the Protectorate, because she'd lived through the era. I'd talked to Verona about her early life in Trasp territory before the war. I had a place to look for her, and even a bit of coded information that she told me would immediately get her attention and trust, because she obviously couldn't have known who I was back in this time, especially since I wasn't even wearing my own face. So we started to put that plan together, with our fingers crossed that our shipping supervisor hadn't yet put in a claim to freeze our credit before we jumped off-world. We set off for the base of the space tower after lunch to hop a flight off aerial Cantor, and that plan blew right up before we even got off the ground level. Heartline had gone quiet as a mouse. Well, I had never met a mouse before, but they say that about mouses anyway. Omar was starting to get worried during lunch. He had to wave his hand in front of her face while she chomped on her empanada, but she was just enjoying it, and when she did talk, all she could say was, "Amazing." I guess when they say someone was speechless, in some cases they really are. I wasn't complaining any. It was a good change. But Lita took Heartline with her to get us a fare up the elevator, while Omar and I started looking for passage toward Hainan, which was where Verona should have been living at the time, if we got our times right. There were the official commercial carriers and their kiosks and bots, but like most ports, there were also little nooks where you could find people hustling. And given our limited resources, we decided to poke around there for a bit to see if we could find a deal for passage that fit our budget as well as our needs. And there were some funny-looking people in there, not unlike the little side markets on Origi where people hawk all kinds of little statues and ornaments and religious relics, which was a surprise to both me and Omar, because the Trasp, at least in our day, didn't seem to have a religious stripe about them at all. I guess a half-century of war can take a lot of different kinds of beliefs out of a people. Set amongst those purveyors of these interesting-looking little trinkets, her back up against a pillar between stands, there was an old woman with a loose hood over her head, and she was staring at me, following me with her eyes. But at the same time, I could tell she wasn't actually looking at me. Her eyes were vacant, like she was looking past me or through me. I pointed her out to Omar, and he just said back, "I don't know whether she's got a ship, Burch, but I don't think we want to take it if she does. Looks like a weird one at any time." "That she does," I agreed. But there was something about that old woman. And hell, weird was pretty much our signature dish, so I guess that was her way of calling to me just then. "What are you staring at me for, lady?" I asked her from about 10 meters away.
"You're looking in all the wrong places, Hale Burch,"
she replied loud enough even Omar could hear. And he was another few steps behind me. "Did she just say that?" I asked him. Omar nodded. His eyes popped open wide in disbelief. "Well, damn," I said, walking over close to her. "I guess I'm the one at a loss here. Who the hell are you, and how do you know that name?" She stared right through me and smiled about the broadest, creepiest smile I'd seen in a long while.
"I've been waiting for you," she replied. "I knew you had to come through here eventually. I hoped I would know you still when you did."
"Yeah. Funny. Happy day, I guess. Care to explain how that's possible, old woman? My own mother wouldn't recognize me as is."
"The truth of who we are isn't on the outside."
It was weird the way she was looking at me like that. Omar waved his hand in front of her and she didn't react. "Are you blind?" he asked.
"In a way,"
she replied.
"In another way, I am quite the seer. You may call me Carmenta. And you are correct, Burch. I am an old woman. But the most interesting fact about my life is that I haven't been born yet."
"Carmenta? Oh, hell. That sounds like a damn wizard name if I've heard one. Tell me I'm wrong. So who sent you? Edis Ali? Verona? Rishi? One of the prime AIs?" She shook her head. She was grinning like she was so proud of herself.
"Someone else. Our faction is beyond your understanding yet."
"That much is obvious," Omar replied, growing impatient. "Why are you talking like that? Why don't you just tell us what you're about?"
"I can't just give you the answers."
Omar and I looked at each other before I said the obvious. "Why the hell not? You're from the future.
You're some kind of wizard like Verona, and you came back here to find me. How you did is way the hell beyond me. But that's another point. You obviously wanted to tell me something important. Now you want me to guess it and get it wrong or something?
I'm an oracle. That's how we communicate.
Oracle, hell, I told her, turning around. Let's go, Omar. We don't have time for this. And I meant it.
No, wait. Burch, no.
She could see I was fixing to leave her there. And even though I didn't have my souped-up legs like I did in my own life, I had two good enough regular ones to walk clean away from a blind old woman with a funny way about her.
Don't go,
she shouted at our backs when we'd gone about 10 paces. I really didn't want to turn around again, but Omar looked over at me, and I looked back at Omar. Her calling me by name like that? You couldn't get a much more powerful sign that the universe meant for you to listen. I turned around. You came back to help me, did you, Carmenta? Or whatever your name is?
That is my name. And yes, I endured centuries of hardship before returning here to help you prevent it all, Hale Burch.
Well, fine, I guess. But don't talk to me in riddles. We don't have time for any of that.
That is how oracles work, Hale Burch,
she said, affecting some kind of heightened tone in her voice. Omar shrugged. Enough of that, I answered her back. I work pretty simple. Are you here to help or not, lady? That smile of hers disappeared. She looked so crushed that she didn't answer. Then Omar put it even plainer. You can come with us and help, Carmenta, or you can spend another century standing between these religious relics till you become one yourself. Your choice.
Compound interest. The wizards had that going for them. Carmenta had come back and taken up the body of a middle-aged woman a few decades prior, so she took what money her alter ego had, liquidated her assets, and put it all in an investment account. That was part of their wizard way, to get sneaky with resources wherever they went, so she had no problem getting us a ship. But she sure was awkward to be around, not like Verona. Part of their manner, and I guess this was how Transom was able to sniff them out just by looking at them, was that they lived so damn long they got funny. It's a bit like those deep spacers who go out solo for so long, they come back with that distant look in their eyes. They go so long without a conversation with another person, they start having conversations in their own head. And then, even though you're talking one-on-one with them, it's like there's you, and them, and something else going on there too. Well, with these wizards, imagine being alive so long that starts happening, and then on top of that, you start to see generations come and go, and all the people around you get fleeting. I could see how that would make it a little tough to care as much and connect with regular people. Once we got settled on the ship she leased out of Ariel Cantor, she told us she'd been waiting there for me for over 30 years. She had no idea when I'd be coming back, but she knew I had to be. Don't ask me how she knew, because she couldn't really explain it. But she knew. I think it was a bit like Rishi's other future selves that talked to her through the artifacts. Only this Carmenta, she was a future self, living out a pretty miserable future, where the war had gotten out of hand. When we asked what that meant, thinking it was bad enough in our time, she explained just how bad it had gotten in her past. Athos and Iophos got involved. At first through the warring factions as proxies, Athos taking Eteris's side, and Iophos taking up with the Trasp. But it wasn't long after their proxy war began that fighting broke out between the two ring worlds directly, a few years from our time, Carmenta told us. Athos, the ring that is, not the planet, got cut in half, and then swallowed by the planet herself, with about 4 trillion souls riding the broken remnants of the once magnificent megastructure down to oblivion. That unthinkable tragedy didn't go unavenged, and was followed shortly after by Iophos and every last resident there, and it was dark days for all of humanity after that. The wizards, of course, knew about the artifacts, but most in her sect viewed them as forbidden territory, unhuman tech, beyond their purview. A few, though, took it upon themselves to explore that unhuman tech when it became clear that the future for humanity was bleak in their timeline. Carmenta meditated for centuries on them, or so she claimed, looking for the right moment to intervene and change the past, all the possible forks in the road. And somehow, she settled on me, Hale Burch. Not in my own time, but in this time. Not in my own body, but this body. Not on any other mission, but this one. But she still couldn't put it plainly. She'd say weird oracle wizard stuff that sounded deep but didn't mean nothing. You'd ask her a plain question, expecting an answer, and she'd say something like, "Deep down, Hale Burch, all stones aspire to be sand." And I'd be tempted to say something like, "How the hell do you know that, lady? You been talking to rocks all these centuries?" Hell, some of these people we meet on these adventures. Anyway, it took us a good few hours egressing from the aerials before we got a proper story out of Carmenta, and we could set a destination. She said we would meet up with Verona, but not for a while. We had to understand why the war started first before we could watch it unfold. That was the whole point, I told her. But then she made some good points. That Pitka Ramera had been a close eyewitness to the war's beginnings, and seen nothing useful herself. Why did we think it would be so much different for us?
But we know the war is coming,
Leda pointed out.
and we know the time and place and a lot of the early flashpoints. Half the people in the battery know the war is coming,
Carmenta countered.
One doesn't need to be an oracle to see the conflict building.
That was true, too. A big chunk of the mission prep Rishi had given me and Omar was reading about the tensions leading up to the outbreak of the fighting. There were rumblings for decades about it.
If that's the case, then what are we doing here?
Hartline asked. And it wasn't clear if she was asking this oracle or asking in general, like asking me and Omar what the hell the point of this whole exercise was anyway.
We all live two lives,
Carmenta told her.
The life where you learn your own futility, and the life you live in spite of that knowledge.
Oh, Omar said, shaking his head at that oracle talk. I bet you feel stupid now, Myrna. That much was obvious to the rest of us. That was the first time I saw that spy chief grin through that fresh new face of hers. But it was hard for old Carmenta to sift through centuries of thought and filter in the stuff we needed to know. I started to understand her a bit. She'd been sitting there waiting for me for decades on Ariel Cantor, pondering in her head, over and over, just how that meeting with me would go down. She must have worked through that script 500,000 times, perfecting her oracle talk just so. I bet in her head, she had a sentence or two that were perfect riddles, and she was going to say those things and smile, and I would walk away, slightly puzzled at first, but intrigued. And then, those puzzling statements would unfold and expand like a virus in my mind, and that virus would act like a cascade of causality, and the clues would become clear at just the right moments. Behold the wisdom of the oracle. And then there's that funny moment when actual people get involved. Decades of pondering and planning and perfecting her script dissolved at about the point she finished saying, "Hale Burch." It must have been hard for her to see those fantastically intricate edifices of thought come crashing down. As I was thinking about it, I started to try to be more patient with her. Everything she'd figured one way for ages was going a different way. Omar and Hartline and Leda were laughing at how she kept talking and couldn't finish a point or zero in on what mattered. I think she was starting to get upset, but those wizards don't really get too emotional, so it was hard to tell. She was talking in a heavy tone, trying to get through to the others through their laughter.
All oracles are considered mad, right up until the moment they are merely stating the obvious,
Carmenta told them.
The oracle never changes herself, though. It is the universe that changes, and with it, your perception of her.
I think I understand, Carmenta, I said, taking a different tone. So where do we need to go first? And what do we need to do? I think she got caught off guard by how earnestly I was asking simple questions. Not things like what the grand narrative of the war was, or how we could stop the tide of the things to come. Carmenta got really quiet, and then the others stopped laughing and got really quiet and thoughtful as well. Then she just answered plainly for the first time.
One of my kind is here. Ethelyn Cal Ennis is his name. He is working at the behest of Artemis. He starts the war. To know the way of it, we must steal his mind.
Up until that last bit, that was surprisingly clear, I told her. So we need to find this wizard. Ethelyn Cal Ennis, you said? She nodded at me. Any idea where we can find him? Omar asked. Simple questions.
He is the chief officer of a secret Trasp weapons program called Triantra. I don't know the location. I do, Heartline responded. Triantra was coded under the personnel labs, advanced exoskeleton development, battlefield medical interventions, air evasion and strike back, things of that nature. My division knows of a few other things they've done. I've heard whispers.
I might have too, I said.
From Transom?
Lita asked. Heartline shot daggers over at Lita and then at me at the mention of that name. I'm not sure Lita was thinking when she let Transom's name slip out. Omar looked right back at Heartline with a look of his own. You're in it now, Myrna. You're going to learn some things. Plus, I added, every day he's working with us, he isn't killing you guys.
Treason is still treason.
Well, hold off on that tribunal till we get back, I told her. You should have a full picture by then. For now, though, we need to find this wizard infiltrating your military research division.
Triantra moves,
Heartline replied.
But they didn't until the start of the war. They hid in plain sight.
Where? Lita asked her.
Home, Jemai. Their labs were subterranean, right on your homeworld in Danat. Nobody had any idea it was there.
So we're going to Karhal then, Omar stated, tapping the control pane on the table. I'll get the Andrew to set us a course. I was curious. We were just trusting this old lady wizard. Calling my name out like that was some trick. And she did have some points about us four not knowing what to look for ourselves. I mean, we thought we did. But how could we really know if we didn't know what started the war in the first place? Those were reasons to trust. But I did have some cause to wonder. This wizard, Ethelyn, I'm curious, I said to Carmenta. If he's supposedly a wizard like you, and your sect is dedicated to keeping species-ending tech from sneaking out and proliferating, then why would a wizard be at the heart of the war's origin? Is there some tech angle we aren't seeing? I could see one of you wizards joining up and infiltrating the research arm of the Protectorate's military for the purpose of monitoring, but it sounds to me like you're saying he's responsible, like he started it.
Not all things are clear, she answered. These are useful questions, Hale Burch.
It's just Burch, I interrupted.
Ethelyn Cal Ennis is .0. The war begins with him. As for our sect, I tell you this. Within my father's house, there are many chambers.
I shook my head at her. That clears that up, Omar stated, setting off a peal of laughter around the table.
More wizard talk. Within my stomach, there are no noodles,
Lita said, grinning, affecting a nice lofty tone.
This stolen body needs sustenance for it to function. And the stars shall not speak to they who hunger for noodles and do not feed themselves noodles.
Even I had to laugh a little at that. Damn, even in another body she was still Lita. It felt good being around her again, even on this weird mission back in time. I could see Carmenta was getting aggravated, though. It's okay, I told her. You'll get used to having people around again after all these years. That's just Lita and Omar having fun, looking forward to going home. Now, of course, Lita was the most serious operator of the bunch. She had a deep and heavy background running missions with the Trasp Lunar Rangers. And even though those days were wiped clean out by her memory loss, that way of thinking was in her bones. It didn't surprise me when she started talking like a team leader, getting ready to run recon on the whole city to figure out how to track down the Ethelyn wizard, how to surveil and trace out his patterns, and from there, how to start planning a way to infiltrate the hidden R&D labs he was working out of. The funny thing, I guess literally to Carmenta, was that the longer Lita kept talking about it, the harder that old oracle of the future seemed to be trying to suppress the laughter. Now, apparently, the joke was on us. It wasn't far to Karhal, so Lita and Heartline were already in that mindset that we had to be on point fast, ready to hit the ground running when we touched down in Danat. But Carmenta was becoming a distraction, and the little minimalist jumper of a ship she'd hired wasn't nearly big enough that she could be ignored for too long.
What's so damn funny?
Lita asked her.
You plan to infiltrate the R&D,
Carmenta replied.
It won't be easy,
Heartline stated.
But it's not impossible. Triantra operatives lived in plain sight with normal covers. We just need to identify a few and trace the network back. Yes,
Carmenta laughed.
And then find a way in. And then find Ethelyn himself. And then find out where he keeps his top secret data. and then figure out how to steal it, and then plot an escape. Not a problem at all for a quartet of high achievers like your alter egos appear to be.
Lita looked over at me like she was going to brain that old woman.
I can't decide which is worse, Burch, the Wizard Oracle version of her, or this sarcastic one that reminds me of Ren.
Spit it out, lady, if you've got some idea, Omar told her. All 5 of us know when the war is starting, and we have to get that data beforehand.
There are, of course, easier ways,
Carmenta said. Please, I told her in the calmest way I could muster. Enlighten us, Carmenta.
I told you earlier, Burch, that I was tens of thousands of years old, did I not?
You did?
Do you know how big a human head would have to be to hold, say, 50,000 years of memories, encoded as they are, biologically in your brain cells?
It was a damned curious question. And suddenly, it dawned on me where the old woman was going with that curious line of Socratic inquiry. I knew from Verona and the others that Edis Ali's wizards spent over 5 centuries training before they even came out of the vault. Verona, when I met her in our time, had been out 2 centuries more, give or take. And Verona's head wasn't 7 times bigger than any of ours, to put it in the simplest terms possible. You could consider that the wizards would continuously overwrite their memory, using the same bandwidth as the rest of us, the way people tend to forget about things they don't need to remember. But for these wizards, it would sure seem a waste to spend centuries acquiring knowledge if they had no means to retain it. You bastard wizards have a chip somewhere, don't you? I mumbled as I was pondering. Carmenta nodded. This line of conversation was more her style, the Socratic. I was starting to get that, too. The more we played along, the more we'd get out of her, I could see. So I decided to treat her like a proper oracle for once. In all the time I've spent with Verona, I said, I suppose the reason I never heard anything about it is that it's not something your kind casually lets slip in conversation.
Or under direct interrogation or even enhanced tactics, Heartline added. So,
Carmenta replied,
do you suppose it will be easier to infiltrate Triantra, or would our admittedly limited time be spent more efficiently? Are we killing him and taking his head, too, like the Etterans would do?
Lita asked.
Or do we stun him and just take the spare drive?
We did come to see the war unfold, I said. Best if it goes down closest to the way it did. Presumably it went off with this Ethelyn Cal Ennis having his head attached, at least on the day of.
That is correct,
Carmenta replied, nodding.
He is alive in the timeline we both returned from.
Great, Omar added, seeing the way the conversation was going. So are you going to tell us where this chip is on his body and what kind of work it's going to be to extract it? Or are we going to have to play some sort of guessing game to get it out of you?
That wouldn't be efficient,
Carmenta replied. I couldn't tell if that was her way of joking with us, but she wasn't laughing.
We have another 29 hours till we hit Carhall,
Lita said.
I want a plan of action ready to go by the time we touch down.
All 3 of our trapped travelers knew Denat well. Me and the Oracle knew nothing about it. I had only been to Carhall City once before, when I met Omar for the first time, in a bar near the Jemai home. That was a nice residential city, where many of the Protectorate's business leaders and government officials actually lived. Denat was more like a megacity than the pleasant, park-like neighborhoods of Lita and Omar's hometown of Carhall City. This made Denat a nice place to hide an underground R&D outpost, while the scientists like Ethelyn Cal Ennis could blend in pretty easily on the surface. It also meant that the entire city was overtly surveilled, and intricately so. That meant it was going to be tough to pull Cal Ennis off the street and somehow steal that drive from his head without it becoming some kind of absurd scene. Sure, the Protectorate wasn't a martial society yet, but you couldn't just pull anybody off the street of a city like Denat without drawing attention we couldn't afford. The spy chief and Heartline started to come out. Turns out babysitting the Protectorate's most important propaganda piece wasn't her life's aspiration. She wouldn't talk about her background one bit in front of me, but by the way she was starting to talk, it became pretty clear she was deep into covert actions, whether it was in the letters, in the Protectorate itself, or maybe even in the Etteran Guild somewhere as a proper foreign spy. It could have been any of the 3, or all of them, but she clearly had serious experience in that kind of work. You didn't get to be as high in the Sci-fi SB as Heartline was without those accomplishments. When the ship dropped the 5 of us at the airfield outside the city, we all had a plan of operations, even Carmenta, whose job was to get us a place to stay somewhere. We figured her fat wizard wallet was going to be about all she was good for. She opened it up and bought everyone fresh eyewear and swatches and coats, sure. But it turned out that wasn't all she was good for. The funny thing about funny people is that most people miss where funny people really shine. While Omar and I were out looking for Cal Ennis, the girls and the old woman were plotting a classic honeypot. Lita and Heartline were living in 2 young women who were attractive enough, given the right circumstances, that a regular guy could fall into that trap. And Heartline, you could tell, she was going to make sure that it sprung in just the right way. Omar and I were prepared for it to be a challenge to locate this Cal Ennis. Heartline knew where in the city the Triantra project was located, at least roughly. But beyond that, we figured that locating one specific person, especially one whose entire purpose was to hide and blend into a society the way Edis Ali's wizards did, would be one hell of a challenge. I sort of joked to Omar as we were scouting around that we should look up Cal Ennis in the city's directory. What could it hurt, right? I asked him. Well, the answer to that question was that it could let him know that someone was looking for him, if their sect had a way to monitor searches. But Omar didn't take it as a joke, and we started talking the idea through. If Cal Ennis was his name within the sect, then it was impossible that anyone in the Protectorate could know that wizard codename, the same way only we and her fellow wizards knew Verona as Verona. As far as the Protectorate ever knew, such a person didn't exist. So why would anyone go looking for a person that didn't exist? What if it's not his codename, though, Burch? What if it's his cover identity? Omar asked. And I started thinking about it. All the wizards I'd met had names that were symbolic of something. They were usually pithy, hearkening back to something cultural or mythological. Ethel and Cal Ennis didn't call anything to mind for me or Omar, so we thought, what the hell? And Omar walked right over to a kiosk and queried the directory. It turned out that Ephelin Cal Ennis wasn't his wizard name at all. He came up immediately in the city directory with a complete professional profile. He was an engineering professor at the city university, a low-level instructor of basic classes. And this city university sat directly on top of Triantra, if Heartline had her history correct. Like she'd said, they were hiding in plain sight. Cal Ennis even had his office location public, with open hours posted for his students. Omar and I decided to take a walk by his office to see if we could lay eyes on the guy. We figured we were wearing young enough bodies that we could pass for prospective students. So we went into his building, following a group of young people going for tutoring with their instructors. Ephelin wasn't in the building just then, but he had a schedule posted for his students. It was almost unbelievable. I was beginning to doubt Carmenta's story that this guy was anybody, because the board at his office had blocked out for the next 2 hours chess in the park. Chess? Omar whispered to me. The guy who triggers the West Battery War plays chess in the park? I guess you gotta pass the time, I replied, shrugging. So we followed the map on his board and found the guy sitting in the courtyard out behind the main offices, playing a game of chess with one of his students. Omar and I walked around for a bit, looking at the other tables and pretending to be interested in a game. Omar even sat for one 2 tables down so it seemed genuine. Then Cal Ennis's student got up and left. So I figured, what the hell? I walked right over and sat down across from him. Do you need those? He asked me. I still had on the eyewear that had been guiding us around the city. It was a very polite way of telling me he didn't care to play with the cheater. Oh, sorry, I told him. I'm not from around here, and I forgot I had them on. Oh, I can hear that now, he said, referencing my accent. It's refreshing to see we're drawing students from the outer colonies. You're from the Iophos somewhere, I'd guess. Farther, I replied. Can you play? I can play a bit, I replied, selling myself a little short. I'd played plenty in rehab. I was one of the few who preferred chess to sabaka. The match lasted about 20 minutes. I was there long enough to tell he was a player, a genuine brain, feeling around the edges of my mind. We talked a little about chess and a little about Carhall, but mostly I asked him questions about the university. I played it up like I was a prospective student looking to change my life course. I told him all about how my alter ego, young Chambers, had flamed out of shipping logistics because I had no love for it. I told him I wanted to get into engineering, building megastructures specifically. That was the future, I said. It's also the present, he reminded me. There are nearly 700 megastructure projects in the Protectorate this day, and they're always looking for qualified people. I got the feeling he toyed with me on the chessboard just as long as he wanted to keep the conversation going. What struck me as I sat across from him was what a decent chap he seemed like. Smart, but decent. What are we on here, Burch, with this guy? Omar asked me as we were walking away, heading back to meet up with the others. I don't know, I answered. Maybe you build up these people in your mind as devils, like you should see it oozing off of him that he's the origin for more future suffering than the mind can fathom. Sure didn't seem that, though, Omar replied. At least not from my vantage point. Mine neither, I told Omar. Either that, or he's not the guy at all. Things never go like you imagine them. That evening, we met back up with the girls at the flat Carmenta had hired out for the week. She'd disappeared somewhere. Lita and Heartline had been scoping out the city for clubs and different types of venues where we might run an op on our target. Omar and I showed them the pictures of our chess-playing professor, and suddenly, the prospect of catching this guy out on a regular honeypot didn't seem so plausible to any of us. He's not dumb, I told them, and he doesn't strike me as the type to be out at night around students, or in with students for that matter. Plus, if he is one of Edisali's tech wizards, he won't tick the same way ordinary people do. They're not driven by the same things. Hunger, sex, emotions, money. They got a way about them. I should have figured that.
Then what?
Lita asked.
What about there?
Heartline suggested.
We know he goes out to the park to play chess. We need to figure out how to get him from out in the open there to a closed room. And from there, we need to disappear without disrupting his part in the start of things.
I don't know, Omar said. Even if we manage to do this, to snatch this drive off him, how do we know that won't change the whole course of everything? Even if he can't exactly go to the authorities himself and report that we stole it, he's certainly going to know about it, right?
It's a fair question,
Lita said. It was a fair point, but I thought different. Yeah, but if it's true that he triggers the whole thing, and it's about what, a year away? Less even? Then something about what we need to know will be on that drive. We need to take that risk and see what happens.
I'd need about an hour,
Heartline stated.
I can get him into a state, but somebody's got to sit with him and keep his focus for longer than that match you played with him, Burch.
Heartline looked over at me scornfully, as though to tell me indirectly that I was a shit chess player and a shit spy. I grinned at her. If I was such a terrible spy, then what did it say that I'd snuck back to Lita right under her nose twice, and took them both with us back through an artifact? I was doing just fine. Lita's an ace at chess, I said. She could do it. Lita looked back at me doubtfully.
I don't know, Burch. I'm not sure I am.
What do you mean?
It's like my eyes. You think of me as the person I was from the Yankee-Chaos, right? But I'm certainly not the fighter in this body that I am back home. This girl's not enhanced. Back home, the Dreeson doctors enhanced my entire body with nanotech to help me heal. Not just my eyes. So I don't know how much they had to fix my brain. I got irradiated. I might not be a decent chess player at all.
I shrugged and put on my eyewear and gestured for her to do the same. We set a hollow board on the floor and started. Lita was apprehensive at first. I could understand why. It's not a question every person would want an answer to, whether they actually were the person they thought themselves to be. If Lita was a terrible chess player, did it mean the person we knew as Lita was just the nanotech the Dreeson doctors had used to cobble together a functioning mind from what was left of Aida Jamai's irradiated brain? It turned out to be a very big question we never had to grapple with. This Lita, in her borrowed body, slapped old Burch around the same way she used to do aboard the Yankee-Chaos, game after game. We were far enough in to see the shape things were taking when Carmenta returned. "Where have you been?" Omar asked her.
Thieving,
she replied, flashing that creepy grin of hers.
She had a carrying case trailing behind her that she turned and clicked open with a gesture from her swatch.
Nobody suspects a blind old woman, especially not in a clinic.
Inside that little carrier, there was a portable scanner, surgical instruments, bandages, all the accessories one could imagine you'd need to snip out a secret hard drive from beneath a wizard's skin. "You sly old devil," I said. "I guess we should finish up this game and get prepared." The only person Heartline trusted to plan the actual operation on Cal Ennis was Lita. They sent me and Omar out on errands to fetch things the rest of that afternoon and the following day. I couldn't piece it together, but what I did understand went back to that comment Heartline had made when I'd asked her whether she'd trust her own eyes. All systems can be corrupted, she'd insisted, even biological ones. We went out and picked up a few chemicals and a handful of regular pharmaceuticals. Then they'd sent us out again a couple times for tech. Occasionally, when we popped back in, Heartline herself was out somewhere. Lita said she'd promised Heartline she wouldn't tell us what she was doing. Sources and methods. Trasp's spy stuff. Something like that. I felt like I was being kept in the dark, but I suppose that was fair, seeing how we brought Heartline herself into this whole endeavor. Then, when Heartline declared we were finally ready, we targeted a block in Effelin's schedule in the afternoon of about 2 hours when he'd be playing chess in the park. It was me, Lita, and Heartline going down there together. I would introduce Lita and let Effelin know I'd brought him a player who likes a challenge. She would have to keep him engaged long enough for Heartline to get comfortable beside the board. It was quieter in the park in the late afternoon. Great for our purposes, but Cal Ennis already had a game going with a student that lasted a good long while. I was afraid he might be tired of playing by the time it ended. There were still a few more minutes left on his schedule. He looked at me and shrugged, but when I told him I wasn't back for more myself, that I brought a friend, he grinned a little when he realized he'd be playing Lita.
"Do you mind if I listen to some music while we play?"
Lita asked him.
"It helps me to relax and focus."
Effelin shrugged as he set the pieces back into place, and then they began to play. It happened right in front of me, and I'll still probably never understand. Entrainment was the word Heartline used when she explained the use of music to Carmenta, but the whole thing looked more like hypnosis to me than anything else. Lita kept the game going long enough that it started to get dark in that park. Heartline offered to let the professor use her glasses to see better, and I'm not sure what she did to gain his trust or what, but she put them on Effelin. Then something she'd done, laced the rim with chemicals, programmed some sort of subliminal visual cues into the display. I don't know. But when Lita said some sort of code phrase, rook to c5, Effelin went from deeply engaged and hypnotic to completely catatonic. From there, Heartline began issuing suggestive commands, and he complied like a dutiful housebot. There weren't that many human eyes left in the park by that late hour, but they saw the same things the cameras did. The professor left quietly and agreeably with a group of 3 people who appeared to be students. Effelin Cal Ennis found himself alone at his table in the park the following morning in a daze, wondering how he'd gotten there, and what had happened. I imagine it wasn't unlike waking up after passing through one of the artifacts that had brought his mysterious assailants here from the future. No harm had come to him, but after regaining his senses, I'm sure he noticed the small cut on his neck when he took off the bandage, and it probably wasn't long after that before he must have realized what was missing. We were already gone again, off to find Verona. We had in our possession a small metallic cylinder that looked, for all we knew, like it could be a data storage device. Our oracle was telling us that it contained hundreds of years' worth of Effelin's memories, and could be read, and if anyone could help us figure out how to read it, Verona would be the one. Our course was set for Hainan. It wasn't a long trip, so another little private jumper like the one we'd taken from the aerials seemed just fine. After staying up all night, helping Lita and Heartline take that drive from Effelin's neck, I thought it would be no time before I was asleep. But as we were blowing Carhall's atmosphere, I caught Heartline looking over at me funny. And by funny, I mean it was the first time she looked at me like a human and not a natural adversary. She seemed to be weighing me, as though it was possible one day we could be friends.
"I still don't believe you,"
she told me. I still don't believe it myself, I told her back.
You think the answer to how the war began is on that little stick, Burch?
I shrugged. I don't know. I keep thinking the next piece, and then I get a look at it and still can't see the full picture. All the pieces may add up to something one day when I see enough of them, but that's hard to tell.
It seemed too easy. All of this seems too easy. These people, they let you do anything. Take medical equipment from the hospital, quit your job and fly around freely without anyone checking your flight logs. I mean, Cal Ennis is a top-secret researcher, playing chess with students in the park. No internal surveillance on him, and no one to even tell him it was a stupid idea.
Things were different.
They're about to get different,
she said, shaking her head.
What the hell did we do to ourselves? What the hell did we do? We were free.
It looked like she was about to tear up. And then, to my shock, she did. Myrna Hartline began to cry.
I hope you have answers, Burch. Something to explain what we did to ourselves and why.
I couldn't promise a thing. I almost wished I had a wizard's mind at that moment, so I could say something meaningless that sounded insightful. Maybe take the sting off a bit while we all pondered. But there wasn't a damn thing to say. Just to keep going. Finding that next piece. Reading that next clue. Until we knew something worthwhile.
I didn't know,
Hartline said, shaking her head.
I couldn't have believed it until I saw it here with my own eyes. We used to be free.
We were floating again in our chairs, weightless and headed for deeper space. I was too far away to reach out and offer a hand to a fellow human in pain, so I did my best to reassure my fellow traveler with an empathetic eye, and I don't know how long that went on, because before too long, we got lulled into some rhythmic state by the hum of the engine on egress, and before I knew it, I'd shut my eyes. Foundations, Book 2 of the Misfits series continues. Click on the card here at the end screen to continue to the concluding chapters. Foundations, Book 2 of the Misfits series continues. Click on the card here at the end screen to continue to the concluding chapters.